has, I think, been circulated adequately? If not, I will read it to the hearing now. Unless...
No.
Okay. I'll read it. I mean, a hard copy can be made available, but it says, good afternoon. I'm emailing to advise that I've been viewing the hearing on PC 81 and 82 online. Circulated adequately. If not, I will read it to now.
Oh, it has been recorded.
Okay. I'll read it. I mean, a hard copy can be made. Okay. It says, I would like to advise that while it has been noted that the Waka Kotahi upgrades are to be completed by 2024, as noted in my evidence, this is incorrect. And it is only anticipated that works are to commence in 2024, with the intersection to be completed by 2026. I must admit, I haven't referred back to the evidence to just check exactly the words that says. My recollection is it says something like undertaken in 2024, but I honestly haven't checked. Please, are you able to ensure this is reiterated to the Commissioner, that's me, so they're aware of the correct details? Alternatively, please, are you able to confirm the correct person to contact? If any questions, let me know. So, just making sure that
we might come back to you on that because that's not our understanding. So, well, Tim can tell you what you guys think. Your discussion.
We've gone through this in detail. It's a 6-month construction period for the roundabout, and the whole of the Rolleston Up program is a 2-year construction.
So that includes the other.
The overbridge and more complicated things. This is the first thing that they're doing. So it commences in 24. It's finished in 24, or it might be, in theory, if it commences at the very end of 24, it might be finished.
Look, I suggest there's further conversations. You come back and if perhaps if there is an update from NZT and they're not appearing, they could put something back in writing to me so that if I know it's coming from them rather than just what you discussed with them, if you know what I mean, normal procedures.
Justin, could you get a copy of that to us so that we've got somebody to go in and talk to? Thank you.
The only other sort of housekeeping matter was conferencing, which is evolving and sort of in hand to some point and will be discussed further today,
yes.
perhaps further on in today's proceedings.
Yes, I don't notice that Mr. Nicholson is here in person, so he's obviously going to listen to David and Nicole, so maybe we can have a conversation with him at some point, because he's nodding, so I'm not wanting to put words in your mouth, but
there's Mr. Nicholson.
Yeah. Yeah. So perhaps if we run through the evidence and then we'll see where we're up to.
Yeah. Now it is also quite warm in here, although I've got probably there's only a few of us with jackets on, and I should take mine off if necessary, but that's all fine. Okay. Thank you very much. Over to the proponents' remaining witnesses.
Yes, we're going to start with Mr. Compton.
Mr. Compton, and I have a summary of yours. Thank you. Perhaps you could read that word for word.
Sure, thank you. My full name is Dave John Compton. I'm the Director of DCM Urban Design Limited. Overall, I consider the proposed plan changes which form part of subject land for west of Dunn Crossing Road, Rolleston will create a well-functioning urban environment for the following reasons. The combination of PC 81 and 82 when combined with the Living 3 blocks, Homes and Scullery, and the Living 2 block between Burnham School Road and Brookside Road creates a continuous block of residentially zoned land on the western side of Dunn Crossing Road, extending from the State Highway through to Selwyn Road. Whether PC 73 is incorporated or whether the Living 3 zones are retained, PC 81 and 82 create a well-functioning urban environment as per policy 8 of the MPS urban development and are consistent with the township objectives and policies for urban form and growth of the operative district plan. The ODPs ensure a high level of amenity and connectivity and accessibility, which is highlighted in the attached figures. And just, so there's a few variations of options in the tax figures, but they show the permitted baseline and then
Those are the figures attached to it.
Yep. If I just jump to them now, we've got figure 4, which has highlights the living 3 zones, the living 2 zone, and the existing chicken farms. Side, as well as the offset from the recovery park and sorry, the next.
Yep.
Figure 5 of that attachment has a combination of the proposed ODPs. We have PC 73, 82, and 81 combined. And then on figure 6, it has PC 81 and 82 combined with the existing 33 zones. Basically, that's just to highlight that whatever happens with PC 73, I'm of the opinion that the combination of the 4 blocks and with the 5th block being the living 2 zone gives you a continuous residential area.
Just while we're on that,
Yeah.
The figure that shows the living 3 as living 3
Yes.
has a kind of lot layout and design concept attached to it. Is that just an illustration, or is that something that has been consented, or is it something that's in an ODP, or is it just an example of what might occur?
So it's a development plan that sits within the operative district plan.
At
So
the moment?
at the moment,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's it's very much a design that you probably wouldn't do these days. It's based sort of creating a rural outlook and some rural strips between the properties. But how it will actually function, it's hard to know because it's sort of it's all intents and purposes it's largely a residential development.
I mean, it's inward looking, isn't it, in terms of how it's working, because it was kind of in a large lot living in somewhat isolation of a specific area, and that's what you would expect.
Yes.
When taken on its own, but as you say, that's not necessarily how you would plan it as a low density if you had 81 and 82 either side of them.
You'd adapt it, and obviously with the chicken farms, if they were removed, then that changes the scale up design as well, because also that buffer is no longer required.
So the brown shaded lots at the north end, what does that signify?
So that's the an offset basically, or a building restriction from those chicken farms. So
Right.
if the chicken farms go, then that land is no longer restricted. Same
Oh, I see. Yes, it does actually say that. I printed it out at A4 and probably looking at it quite enough on the computer. I just say it does say odor related stuff there. Thank you. Yep. Okay.
Cool. So I just jump back on to paragraph 2.3.
Thank you.
The growth of Wollaston is prevented from extending south Gammock Estate, north the industrial, and east in terms of the airport noise contours, restricting growth to the west and southeast. Growth to the west past the Holmes block is restricted by the Pines wastewater treatment plant and resource recovery park, which forms a barrier to future growth in this direction. The blocks are a natural extension of urban Wollaston and are well connected to existing areas and amenities, schools, commercial reserves. Road connections, intersection improvements and green links are all proposed to link with Wollaston West School, Stonebrook and PC 70, which is Farringdon Far West. The growth rate of Wollaston is much quicker than both the Wollaston Structure Plan and our Space 2018-2048 have anticipated, with the identified growth areas already either largely developed or in the process of being developed. The proposed density with a 12 household per hectare minimum is considered a positive change in line with other developments in Rolleston, provide significant development capacity. In terms of the National Forestry Statement Urban Development Policy 8, west of Duns Crossing Road would add significant residential capacity with a proposed density ranging between 12 and 15 households per hectare. This is considered an appropriate level to meet the outcomes desired by the NPSUD. Any immediate effects on existing and future residents can be successfully mitigated through the proposed mitigation measures. In terms of landscape character and values of the area, subject to the mitigation measures proposed, the proposal will result in an acceptable magnitude of change on the existing rural landscape character and values. The existing character west of Duns Crossing Road is already highly modified with no natural features of note. Particularly open character of the site will change to a character which is more compartmentalised into smaller units, but which can be partially mitigated through fencing controls and landscape planting to retain a high level of amenity, items which are sorted out typically during the subdivision consenting stage. In terms of visual amenity, the adjacent rural properties will experience a change in openness of views across the space. Adjoining suburban residential properties, current and future, overlooking the rezoned request areas, will have a mix of open, partial and screen views of future development. Changes to the experience of these residents is considered low given the character of the existing views and the existing boundary treatment. In this regard, the proposed plan changes are considered consistent with the NPSUD.
Thank you very much. Now, you've said at 2.6 that proposed density range between 12 and 15. The law requires the medium density residential standards to be applied. What do you see if potentially as the effect of that for kind of achieving the sort of design density outcomes that you're intending for this?
So those are minimum requirements. So obviously it could be denser. Most likely though, I'd see a similar pattern evolving into what's happened already in Farringdon, Falcons Landing, Poplar Park, where they do have a mix of densities in there. They do have townhouses, some terrace houses. Typically most of the sections are probably 400 to 600 square metres in size, but they do have some that are as large as 1,000, 1,200. I do see whatever develops in there having a mix of sizes, so it provides a good range for the market, but I don't see it having 2,000 or 3,000 square metre sites. That would be more typical of a large shop residential.
So, do you think the ODP should be being more not directive because it's a private plan change, but clearer on how that density distribution should be located, as a lot of ODPs are?
Yeah, we did start with that initially on some of the ODPs, but probably looking at it now, probably not. I think it's good having that flexibility to adapt to the market. I just think
developers like flexibility.
Yeah,
I'm having this argument in some other structure plans at the moment in another part of the country where they're council-led structure plans. They're calling structure plan, but really they're actually a master plan down to the finest lot detail, and not giving exactly much flexibility to the developer. And they haven't really taken the developer on the ride with them. I mean, it just won't happen. So, I have other feet in camps in this sort of development area.
Yeah, so, similarly, we're working on a few projects around the country as well, and typically where we've got a really highly detailed ODP, you just end up needing to do changes. Instead of almost just create more paperwork, recognising that the ODP really is a guide. The key bits we want to get through are the connections, provision of open space, but with that ability that a lot of those elements can be detailed at the subdivision stage.
So in terms, coming back to the original question about the medium density residential standards and, if you like, the NPS requirements for well-functioning urban environments, do you actually think those two things mesh together well?
Yeah,
From a designer point of view?
yes, I do. I think, yes, I do think that you can have the flexibility and meet the requirements of the NPS. I do think most developers we work for look for that diversity of housing stock as well and product. And you always end up with some funny shaped sites, which sometimes are ideal to go to super loft and put more density in there.
Yes.
Again, also when you start to look at your commercial areas and your open space at the subdivision stage, logically you tie those together, and the council will look at that as well, because there's still a control during that subdivision stage to get approval. So, I think it's much better to leave it flexibility.
Okay. Just coming back to evidence in chief, or your evidence in full, I should say, rather than evidence in chief. You actually talk about Para 20, the Rolleston Structure Plan Development Sequence. Now, I know it's old and it's pretty much done, but and I have the actual structure plan on my computer, which I could look at. But can you just explain what you understand as the sort of the sequencing that underlaid the structure plan, and in terms of, for example, was the southeast quadrant the last quadrant in the sequence?
From memory, I think it,
and we're in the southwest quadrant.
Yes, yeah. From memory, it was the last quadrant, earmarked for 2041 to 2075.
Yes.
Obviously, you've got the extension to Falcons Landing, to PC 75, 78, Akron Park. Those ones have been developed or in the process of being rezoned and already developed. Obviously, we're in 2022, so we're at least 20 years ahead of schedule. So I think the Rolleston structure plan was good. It was really good, but it needs updating, and it's where development's got to is well in advance where the structure plan on those dates.
The other sort of somewhat historical background thing that I just want to be clear about is the Farringdon Commercial Centre, which we talk about sort of access to commercial centres in 28 as to where that's kind of got to in the world in terms of its form and development and scale and function.
So the existing commercial area of Farringdon has got pedal pusher, it has a few restaurants, I think it's got a childcare. It typically just serves that local community. It's not a big commercial area, but
it's what you call a neighbourhood centre.
Yes, exactly. And it'll provide those amenities for that neighbourhood, so they can walk, cycle, or drive. That's just for those smaller amenities that they don't want to go into the town centre or into the city.
Does it or will it have a full service supermarket?
I don't think there's provision for it at the moment.
I'd say it's unlikely.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I didn't want to know. It's unlikely for that type of centre.
Usually they're much smaller. I know the one in Akron Park is probably only about, or as of right, you can put 450 square metres of building footprint. But then after that, you needed to get resources.
That's why I think it's highly unlikely.
We talked about range of lot sizes and types. You've said that even in your summary here, that the 12 to 15 is appropriate to meet the outcomes desired by the NPSUD. Just sort of expand on that thought for me.
Also,
And why?
so with your 12 to 15 households protected are required, you do need to start to move away from just having only standalone dwellings, especially when you get towards 15, you start to need to look at terrace housing and smaller houses on smaller lots. So again, it's a numbers game. So having that restriction in there is positive. I know when most developments were sitting around there, 7 households per hectare, we were really just designing to 750 square metre sections with a standalone 4-bedroom house on there. But because that requirement to get more houses in there, that does actually have a tangible effect on the type of house that you build.
I'll have to remind myself whether that's, someone else will remind me later on in the planning evidence, whether that's executed by an outline plan narrative or rule, but we can talk about that later in terms of the regulatory sort of side. You also really talk about the interface with the existing eastern side, existing residential form on the eastern side of Duns Cross Road. And if I remember rightly, I think what you're saying is they are reasonably low density. They are larger lots.
Yes.
And so you're looking at sort of a relationship between a reasonably low density there and then what you put on the other side of the road.
Yeah. So you look at Caithness County, most of the sites in there are sort of 1,500 to 3,000 square metres.
Yeah, I saw that in your effort.
Yeah, which for me that's a big house with a tennis court and swimming pool kind of size. It's not a real residential property. It's too small for that type of development. It's very much a residential property of a high level of amenity. Do have large houses down there.
How big is Caithness Country? Now you had an aerial photo in your evidence, but I wasn't sure quite. Again, it might have been scale, but yeah, on page 11. I mean, we're most interested in obviously the more interface aspect of it, but
Yeah. So basically, my eyesight's going, so it extends south from Lowe's Road, and you can almost see from the property size
yes,
the extent of Caithness
Yes.
County. They're very uniform in
Yes.
size.
you've
And,
got front lots and everywhere's a back lot from off the local road.
yes. Yeah.
So
So it is
would they be covenanted in terms of further subdivision?
I don't know their covenants, to be honest. They may even have covenants to
Because they're classic NDRS opportunity, aren't they?
The covenants have a lifespan as well, don't they? Some don't.
Don't know.
Yes, I'm unaware
Okay.
of those covenants.
Would you be variation?
I'm just wondering, all I'm trying to do, I suppose, is get in the current environment or the emerging environment, how that environment might evolve in terms of a relationship with the environment on the other side of the road. That's the sort of line of inquiry I'm taking.
Yeah. I think how things are evolving and from a market point of view, whether that there is that uptake of the new rules that are coming out,
Yeah.
will be interesting. But
It's just a question of how many people they'll find looking into this going forward in 10 years' time.
yes, yeah, they are very well planted inside, and I imagine these properties are probably ones that at this stage will stay large. They've all got large sections on there. Some have swimming pools, some have tennis courts, so they are a different product.
Yes.
To be honest, I wouldn't see many of these being intensified.
But your question was about how they would integrate.
Yes.
Yeah, and in some ways, the size of a property on the other side of the road is not necessarily, it's only one part on how to integrate. It's
Yes.
probably more how the street scene is treated.
Yes.
You will have a different rhythm in terms of driveway access points that will be wider apart. But all other elements of these properties are of a completely domestic residential nature. So in terms of the way that presents itself to the street, there's no real difference to what is proposed apart from the property sizes. So in terms of integration, yes, there is some difference, however, that you would expect within an urban environment.
Thank you. And I just closing off, if you like that, not so much in the nearby environment, but in 52.6 you say with a 12 hectare minimum is considered a positive change in line with other developments, which is kind of what you were talking about in terms of some of those other developments that you've been involved with.
Yes, Your Honour, I do believe density is good. You know, we should be intensifying, and yeah, I don't think it is a positive change. I think it helps support the commercial activities, and there's a lot of positives that come from it.
And as you say, the going back to the earlier stages of Rolleston are generally your 700 type sections.
Yeah, I
Seven,
think,
800.
and the outcome's largely the same. We're just actually using up more land. But we're in a residential development that is slightly less dense. I don't think density in itself is an adverse effect. I think that's it's the environment and the setbacks and your shading, and so density in itself isn't actually something that's bad. And so whether a neighbour has 3 neighbours adjoining the property or 5, I don't think that's adverse, because it could just be that you've got one really bad neighbour and that runs everything. So I think other measures create the adverse effects, but not density.
I'm sure we could sit here and debate the NDRS at length. I will resist that. I'll reject, Commissioner. Staging. So, should this be these 2 plan changes that said either side of PC73 be approved, then you've either got a scenario of a resolution of an appeal in line with the ODP for PC73, or you've got Living 3. Forgetting about this sometimes. Living 3 there. So, and you've got it now in one developer ownership, which, as you point out, or as you stress, is a positive in terms of opportunity. I get that message. If you were looking at then implementing this development and staging it, what would your thoughts on staging be? I can ask both of you that question actually, because it's relevant. Both theories.
I think from my perspective initially it would be you'd start at Duns Crossing Road and move west.
From the north or the south?
Just in terms of development pattern, if plan change 80, we're just talking about the plan change 82 at the moment. So if that development is definitely directed towards Brookside Park, and the layout is as well, because it's like a node sitting at the top. So that is most likely going to experience development starting from Duns Crossing Road and then moving sort of in a southwestern direction because of that connection to Brookside Park. With plan change 81, it really comes from the Duns Crossing Road side, and there in sequencing is a really, really difficult thing to deal with from sort of planning point of view, but also when it's actually being developed, because there's so many other technical measures that need to be taken into consideration as well. Yes. So, but broad picture, if we look at the broad picture west of Duns Crossing Road, the development has a tendency to come from the north towards the south, and definitely coming from the east towards the west. Where that exactly settles is probably, if you look at the commercial centres, which are the two nodes, I think that it's really important that those are part of the early parts of the sequencing, because they are the drivers and the facilities and the services. So if sequencing had to be demarcated in any way within this, it would be important to ensure that the commercial centres are included in early sequences.
Do you want to add anything to that, Doug?
Yeah, I was just going to say, we have got the benefit though with that, it'll be in one ownership, but it's less of a concern. I
Yeah.
think when you do have fragmented ownership, the sequencing is a lot harder, and you might get some developments jumping a previous area. But at least with having a single ownership, technically it might be likely it's going to be the infrastructure. That's going to drive it in terms of your road links and your pedestrian links and your commercial areas. It'll be a logical sequence for development.
The commercial area feasibility is always an interesting one, isn't it? And I mean, I see that PC 73, of course, has a reasonable sized neighbourhood centre on Duns Crossing Road. PC 82 has a neighbourhood centre at the northern, right opposite the park there. And then you've got a more internal neighbourhood, smaller neighbourhood centre within PC 82. So the ones on Duns Crossing Road have obviously a wider catchment that they're serving, which gives them a better chance of getting off the ground earlier and then serving the growing residential neighbourhood. Is that the kind of thinking that lay behind that?
To some extent, but when you place commercial centres within an urban context, you look not just the catchment areas, you also look at the area sort of east of the Duns Crossing Road,
Yes.
which is an area that ultimately will, over a long period of time, be retrofitted. It's already being, infill development is happening throughout that. The plane changes 76 and other 170 further down, you can sort of see the development occurring, but north of that, there is the opportunity for larger lots being developed now, and that is occurring. These connections are being made onto Duns Crossing Road, and then what you said earlier, what happens with large properties? Are they one day going to subdivide and follow that door that has been opened there? So if you look at all that in combination, the location of those commercial centres is actually to service a wider area, and to some extent assist in the densification of what's occurring to the east. As well. So you need to put a bigger sort of picture umbrella over it with the commercial centres. The one that sits within the Plan 2082 really is to ensure that we provide services in a walkable distance as well. So the nature of these centres also will address that. Some will have different services to others depending on their location, closer to a higher sort of ranking road versus being more of a very local, smaller corner.
Yes.
So those are things that get fine-tuned in detail.
And I think, in my view, that's quite significant, because quite often you find with these greenfield urban edge developments that the neighbourhood centre is not going to be feasible until the place is built out, and it's going to come at the end. Whereas with that sort of chemistry, it's a bit different, which is good.
Yeah, I think it's when Duns Crossing Road is going to change considerably with the changes to the state highway and the movement patterns.
Yes.
And so the commercial areas on those, they're on key intersections, and so they will benefit from the movement patterns which are going to change.
Yes.
So I think they will come earlier than, say, other residential developments.
Tom, have you got anything you can get on this from?
Oh no, that's a whole other matter altogether.
There's demand for the commercial centres all year round.
Rolleston's grown so quickly. And I know that commercial centres generally in Rolleston and new subdivisions are doing well. Because there is a lack of commercial space in Rolleston as a whole, and the population's grown so well. So if you break even one year, generally you're 80% up the next, because that's the kind of growth that's happening.
Okay, finally, before we move to Ms. Lowenstein, but as I say, we'll take your summary and happy to group this. Water races, we've got water races, I think, in both areas. Was it just in one of them?
They are in both,
But,
on 2 minutes.
we had the sort of ecology evidence and then sort of agreed that there's between them that they should be assessed from an environmental natural value point of view further down the track in the subdivision.
Yeah.
And therefore, it's not a given that from an ecology point of view that they should be retained or protected, all options are available. But from a design, amenity, opportunity point of view, what are both your views on those races and the kind of opportunities that should be built into development associated with it?
I think they can be nice to have, and something that can be dealt with at the subdivision stage. I don't think it's necessary that they should dictate the design. I do know some developments at West Melton actually they're taking some of them out now just for safety concerns or there's road upgrades. So, in a lot of developments we do try to incorporate them, but then we have other items or other elements that then override those amenities.
I've done quite an in-depth study on how water races have been integrated and how they actually operate once, because on paper they always look great and they have some role to play. They can be integrated really well in open spaces. They are very difficult to integrate from an urban, practical perspective when you have crossings every so many meters into property. So they have a role to play where they can actually have an impact on the layout, and that is within a public space. So it's really a matter of where they fall. The other thing to also remember is that they can be separating. So unless they're designed in properly, they can actually separate the one side from the other because they need crossing points.
Effect,
so
yes.
I'm trying to be like really neutral and say, okay, what can they do, what can't they do, where do they affect and where they don't affect us. They are a high amenity, water is a high amenity in any public space. So we always have to think about that as, can it be utilized, can it be integrated? Concerns that have come our way as well is that they do clash with any sort of water infrastructure, any sewer and piping and things like that, because they dissect that and then pumps have to be installed. So there's a whole technical side that we tend to forget sometimes that has to be integrated as well. And the last thing is also, and that's why I agree with the assessment, that the quality of a water race varies significantly. And even just between those two plan changes, there's a significant it degrades quite significantly towards the south and then it stops and becomes just a muddy pond. So I had discussions with the experts on that to understand what are we dealing with. And it basically, the waterway at the lower end does not add much to the amenity within Plan Change 82. An assessment would be required whether it has ecological values, because that is the reason why we would actually maintain them in the first.
And I don't think, so there is a plan of the water races in, I think, Mr. England or someone's section 42A report, but I haven't kind of lined it up against the planned green spaces, but my expectation is that you haven't driven, put it this way, if you said it's important to keep them in your green open spaces, is that actually a possibility?
Currently, the green spaces are not allocated towards following a water race. But there is a potential road corridor that could line with that, so we've sort of kept opportunities or possibilities open. However, that's not shown on the ODP, but in the layers below. But in reality, the waterway could also be diverted towards and create a boundary towards. Again, the assessment needs to be done and I think it needs to be decided when we have more information to make the entire ODP layout reliant on a waterway or ultimately a water race, not a natural waterway.
No, it's a man-made structure, so it's not a river as per the.
Yeah, and you would expect water races that are of a ecological value that then are integrated. That would probably mean naturalising those.
Yeah.
So we need to know more at this time. I would not let an ODP be the layout of an ODP to be run by such an uncertainty.
If I can assist to, I'll make comparisons to the same project team that was involved in Clean Change 69. Water bodies quite a high standard in terms of natural and ecological values that got identified early on, so that formed a very critical part of the outline development plan and the provisions for that clean change, and that was seen something that needed to be prescribed and to provide certainty as part of the clean change proposal. I think by comparison here, those values aren't apparent, and whilst the ecologist said, further we would be needing subdivision to see if there is actually anything there, they're not that same magnitude of importance. So I think from a practical perspective, the view is that if those surveys occur at the time of subdivision and something is found warrant greater degree of protection, or at the time of the subdivision design, it's determined that they might provide some amenity to be incorporated into the design. That's something that can be quickly dealt with through the subdivision process. And if there had to be minor changes to the layout of the outline development through that process, that should be hard to achieve.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you. Lastly, in this area, green corridors we talk about a bit, and in the evidence, and they are, if you like, greener primary roads or structure plan roads, as I understand it. Just tell me a little bit more about, have we got like a road cross section that reflects those?
Not in this package. Typically, most of them we do it in Salwina, probably about 10 metres wide. But the idea is really just to provide a high level of connectivity through the development, and they've got that ability then to provide more off-road walking and cycle facilities through there. They're usually fairly standard in terms of the road one and the individual ones that aren't with the road as well.
The focus of the green corridors really is to provide a continuation of movement through a high amenity environment, so it interlinks the green spaces. The intention there would be to have cycling separated off the road carriageway in particular, so because it's really important to have that layer of connectivity, but it's also a part that assists in intensifying densities, because a specific sort of green corridor that aligns with the road corridor or sits within a wider road corridor creates a larger distance between dwellings. Obviously, the road allows for tree planting in that corridor. Yes. So, and that in itself brings scale to the street in the long run, which then also does create a proportionality towards the scale of buildings, which will go up when density goes up. So these things all work together.
Yes.
So to some extent, it's assistant in future-proofing this environment for intensification. We're talking with the changes, with the medium density changes coming along. So this
has this been applied in any of the other recent sort of been implemented, I suppose, in other recent Rolleston So with developments,
In terms of providing cross sections for roads.
in terms of, yes, in terms of taking it to the design and implementation stage and
Not on the ones I'm working on. Other areas, other councils, sometimes we put the cross sections in there, indicative cross sections. Typically they do change as well, similar to what we were saying before about the level of detail we're providing at this stage. I find that the cross sections that we have initially a guide, but we do make changes because there's differences in terms of the traffic engineers get involved, the stormwater engineers get involved.
I mean, it is quite common for plans these days with structure plans or whatever to also include, well, here's the cross section we want for this road function, and here's the cross section we want for this one, and it actually does go in the plan. I'm not saying you should do that, I'm just saying that does happen. It obviously provides some certainty, but it's still obviously consentable and say, well, actually we need to do something different for this reason.
Yeah.
So
We did have them on Acton Park. That was an SHA, and they had cross sections. And that just to show their collector and there were different hierarchies then, but and the neighbourhood roads and the neighbourhoods.
okay, I'm taking up some time. Let's move to Ms. Lowenstein's
Right.
so that we move on.
Maybe I should use the copy that you handed out, just in case.
Thank you.
Let's just skip paragraph 1.
Yes, thank you.
Sure. Planning and urban design directives at a national level clearly instruct and guide future urban development and intensification towards existing urban areas, in particular around key activity centres. Rolleston has been identified as the key activity centre in the Southern District and can and needs to support such urban growth. Whilst not located in the future development area of FUDA or FDA, in other cases it's abbreviated that way, Plan Change 81 and 82 are consistent with overarching objectives and policies of the operative and the proposed district plan, and also assist in meeting the requirements of residential intensification and provision of additional development capacity anticipated by the NPSUD. The urban analysis of Rolleston and the assessment of urban growth options and constraints, and I refer you to page 3 of Mr. Complement's evidence, the appendix, that clearly shows that the land west of Duns Crossing is not only available and suitable for urban development, but it is a natural growth sequence and is the only realistic direction of urban residential growth in Rolleston outside of infill development. Since lodgement of Plan Change 82 and 81, more information is available, which gives a better understanding of the intensifying urban context surrounding these Plan Change areas. And this includes the submission of Plan Change 82, it's the Hill Street Limited, and various submissions to the proposed district plan review are seeking the inclusion of the land west of Duns Crossing Road as urban areas. The expected residential rezoning and development of Plan Change 70 land, that is under a fast-track process. The clarifications on traffic-related matters such as the intersection upgrade with the State Highway and Duns Crossing Road, creating the western entry into Rolleston, and the role of Duns Crossing Road as a key entry and north-south distributor into Rolleston, bringing with it an urbanisation of those roads. The proposed overpass to the I-zone, opening up pathways to a future fast commuter rail connection to Christchurch. And this is maybe an ambitious statement, but I won't give up on that one. It's going to happen at some point, a rail connection between Rolleston and Christchurch. It's a setup for it. Then further progress in urban infill development east of Duns Crossing Road, and we touched on that already. And the recent decision to decline Plan Change 73 due to concerns around odour and urban form, which has been appealed and is currently in mediation. So this sets out sort of what all the moving parts around
There's
Plan
a lot
Change.
of moving parts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I haven't even gone into the moving planning parts. This is just from the urban perspective.
Thank you.
Regardless of the outcome of Plan Change 73, the environment adjacent to Plan Change 82 will be predominantly of a residential nature, with a pocket of rural and L2 land to the north, L3 or LZ to the south, then it would be plan change 73, and LZ or L1B to the east. So it is already surrounded by those kind of environments. The environment adjacent to plan change 81 will be of a residential nature on two sides, with either L3 or LZ to the north, which is plan change 73, and LZ to the east, which is plan change 70. Individually, each ODP for plan change 81 and 82 can be connected to existing residential areas and will work well on their own, regardless of whether plan change 73 is ultimately granted or not. Both provide good connections to the existing urban fabric and linkages to potential future development. Both have good access to local commercial centres and neighbourhood reserves, as well as other community facilities, all within acceptable walking and cycling distances. Small adjustments have been made to both ODPs, responding to changes occurring in the surrounding environment and in response to submissions, the officer's report and urban design statements by Mr. Nicholson. These refinements improve the distribution of the local commercial centres across the entire area and associated green spaces, and result in minor adjustments to the road layout as a flow-on effect. The underlying design concepts, connectivity and accessibility, however, remain the same in principle. And that's where you'll see in the attached graphics, the ODPs in there, those show slightly amended in this one.
Yes.
And that you will see in comparison to the the original application, there are some minor changes to the ODP. So I just wanted to ensure that it's understood that that was a response to
Yes.
Requests and other improvement, like refinement matters.
Yes.
Where was I?
Paragraph 8, I think.
Yes, thank you. All plan changes west of Duns Crossing Road, including 81, 82, and also plan change 73, are owned by a single entity willing to develop and have no impediment to development, such as multiple ownership and related boundary constraints, or integration of existing rural dwellings, access routes, and established gardens. This makes the design process comprehensive, well integrated and cohesive, and above all provides a very high level of certainty that the design outcomes will be achieved. Advising on urban design, in particular urban form, requires strategic oversight, and plan change 81, 82 and plan change 73 should not fall victim to procedural constraints. From an urban form, connectivity and accessibility perspective, they should never be considered in total isolation from each other and in relation to only existing conditions. To best understand the contribution each individual plan change makes to the wider urban fabric, it should be seen as a key part of a cohesive, connected and compact strategy for urban growth west of Duns Crossing Road, even if presented as individual ODPs and with slightly offset time limits. So my concern here really is that when we start looking at each one in isolation, because they have been lodged 2 months apart from each other, that therefore we cannot consider how they work together when decisions are made. I know that there are mechanisms and planning rules and legal requirements and all that, but when we look from an urban design perspective, forward planning is looking into the future, and it really means to put all the components on the table and all the potential outcomes, and that's where when we take L3 next to plan change 82 to L3 to plan change 81, there's a real risk in not understanding actually the full picture and how L3 can actually be a serious impediment to any kind of urban development on that edge. My concern really lies more in not getting L3 as a result out of it. It's really critical. So hence I'm looking at this as a bigger
Expand on that thought of impediment, please, because my understanding of your evidence is that 81 and 82 stand the test irrespective of the L3.
correct, and they do, and I absolutely agree with. I mean, I won't change that statement. And what will happen with plan change 82 and 81 approved is that they will actually have quite a significant impact on on the L3s. If the L3s remain as are, then they will most likely have to respond to that. But my concern here really is that L3 on the edge of such an urban key centre will create the same issue that we have and have to deal with now that we've occurred in the past, where we have large residential lots that in 20 years' time cannot be integrated. So from that perspective, I think it's really important to look at the big picture on the western side of Duns Crossing Road and not let particular planning and timing constraints sort of rule this. That's sort of what's in a nutshell my statement there.
Yeah, we're throwing the RMA out anyway, so we'll just apply a framework that we think might be appropriate.
So I think there's a massive opportunity to get this right. That's what I'm trying to say. When looking at all the residential zoning proposals west of Duns Crossing Road, that is 73, 82 and 81, and the possible urbanisation of the smaller pocket of L2 and rural pocket above Plan Change 82. When we stick all those together, a strong, cohesive overall development and growth strategy clearly presents itself. However, the risk of ending up with either two isolated L3 developments or a piecemeal mix of urban densities randomly interspersed with very low L3 densities still remains, and should these plan changes not proceed. So I just wanted to highlight the risk that exists in there. Without a doubt, the best compact urban form for the western edge of Rolleston, best connectivity and accessibility, the most certainty that development will result in a well-functioning urban environment will be achieved if all these plan changes work together. Both 82 and 81 make considerable contributions towards this, and in particular plan change 82 is a keystone linking the entire area together. Any remaining concerns related to either technical matters such as the settling of the odour setback, procedural planning matters, temporary concerns around connectivity related to staging or timing can be resolved independently of that. And they can, and they do not materially affect the urban form and inherent urban qualities of the plan change proposals.
Just on the living to aspect from a design point of view, what you're saying, and it's often the case that we get our rural residential around the edge of the areas, and then we want to grow into them, and it presents both a difficulty in terms of the end form. However, now I'm not delving into the plan here, but from a design point of view, is there a necessary response to provide, from your view, large lot replacement capacity in an appropriate location?
If you were to remove the L3, is that what you're asking?
If you were removing the L3 and possibly the L2 further north even as well, I mean, I tell you, you're painting a bigger picture here about consolidated urban growth. Well, what is your view about, if you like, the rural residential lower density stuff?
I can give you an answer on that one. Look, lower density rural residential has a place, but you have to look at it in the context of what urban environment it actually relates to. For example, a key activity centre like Rolleston, you would never do that, because this is a place that is intended to intensify and grow. Its role is different to, for example, a smaller Canterbury Plains settlement that hasn't got that growth capacity, it is not actually intended to service in such a large area. In a situation like that, that may well be an appropriate treatment to look into, to have larger lots adjacent, edging and framing. But when you do that, you're always talking about a peri-urban environment, so on the edges of an urban environment. And peri-urban always has to be flexible. So even if we were to position some large lots around a smaller settlement to create a sort of gradual sort of reduction of density, even those areas need to provide connectivity through, need to provide some urban spaces that later on can become reserves. And so if it does intensify, because we can't just think about 15 years, we're setting structures in place that will last for hundreds of years. And for that purpose, anything, whatever size it has on the edges of urban development needs to be flexible.
Okay, thank you. I mean, you've stressed just how important and how strategic this decision is, and
Well,
strategic nature of decisions is part of an NPSUD objective.
on one hand, it's strategic. I think the thinking is strategic, but at the same time, I think this is also a very logical process. If we look at the growth of Wollaston, it doesn't require another layer of strategic thinking to come to this conclusion. This is already happening. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, the strategy is already in place. This is actually happening. This is just a matter of stepping across Duns Crossing Road and looking at the growth plan, which is number 3 in your package.
Yes.
And I think what's really quite significant here, and when you put it all graphically together, and you look at the shape of Rolleston, the state highway to the north, which is a definite firm boundary, and it's a formed boundary. We have the Pines wastewater on the west, and then we have the noise control line on the airport to the east, which there may be some movement in that, but it's still going to exist. And then we have overlaid the soil, the versatile soil patterns, and that is a very clear indicator as to where urban development needs to move in Rolleston, because otherwise it starts creating conflicts with other important aspects of development, that you do not go into areas that actually provide for versatile soils for other productive soils, things like that. So I think when we're putting all this together, this is the move that is going to happen no matter what in reality. And I'm talking a long time distance here, but that is the move. I'm not saying in the next 2 years, but within the next 10 years, that is the next step of development. And the other thing to consider there is the infill development within Rolleston, the capacity of that to occur, because that also increases density. And I looked at that in a little bit more detail as well, and it is not easy for Rolleston to actually do that. The structures in there are inherently very single house, one property, residential lots, and they are the hardest one to retrofit or fill in. You would literally have to demolish several areas, combine several lots together to actually get to the densities required. So that will take time. It's a completely different type of intensification, and we need both of those. We need the greenfield as well as the infill developments to increase densities and to accommodate urban growth.
So I can just ask both of you, one of the matters of concern to Mr. Nicholson is connectivity and accessibility and different measures, and there have already been responses to that. And I'll be asking him this later on. And he quotes some survey about distances and accessibility, and I mentioned it yesterday in terms of, if you like, the evolving accessibility of motorised scooters, electric scooters and electric bikes. Seems to me, certainly where I'm coming from, it's changed that whole accessibility, non-private travel factor a lot.
It does.
I welcome your comments in terms of both of you on that.
Yeah. Definitely. I think it's largely, in terms of accessibility, it's quite often the quality of the environment that's provided. So you have good paths, good crossing facilities, all weather material well lit. So you've got that ability that people do use scooters, e-bikes, they walk more. So distance actually, you're providing a really high quality movement environment. Then you typically can travel a lot further, and you will travel a lot further by an active mode. While if you're walking alongside it could be a rural roads, or if you've got no footpath facilities, you've got cars coming past you at 80 km/h, it's not a nice environment to walk on. So even if it's only a 200-metre stretch, you're more likely to drive or to drive your children. But if we're providing a lot of off-road facilities, good quality, well-lit, safe environments, then people will use those, and then their distances can grow. I'm saying that we're providing a lot of commercial areas in the schools nearby as well. So
to add to that, and I've covered it in my evidence, in my reply to the officers, or in my main evidence,
Yes.
and under accessibility and also connectivity. And I think it's really important to understand that they are different things.
Yes.
We tend to sort of throw them together. Connectivity is the ability to connect in several ways. It's not just pedestrian and vehicle, it's also urban form and fabric that connects. And then accessibility is more about the ability to actually use that connection and the distance and where it leads and the destinations and things like that. So they do work together, but they are ultimately slightly nuanced. There are differences in it. And when it comes to accessibility, one thing to consider is that there are destinations that we need to access on a daily basis, and there are destinations that we access for a particular reason, like we go to work and we stay there and we come back. So that it's like a one-way trip and no direct return trip. So we need to look at that really in more detail when we assess this. And we're also changing our work habits. We tend to work more from home, and we tend to also become more suburbanites than urbanites. Since COVID, we tend to sort of hunker down a bit more. So patterns of the way we live have changed quite significantly. Interconnectedness through the internet allows us to do that. So the need to access the town centre, the single town centre that does everything for everyone, it doesn't really exist anymore. And Rolleston is actually moving gradually away from that as well, with the neighbourhood centres and local commercial centres coming through. The need to access the town centre on a daily basis is actually not there. There are other facilities that you can access. And it's not only the town centre, it's also Foster Park, recreational areas. When I look at all this together, I would say that the accessibility and the walkability provided within these ODPs to daily needs and services is really good. Then the travelling to work, or the travelling to school, or the travelling into town for a specific destination, like going to the big library, those are either trips that I do every once a week, or if they're daily trips, they are trips that are commuting type trips. To school is like a commuting trip. I go there, stay, and come back. So your distances you're able to commute are longer than distances that I go to buy something and go back. So I think it's a really nuanced sort of topic that we need to look at from that perspective more. If I look at it like that, I find the accessibility from the plan change areas to those services is good.
Okay, look, there's one final area I just want to talk about. It relates to PC 82 and the odour setback, and there are differences of opinion on what that should be. There is going to be some conferencing that may take that further or may not. Ultimately, I'll be weighing up that evidence. But what you said, Ms. Bernstein, is that, well, that area can be easily adjusted in terms of the ODP, in terms of how it's used, and there are a number of options.
There are.
I'd probably need a bit more from you on that. Should, I think the options of setback are reasonably clear in terms of the positions. It may want to await the outcome of the conferencing. Might be more helpful than you leaping off and doing it now. You signalled there are options, but I think, one option, of course, is not to include it within the zoned land at all. Leave it rural, which is not one of the options you proposed, but that is. I don't think
that's necessarily a good solution, because it's a pocket of rural activity squashed between. It's a wasted.
Yes, because you've got roads where you've got roads at the moment.
Exactly. So I think we can do better than that.
Yes.
But in terms of the odour or wherever that line will settle, if you look back at this particular graphic, which was the black parts here and the
Yes.
state highway, this is ultimately a dead end. No matter where that line falls, it will just extend the black ultimately into, in terms of its impact, the fact that we cannot
Yeah.
build within there.
Yeah.
So the urban form will just retract from
Yes.
that slightly.
Yes.
That means the build form. When I talk about urban form, I don't talk about a line on a piece of paper, but actually where the build form actually finishes. What then remains that maybe sit under a odor line until it hits the actual, the Pines wastewater treatment area, that piece of land can have several functions. It depends on its size, it depends on how it is interconnected with the remaining urban fabric. It also depends on what is needed in Rolleston. For example, there is a district park proposed on the other side. If that does not eventuate, does something like that move? So you can look at it from a bigger picture, but depending on its size, you can also look at it as to low density residential could function within there, obviously with some parameters on where it's located and how to include that. You could have sporting reserves, public reserves. So yes, there are options, but I do agree so that we need to have a look where how big that piece of land ultimately is and how it can then be included.
Okay.
I'm just wondering on that, if it would be helpful for the conferencing if the experts on urban form had what would an ODP look like with a 600 metre buffer and what would an ODP look like with a 1,000 metre buffer? Whether there be any material changes. I'm just trying to be helpful in terms of what we would be asking them to do.
Well, that looks like it's the parameters that are on the
Yes.
table at the moment. isn't it?
Yes, yeah, so they could consider those two options. And likewise, I'm wondering whether, and I'm jumping ahead here, whether they could also look at conferencing around 73 being L3 or 73 being the alternative, and what those two things look like without prejudice, if you like, without predetermining decision, but so you know what the various
And we'll make
answers
that-
are depending on.
And we'll make that conferencing available to the court then.
Well, I think conferencing for the court will be a different process, but I'm just
Well, it would-
wondering in
it would-
terms
It
of,
would be helpful to me, I agree.
yeah, so it's probably helpful if you ask the witnesses for that, because
Yes.
otherwise we get into entrenched positions of, well, because I'm not going to discuss 73 because, so if it was this, what would it look like? If it was that, what would it look like without anybody? And if it was 600 or if it was 1,000, what would that look like? Without any decision being made, but just to give you a range of information.
I should formalise that in a minute once we've concluded today. And while I'm happy for some conferencing to take advantage of people being around, I will still formalise it in a minute, in the next couple of days.
Thank you.
But yes. Okay, thank you very much, both of you. It's very helpful. We will move, what time is it? We're a bit late, 2:16, but I think the next two will be quite quick. And we've already had this in Farmo anyway, so we'll move to Mr. Farrelly, greenhouse gas emissions. 10:16, we were planning on morning tea, we'll try and get through these two. I don't think they'll be too long. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Farrelly. Yes, please.
My full name is Paul Michael Farrelly. I'm the principal consultant at Lumen, dedicated energy and carbon team. I've worked for the past 10 years. When considering the greenhouse gas GHG impacts of a potential land use change, it's important to evaluate both the emissions from the existing land use and the anticipated emissions arising from the new land use. A considerable level of greenhouse gas emissions are already occurring on a portion of land which is subject to the proposed plan changes due to livestock grazing on land. These emissions occur primarily from methane, which is known to have a much greater impact on global warming than carbon dioxide. Whilst new emissions will arise from construction and operation of dwellings and from travel undertaken by residents, these emissions would likely occur elsewhere in New Zealand if this development does not proceed due to the need to build more houses to accommodate the growing population. The location in Rolleston provides some climate resilience as none of the sites are within floodplain areas or near to coastlines. Over a 90-year life cycle, energy usage is currently the most significant source of emissions that occurs in residential developments, followed by the embodied carbon of building materials. Standalone or detached housing emissions are lower on a per metre squared basis than the emissions of apartments. This is because high embodied carbon materials such as concrete and steel are typically used to build apartments, compared to standalone houses that are primarily constructed of timber. Lifetime energy usage emissions from standalone homes can be minimised through the specification of energy efficient homes, the elimination of natural gas or LPG in developments, and encouraging a high uptake of solar panels. The potential for solar photovoltaic uptake is much greater on standalone homes compared to apartments or medium density multi-level homes due to the much greater ratio of usable roof area to floor area. Greenhouse gas emissions arising from increased travel between Rolleston and Christchurch is cited by Christchurch City Council as an issue. I consider that over time, the frequency of travel between Rolleston and Christchurch will reduce due to work from home becoming more prevalent, and Rolleston's growth will result in a greater proportion of trips remaining within the local area. The greenhouse gas impact of commuting trips is also expected to reduce as the uptake of electric vehicles increases and development of public transport infrastructure increases usability. I consider it likely that the uptake of electric vehicles will be much faster in commuter belt areas such as Rolleston, where the daily commute distance is such that there is a strong economic incentive via fuel cost savings to choose an electric vehicle instead of a traditional internal combustion engine, and where the round trip distance is not so long that range anxiety becomes an issue. Furthermore, the uptake of electric vehicles is likely to be much greater in properties with a garage, as opposed to residences located in the denser urban area where vehicles may be parked on the street. Accounting for the points above, I consider that on balance, the proposed green changes likely support a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions relative to other greenfield development which are available in the Greater Canterbury region.
Thank you very much. Now, of course, methane is a greenhouse gas, but one with a shorter life, I understand, in terms of still it's not having an effect on our climate.
Yeah. So it breaks down more quickly in the atmosphere.
Breaks down. And while we are removing some trucks, presumably they'll go somewhere else because we still like chicken. Putting dairy and beef aside for that. So that the removal of the poultry sheds doesn't necessarily, from a big picture, think a reduction, does it?
Probably not, as you say, though, if there's still demand for chickens, they'll get going somewhere.
Solar panels. I'm for one, I have an EV on order at the moment. It's a PHEV because of suits Wellington better. But and of course that starts making me think about solar, which, you know, there's probably a lot of people like me who've been like, yeah, you know, I'll get to it one day. Do you think it's about time we started requiring solar?
No, I don't think we need to require it. The reason I say that is because we've got a largely renewable electricity grid in New Zealand and increasingly renewable. So around about 85% of our electricity is generated from renewable sources currently, and that will increase to 91 or 92% in about two to 3 years' time, because there's a couple of major renewable developments occurring in central North Island that will see some of the thermal plants will shut down. It's likely to continue sort of a backup for the foreseeable future. But we're moving rapidly to almost fully renewable generation system. So I guess from a emissions point of view, the benefit of solar in New Zealand is a lot less than it is in other countries. So I don't think we necessarily need to mandate.
I have to say, I've long had this kind of dream that my car will be a solar panel. It might be that it'll be made out of something that has a solar capacity built into the whole of the body, and it just keeps charging itself.
Maybe one day not.
I've also thought roads could do it as well. Having grown up with scale electric, I mean, it's the same thing. You know, sorry. Was mad, Commissioner. High risk flooding, you mentioned, yeah, Rolleston provides some climate resilience and other sites within the floodplain areas near the coastlines. Now, there's a lot of work going into that area at the moment, but it strikes me that given the urban fabric of New Zealand, Rolleston is a pretty precious place, in that you're either on hills that are going to fall apart like Wellington, or you're at the bottom of the hill that's going to get wet or have something fall on you. And actually, while Canterbury's had some big flood events, of course, in the last 2 years, this area is reasonably safe. So it's an interesting commodity, because we are going to have to adapt and relocate people, and some areas will have to be given up. So it's an increasingly important thing to be thinking about, isn't it? I found your figures on weekend travel more than weekday quite interesting, and relevant to obviously our transport experts. But certainly my personal experience in terms of the Wellington network is it is also much busier at the weekend, because, well, we've had a period where no one's been going to work anyway, and some are still very reluctant. I mean, I've worked from home for the last 25 years, so there's no change for me, but I have public servants, neighbours who now work 5 days from home and do not intend to change. So it is a changing environment. And it's got quite interesting transport implications because having spent all week at home looking at people on a screen, they damn well want to get out on the weekend and do things. So it's interesting dynamic. That's the journey to work thing. I was actually going to ask Mr. Carter a little bit more yesterday about his park and ride, which is mentioned, I think, in this evidence, which is why I've noted it. And I'll just digress because it's all about public transport efficiency. That's as I understand it, a bus-related connection that you're looking to provide from within your development within the I-zone. Is that right?
Yes.
How far advanced is that?
There's been some discussions with council, some discussions with NZTA. It's a concept where we're looking at maybe future-proofing the potential of commuter rail if that is feasible, along with a park and ride that connects into a bus service that can become a regional hub to the rest of Selwyn, and it can also be doing shuttle runs back from Rolleston to Christchurch City.
So it would be intended to integrate with any future rail?
Yes.
So which Ms. Lowenstein hasn't given up on yet. So,
No, I'm not giving up on it.
So just digressing around the room around that a little bit. Ms. Lowenstein made the point that the flyover was, I meant to ask you a question about this, which is why I'm coming back to it. The flyover was a key constraint remover to that rail link. Did I understand that correctly? Or that was your...
The flyover provides an easier access to the entire I-zone as well. So it's connected to the I-zone, and it just happens to be that on that side there's also the railway. So it would also provide an easier access across State Highway 1. Anything that is located on the north of State Highway 1 will be easily accessible through that.
Yes.
Any commuter rail connection will sit on the north of State Highway 1 because that's where the the lines sit.
So at the moment we've basically got a crossing, grade rail crossing.
Yeah, but
And the
everyone,
flyover will go over both. Yes, okay.
With pedestrian, a pedestrian walking bridge is part of the flyover. So that is a way, and cycling, so that is a way to get residents
Yes,
over the state highway and the
the
railway.
railway's on the north side of the highway, so you've got to get everything on that side.
exactly.
I've got it.
Okay, and then our concept with this overbridge is that you can have a pedestrian link under the overbridge to connect the bus station and the passenger rail, so you actually didn't have to walk over a road
Yes,
to get from the park and ride to the rail station,
yes,
to the future rail station.
yes. Good, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Farrelly. Very helpful evidence, thank you. We have got to 10:28, and we were going to take morning tea. I think we could stop now for a break.
Because we don't have Mr. McCarthy, obviously, so
No.
we're.
So I think if we take,
And Jocelyn, where did you get to with, where the city council are gonna be appearing and how long they're gonna need?
City council are able to be here for 10:45. So after morning tea, as we discussed.
okay, they're coming in person, are they, rather than on?
What I was going to suggest then was that, we could have Mr. McLeod, then we could have the city council. Mr. Phillips is gonna be here for the whole time, so he doesn't mind when he goes, I suppose, so. If you want to put submitters on ahead of him, that won't worry us.
Yes. Well,
Perhaps we can discuss with the submitters during morning tea, their availability, so that if the proponent wishes to conclude their evidence, if the submitters don't have constraints on their time.
yes, I'm reasonably flexible about this, Mr. Phillips, unless the submitters consider that they wanted to hear from Mr. Phillips
Yes, well,
before they
the
start.
main party we might want to ask about that is the city council, they may not want to sit here and listen to him, so I'll talk
On
to,
the other hand, they might.
yeah, they might, I'll talk to Mr. Wakefield about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's good
Yeah.
coordination. All right, so we'll adjourn for 15 minutes, restart at 10:45 with Mr. McLeod on infrastructure, and then likely go to the City Council stroke environment committee. Thank you very much, everyone. Wakefield for Christchurch City and Canterbury. And then we will see where we're at in terms of submitter times as to whether we do Mr. Phillips before our submitters, but we won't be inconveniencing the submitters any more than we can. So that's the plan for the rest of the morning. That should take us through to lunch, and then we've got the afternoon with the council witnesses. So kind of on track. So over to, sorry, Mr. McLeod. I've got your summary, Mr. McLeod. Thank you very much. Perhaps you could read that to me. Perhaps para 2 would be fine.
Okay, so accounting for the infrastructure assessments provided for PC 81 and PC 82, and my evidence on PC 73, and the council decisions on PC 73 and 69, insofar as they are concerned infrastructure requirements, I consider that the infrastructure requirements of the proposed plan changes can be accommodated. Such matters should not present a barrier to the rezoning. There are a number of feasible options for collection and conveyance of wastewater from the PC 81-82 sites to the Pines wastewater treatment plant. Capacity modelling has confirmed the existing rising main in Selwyn Road, Edwards Road, to the Pines wastewater treatment plant has capacity to service the plan change sites. In the Section 42A report, Mr. England states that the wastewater treatment plant is currently at or near capacity, with upgrades already underway to increase the treatment plant capacity to approximately 60,000 persons equivalent. The current connected population of about 45,000, plus already approved plan changes of 15,000 in the district, totals approximately 60,000 persons equivalent. Mr. England also stated that extension of the wastewater treatment plant to 120,000 capacity, known as Pines 120K, has been identified and budgeted for in the council's long-term plan. The additional load from the proposed plan changes are within the scope of the projected growth of 120,000 persons for the wastewater treatment plant. The PC 81 and PC 82 areas are able to be supplied with sufficient water to meet the average annual demand volume using our existing water take consent associated with the PC 82 site, meaning that other water take consents associated with the site can be reallocated for neighbouring plan change areas. Higher flow rates to meet the peak demand can be achieved by utilising storage reservoirs or amending the consented flow rate for the new supply bores outlined in Mr. McMahon's evidence. Stormwater from the development will be discharged to ground via slate pits, as is common practice in the Rolleston area. Where required, runoff from roads will be pre-treated before discharging to ground. Flood risk can be mitigated by making use of new roads and streets created within the development to convey overland flow. Preliminary site investigation carried out by Fraser Thomas Limited for the 82 block found evidence of potential hail areas on parts of the site. The sources of contamination are typical of farming and poultry operations. Carrying out detailed investigation and remediation of contamination hotspots is a matter of course for most greenfield developments. I'm satisfied that any matters relating to contaminated land can be addressed at the subdivision consent stage, should the plan changes be approved. In response to the statement of evidence from Mr. Langman, I've read the evidence prepared by Mr. Langman, in particular paragraphs 115 to 121, relating to infrastructure, which is relevant to my evidence. I'll provide some commentary on the statements made by Mr. Langman. In paragraphs 115 to 118, Mr. Langman argues that development should not occur until appropriate infrastructure is in place. He considers it should be identified and budgeted for in a timely manner in an annual plan or long-term plan of the relevant local authority, unless it can be evidenced is being provided through a developer agreement or similar third-party arrangement. The only major infrastructure upgrades required that are external to the proposed plan change areas are upgrades to the Pines wastewater treatment plant and the electricity supply network. Both Selwyn District Council and Orion have confirmed that these infrastructure upgrades have been planned and budgeted for and can be completed with an appropriate timeframe should the plan change be approved. I refer to section 2.6.3 of the Selwyn District Council Engineering Code of Practice, which describes when cost share arrangements may be required between council and the developer for works to be completed which are not required directly to service the proposed development. Developer agreements or other third-party arrangements are typically formalised at the resource consent approval stage, not at the private plan change stage to rezone the land. Further, funding of significant infrastructure beyond the development boundary, such as the Pines 120K upgrades, will be predominantly provided by developer contributions paid by land developers to cover the costs borne by Selwyn District Council in the building, expanding or upgrading the facilities required to meet the associated growth. In paragraph 120, Mr. Langman raised concerns regarding groundwater quality and proximity to the Pines wastewater treatment plant. Bores used for public water supply are sourced from deep, secure groundwater, which are protected from the influence of near-surface water contamination and therefore deemed a better source for water supply. Bores used for potable water supply in Rolleston are typically deeper than 150 metres. Overall, I do not agree with Mr. Langman's view that approval of plan changes 81 and 82 could undermine the timely delivery of other land already identified for urban development in the Selwyn district. Plans to progressively upgrade the Pines wastewater treatment plant to meet the projected growth in the district are already planned for and being implemented. In my view, can be completed in time to meet the development program for the proposed plan changes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cloud. There's so many plan change numbers. Just remind me, which one's 69?
69 is Lincoln.
Oh, it's Lincoln, that's right. Yes, okay. And
Granted appeal, approved in appeal.
And Lincoln wastewater comes to Rolleston,
Yes,
doesn't it? Yes.
Yep.
Which is why the links from an infrastructure point of view is material. Thank you. With Pines upgrade state clearly that existing growth proposals take its capacity to match the 60,000, which is what it's currently being upgraded for. Then we go to 120 and funded, etc. But you say can be completed within an appropriate time frame. What's an appropriate time frame?
I would expect, so the development, for example, of the plan change area, by the time we complete detailed design, construction and procurement, that's a 2 to 3 year time frame. And then by the time you actually build the houses, which creates the demand for the wastewater treatment plant, then you're talking 3 to 4 years, and I would expect the upgrades to be completed by then. Mr. England can give you some more details on the upgrades that are happening, but it's a progressive upgrades that are happening, so different components are required to reach that capacity, and some of those parts are more advanced than others.
So the 120K won't be a one big stage leap, it'll be a progressive step by step.
That's my understanding.
Which is more efficient use of dollars. Yep.
Mr. England's nodding if you want.
I'm nodding. You're nodding. Falling asleep. Sorry. Yeah, well, I will talk obviously to Mr. England about that in a bit more detail, and that's probably more appropriate to do so in terms of the sort of consenting challenges. Stormwater, gosh, you guys are lucky for stormwater down here, aren't you? On the other hand, from a climate change point of view, we have to be planning for more intense events, as we have seen in recent years, various parts of the country, including Nelson. Secondary flow paths to roads. Obviously, we're on the Canterbury Plains that leans to the east and drains to the east. But are there any like downstream implications? In other words, so it goes to Duns Road Crossing as a main arterial, it flows down Duns Road Crossing, in a really big event I'm thinking of. And I know we're not known as a flood risk area, I take that, but I'm just looking at, well, we are urbanising, we are creating stormwater, we are faced with a big event.
Yeah.
Where does it end up going once it drains sort of to road, post road?
So it's generally heading southwards towards Selwyn Road, and so any flood waters will be directed via internal roads, and I would expect them to come out either Duns Crossing Road intersection or a new road intersection with Selwyn Road, and then cross into the rural land to the south.
So we've been talking about the Gamack estate, so they're going to be the proud recipient of a little bit more moisture.
Yep, but that would happen regardless whether it's farmland or urban.
Yes.
And I take the view that if you are developing as an urban environment, you actually provide more opportunity to get water into the ground, so roofs into staging directly in the soak pit.
Yes.
If it's just farmland, there are no soak pits. So once the soil gets saturated, giving all the rain that falls on it is running off the site.
Fair point. And Mr. Nthama has told us about the fact we will be putting new bores down. The developer will be putting new bores down for potable water much deeper than the existing irrigation bores and not necessarily in the same location.
Correct. Yeah.
And
Or one of the other options is there's an existing bore which council installed about 500 metres to the east of Duns Crossing Road. So it's all being developed as a potable community supply, but it's not being used. So the options are either install a new bore or connect pipework to that existing bore.
So that's a council.
Correct. Yes. Yes. On McLennan's Road. Yeah.
And Mr. Nthamo raised the prospect of in the interim using what he saw as a big buffer of capacity within the urban system at the moment, but not relying on it necessarily. So you're familiar with that. That's
right,
part of what you're talking about with McLennan's, is it?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's where, the details of that. So there's different ways we can do it, and that'd be something we'd be sorting out at the detailed design stage with the council. Do we make use of the existing?
Yes.
Or do we put in a new bore? There are pros and cons. I think having a diversified supply makes sense, but then that's more sites, it's more infrastructure to maintain. So there's an argument to use existing infrastructure or existing bore in preference to establishing new infrastructure.
Yes. Okay. Get all of that. Let's just see if I've got anything else. But I think that's all very good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. McLeod. Thank you. I had a primary school teacher called Mr. McLeod. He was very good.
What subject was it?
Well, it was primary, so it was pretty much everything. His favourite saying was, "Time, tide, and Mr. McLeod wait for no one. No man, no man." God, it's funny what you remember, isn't it? Okay. If you could vacate that seat, Mr. McLeod, we will put Mr. Wakefield and Mr. Langland over there. Oh yeah, they're on the back. Just hiding over here. Hiding here somewhere in the dark, in the corners.
So Mr. Langman prepared an early summary which is attached at the outset of his written evidence. So I've got some copies of that to hand around. That's most convenient. Would you like?
I was in front of the Zoom.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Yeah,
That's
see
fine.
that's where we
Yeah, that's fine.
So let's just be clear, evidence of the 5th of September, and it was yes,
First 4 pages,
Yes.
start the summary.
yes,
Separate copy of the-
Oh,
Yeah.
Michael, scribble on it.
yes, that is quite right. A summary at the beginning. Thank you. So I have read that. So when we get to you, you can kind of pick and choose rather than necessarily read it in full. And so over to Mr. Langman when we get to that.
And likewise, the legal submissions, which are
They were updated on Friday afternoon.
uploaded on.
Uploaded, oh, yes, no, I spent some time reading them.
I'm not anticipating that. It's a long weekend to fill up, of course.
Yeah. Right, now I'm just going to slurp my coffee. I can recommend the coffee outside, by the way, if anyone's not enjoyed it yet. Very good. Right, over to you, Mr. Winfield.
Yes, sir. So we're familiar, of course, with your tendency to pre-read. So you would like me to take you through these submissions rather than read them per se.
I'd like you to take me through them rather than read them.
So we have filed submissions which address a number of key issues. Now I'm aware, of course, as well that there have been some extra questions asked of my friend yesterday to do with clause 26 and clause 25 of Schedule 1. To the extent that you feel you would like to ask me similar questions, I'm here and happy to assist. But before that, we might just work through the legal submissions first. I'm not going to take you through section 1 because that just really introduces the councils and the fact that they were also in opposition to Plan Change 73, which you now know quite a lot about. The summary of position. So 2.1, councils made submissions in opposition to these proposals. A number of common issues raised. It's for that reason that the joint case has been presented with Mr. Langman as the planning witness engaged by both councils. 2.2, the central question here is whether the relief sought is the most appropriate zoning outcome for the sites. As a rezoning request, the proposals need to be evaluated against all relevant policy directives, including those in relation to urban growth. And we've said there in our submission, it's not a case where any one aspect will determine the outcome. It requires all relevant policies to be synthesised before the most appropriate zoning outcome will reveal itself. And in summary, the council's position is when that exercise is completed and the proposals are evaluated against the relevant planning framework, they ought to be refused and the current zoning confirmed. The councils have relied on the evidence of Mr. Langman, as well as evidence that's been provided by Sale District Council as well, which Mr. Langman refers to through his statement. 2.5, two central concerns are that the proposal does not meet the criteria set out in the plot and plan framework provisions of the NPTD, and that the proposals are either inconsistent with or contrary to a number of key policy directions in the CRPS in particular. And that's not to say that Sale District land provisions are also not relevant. Mr. Langman's evidence does address those as well. Yes. Section 3, we've set out here why CCC and the Regional Council are in opposition. I'm not going to take you through 3.1 and 3.2. They merely describe where these sites are. 3.3, the rezoning relief here is sought directly engaged with the urban growth provisions in Chapter 6 of the RPS, which established the framework for how urban growth should be provided. Mr. Langman's evidence outlines those Chapter 6 provisions and also discusses the now operating Change 1 amendments as well, which you'll be familiar with through other requests.
Yes.
In short, these points that we can list in Mr. Langman's evidence are that change one built on existing strategic growth planning by the GCP, and it amended Chapter 6 in Map A relative to certain areas within the Greater Christchurch area, one of those being Rolleston, of course. Change one inserted policy provisions which enabled additional growth within certain areas around those locations through the use of what's called a future development area. And the FDAs were identified through change one on the basis they were the most suitable areas for future urban development from a strategic standpoint. 3.3c, the Chapter 6 framework provides for the development of land within existing urban areas, GPAs and the FDAs, that are rated in locations that are proposed to meet anticipated demand and where efficient provision and the use of the network infrastructure will arise. As you'll be familiar, Chapter 6 directs that urban development outside of those areas is avoided unless expressly provided for. And the Commissioner will be aware these sites are not identified as being within a GPA or an FTA, nor is the development of the land expressly provided for in the RPS. So because of that, we do have tension. At 3.5, I've simply described here the western edge of Rolleston and the location of urban development relative to non-urban. I'm not proposing to read that paragraph. 3.6, consistent with their position on PC 73, the core concern for the council is that allowing these proposals will undermine the Chapter 6 framework, contrary to Objective 6.2.1, and potentially generate increased pressure for growth in this location. Strategic planning and infrastructure impacts can inevitably spiral with each other risk, with an increasing risk of a loss of integration with GCP and other key stakeholders' strategic planning. Submitted that urban growth delivery should be strategic and involve key stakeholders so that there is an integrated approach to the planning and delivery of necessary services, roading and public transport, education, employment opportunities, and alignment with funding to achieve that end. This is what the NPSUD expressly contemplates through Objective 6, and also the requirement to develop at regular cycles future development strategies, which will then inform long-term plans, infrastructure strategies, regional land transport plans, and other relevant strategies and plans developed and maintained by local authorities in particular. 3.8, in reality, allowing requests like this will affect not only Selwyn District Council, but the other GCP member councils and partners who will need to respond to this out-of-sequence growth in some way. The wider implications of future proposed development is submitted to be a relevant consideration here. So in Section 4, we've addressed the statutory framework. You have, of course, already issued a recommendation on PC72, which touches on exactly the same statutory framework. So I don't think I need to take you through that section of the submissions. So Section 5, shape of urban growth for Rolleston. The concern for the councils here is that if further requests to rezone land outside of GPA and FDAs are approved, the consequence is that the recent change one to the CRPS and the urban growth strategy established by that document will be undermined. And it's submitted that this outcome would be at odds with the decade or so of integrated planning undertaken by the GCP, which includes Selwyn, and the recently completed assessments which were endorsed by the GCP that supported and informed change one. And I've mentioned already, so that change one did propose and included new FDAs relative to Rolleston. While the councils accept these housing capacity assessments must be frequently reviewed, and the NPS does require that, and that they cannot be relied on in perpetuity, they were not challenged at that time and have been supported up until recently, have supported a form of urban growth that's been certain for Greater Christchurch. In addition, we know that the Rolleston Structure Plan and the SDC PDP are consistent with MAPA of the RPS by not anticipating additional urban growth to the west of Rolleston. While the applicants have filed evidence, in this case from urban designers, which contend that the only way is west. It's not clear that this evidence has fully considered the potential for intensification within Rolleston, or whether any of the identified constraints that they rely on can or should be overcome in some way to deliver better urban design outcomes in other locations for Rolleston. Submitted that this evidence is therefore limited in scope and does not amount to a fully fledged assessment of potential alternative locations for urban growth. And I note, sir, that these sites are all the subject of submissions as well on the proposed district plan for Selwyn, where it's expected that those sites will all be looked at through the lens of how urban growth would be developed through the life of the PDP for Selwyn. So that presents an opportunity to consider comprehensively where growth should take place within and outside of Rolleston. And here we're looking at it on a site-specific basis, which is a naturally more flawed approach in my submission to strategic planning.
Do you have any comment on the sort of section 32 framework in relation to that?
Well, the section 32 framework applies in this case. It's what you need to turn your attention to that. Here you're tasked with looking at a plan change request to sell an operative plan. You don't have the PDP before you other than a notified sense. So we're talking about two different processes. Section 32 is applying in both cases, but against different policy frameworks. The only other point there to note is that it can be reasonably expected that the PDP policy framework responds to the more recent change one to the CRPS, whereas the operative Selwyn district plan is an older set of policies that doesn't necessarily capture the current demand framework that we're dealing with for housing and Greater Christchurch. Paragraph 5.4 just simply outlined here some of the key concerns from Mr. Langham's evidence, which I will take as read. Yes. The collective point being that these observations that he's made and put in his evidence work against the appropriateness of the rezoning relief sought in this case, on both planning policy and strategic planning terms. 5.6, the applicant's case is that these proposals can be considered together or separately, and that's 81 and 82. And they contend that consideration should also be given to PC 73. You'll be aware, sir, that Selwyn has refused PC 73 and it's on appeal at present. But my submission to consider that request favourably or otherwise as part of this hearing would be to anticipate the outcome of the next appeal before the court. Submitted for the statutory framework is what guides the Commission's decision making here, rather than being concerned with other refused rezoning requests that sit outside that framework at present. Section 6 touched on the NPSUD. If I'm correct, you've read this section of the submissions. It's going to be largely consistent with our submissions we made in PC 72. So I suspect you'll be familiar with that to some degree.
I haven't dug them out and reread them, but I think you've summarised the points.
Yeah, this is a summary, and so I can take you through that if you've got the inclination. We're not seeking to repeat submissions, but we do note that in terms of the NPSUD, significant development capacity criterion is unique to the responsive planning framework provisions in that document. But the criteria set out in Clause 3.8 engage with other important requirements, including the well-functioning urban environment objective. Now, these criteria in 3.8 overlap with other NPS objectives and policies. There's nothing expressly stated in the NPS that gives policy any elevated significance over others. Objective 6, importantly, puts 3 different matters on an equal footing, all of which have to be satisfied. And the implication of this in our submission is that while the responsive planning framework provides an administrative pathway, local authority decisions affecting urban growth, which seek to rely on this responsive set of provisions, are required in all cases to remain integrated with longer-term infrastructure decisions and to be strategic across the medium and long term, even when they're out of sequence. D, the NPS cannot and should not be interpreted in a manner which suggests that the responsive planning framework provides innate flexibility for urban development. And in E, if some priority were to be given to being responsive on development capacity grounds alone, without engaging in the other criteria, the end result would be a proliferation of ad hoc and potentially insignificant and speculative developments being approved. And I've not included the same footnote, but the Ministry for the Environment Guidance does refer to these provisions not being designed to achieve that speculative or insignificant type development. The guidance refers to the fact that the criteria were developed to try and weed out or filter out those speculative proposals, and instead only allow those that are truly significant to pass through the gateway.
It does focus the debate on development capacity, detailed analysis very much, doesn't it? What you're saying there is, well, no, development capacity grounds isn't enough.
Well, no, the term uses significant additional development capacity. But what I'm saying to you is that doesn't mean numbers of dwellings or numbers of lots delivered. That's going to be one part of the equation, yes, but it's not the sole determinant factor.
Yes, but I've read that in the evidence. Yes, right.
Now, 6.2, when viewed against the recent change in context, which occurred post the NPSUD, submitted that the CRPS framework should not be overlooked in favour of the higher level policy direction. Further, the NPSUD cannot be interpreted in a way that directs the enabling or facilitating of urban growth over and above existing and integrated strategic planning. Look, we've noted there that in PC 72, or what I note or observe there is that in PC 72 you were faced with a situation where Prebbleton wasn't the subject of review through change 1, Rolleston was. I just want to make that observation to you.
Yes, context is everything. That's right.
Now, section 7 looked at here evaluating the proposals against the NPSUD. This comes back to that. One of the core concerns from council was that this proposal doesn't get through those two key components of the responsive planning framework. So what is at issue is whether these proposals can satisfy the Policy Act criteria and whether they have a pathway in the face of Chapter 6. Given the Selwyn District Council position today on the NPSUD versus regional policy statement interplay, we've not laboured this point in these submissions. That should not, however, be taken as acceptance that the Selwyn District Council decisions today or its interpretation of how those two documents operate in tandem is agreed. On the responsive planning front, and in terms of the quantum aspect, Mr. Langman's evidence outlines how he does not consider PC 81 to provide significant development capacity, whereas Ms. White and Mr. Phillips do, and considers that PC 82 could potentially provide significant development capacity in terms of quantum. Where there is an apparent difference in opinion between Ms. White and the applicant's experts and Mr. Langman is with the weighting of matters that the significance component should consider. Ms. White appears to have focused on the economic justification for the proposals, whereas Mr. Langman's evidence considers that the economic assessment narrowly focuses on supply and demand in the Selwyn District and does not address what is significant in the wider context of housing supply. Mr. Langman also considers the other matters identified in the NFE guidelines, including the pace at which housing development could occur. So we've not referenced it in these submissions, but we do obviously observe and acknowledge that the RPS does not have any criteria at the moment that responds to what's required by clause 3.8. And I think we've had this discussion previously, but I'm going to make the observation as well that the NPSUD requires that those criteria are developed and included in regional policy statements, which gives them that regional oversight versus a district or township specific focus. Now, in my submission, it's reasonable to assume that the criteria would approach what is significant development capacity through that lens, because otherwise you do end up with a framing of significance against each and every specific township in the district, which loses sight of what urban growth strategy or strategic planning is all about. Not reference that in the submissions. I think it was in our PC 72 submissions that were made for you. It's the same legal point here. But applying it to this context, we're saying that looking at Rolleston is only one part of the equation that the regional policy statement will end up doing. It will be developing criteria to guide how plan changes that are out of sequence are approached moving forward on a regional basis. And what we are talking about here in this context is out of sequence or unplanned development, which has to be meaningful, because if you were to allow these smaller subdivisions or smaller plan changes to proceed, then you are enabling ad hoc type developments to go through that gateway. When something more than ad hoc has to be contemplated. Now we've got to 7.4. At 7.5, particular concern to Mr. Langman is that Ms. White and Mr. Phillips do not appear to have taken into account planned growth within the existing GPAs and FDAs, nor unplanned growth which is subject to numerous private plan changes currently before Southern District Council. These factors may have a bearing on the significance if it were to be determined based on quantum alone. As we've just discussed, submitted that Policy 8 does not set up a numbers game line. If it were the case that an unplanned or unanticipated plan change request were able to rely on the responsive planning provisions based on quantum only, then conceivably any proposal of a sufficient scale could make that case and take advantage of the administrative pathway. This is not what the UPSUD was conceived to facilitate. It's submitted that a wider set of criteria are involved. Timeliness and pace of delivery must be relevant, as without an ability to deliver at pace, why would the council feel obliged to act responsibly in relation to any plan change request? By way of further explanation, it would be of no use to satisfying any unmet housing demands if proposed new sites or dwellings could not be delivered for an indeterminate or uncertain period, or until other complex processes or developments have been concluded. If rezoning was allowed on that basis, the effect would be to achieve rezoning only, but paper rezoning, no actual housing capacity. This would have the counter effect to that described by the applicant's experts by increasing the value of the subject land and increasing market competition in the meantime. Submitted for the councils that the term significant has to be more than just quantum, or whether there is any potential shortfall, and that pace of delivery must form part of the Commissioner's consideration against the UPSUD. We've noted here Mr. Langman's evidence touches on these points. Now, under the next subheading, we talk about the well-functioning urban environment aspect. Mr. Langman's evidence is that neither of these proposals satisfy this requirement. Submitted that Ms. White's Section 42A report, STC's urban design evidence, and Mr. Langman's evidence should be preferred on this matter. While the urban design evidence for the applicants is that this area is the logical location for growth, that evidence relies on specific constraints only and does not fully evaluate all the matters that will assist to determine the appropriate shape of future growth in and around Wollaston. Competing evidence is that the proposals are not well connected with urban Wollaston, will not contribute to a compact urban form, and that they have poor accessibility. As outlined in this White's Section 42A report, other locations are anticipated within the proposed Southern District Plan for future growth, which do align with existing strategic growth planning. Submitted them in reliance on this evidence that the quantum proposed is not enough to overcome these hurdles. And 7.13, finally, we note the Commission does not have a single plan change concerning all of the land to the west of Rolleston on the table. Ms. White has recognised this, and in our submission correctly means that the appropriateness of rezoning a wider area of land cannot be addressed through this process. But through the PDP, of course, it can be. So the next section addresses the proposals of the evaluation of them against the RPS and the Southern District Plan and PDP. To start off, the councils do accept that a degree of inconsistency may be acceptable, but in this case, as you know, the proposals directly contradict a highly directed and void direction. Mr. Langman's evidence talks about that issue. And we go on, Mr. Langman has considered the zoning proposals relative to the proposals as against the relevant statutory framework. In terms of whether they'll be effective in assisting council to carry out its functions. Overall, Mr. Langman's evidence is that the proposals do not sufficiently achieve the relevant RPS objectives and policies, nor those in the Selwyn District Plan, proposed Selwyn District Plan, or the MPSUD, which is what we just talked about. Follows that, in his view, the release law is not the most appropriate zoning for these sites. The existence of constraints. At 8.3, Sir, councils are particularly concerned about the multiple constraints affecting the sites, which require management through bespoke plan provisions. These constraints have clearly influenced Ms. White's recommendations to refuse and run counter to the applicant's suggestion that this is the only appropriate location for growth in and around Rolleston. More specifically, the evidence of Wakakotahi is that the development should be delayed and or restricted until after necessary upgrades are made to specific intersections, including a State Highway 1. These constraints will impact on the timeliness of any delivery of residential dwellings to serve the demand, and as a result, the significance of these sites for out-of-sequence release. Mr. England for SDC addresses the capacity of the wastewater network, which you'll be familiar with already. He considers that it is critical that this plan change, specifically PC 82, does not cause any reverse sensitivity issues which would obstruct the future client's consenting and upgrade program. The applicants have responded to these issues by proposing a rule that precludes development until either Selwyn District Council obtains the relevant approvals to upgrade the plant, or by 31 December, whichever is the sooner. This again demonstrates that the lack of pace is uncertain, entirely reliant on other infrastructure programs, and that there is a chance of encouraging growth in an area that is simply not sufficiently serviced at present. And as noted by Mr. Langman in this evidence, there is a need for a deferral rule until consented potable water can be made available. While the applicant's experts disagree, this is a matter of concern to SDC and should be closely scrutinised by the Commission here. If a deferral rule is in fact required, then of course this will further undermine the suggestion that it can be delivered at pace. We noted there in subclause D that the Health Act of course requires all dwellings to have an adequate supply of potable water. In this case, the councils are concerned that Mr. Tharmo's proposal to provide a surplus supply, which may not be available now, as an interim step will not satisfy this enduring requirement. In addition, there's no evidence that Mr. Tharmo has considered the impact of the intensification enabled by the variations proceeding through the IPI and the effect that they may have on potable water supply capacity within the Rolleston Structure Plan area. Collective effect of the restrictions either proposed by the applicants or recommended by Ms. White's Section 42A report, albeit on an interim or observation basis, make these proposals deferred zonings. This is not a case where the living MD zone can be accepted as the most appropriate at present, as important bespoke amendments will be needed on the evidence to defer and delay development until it can be appropriately initiated. This level of certainty is suboptimal in the Council's submission, particularly where there may be other better locations that will reveal themselves through the upcoming wider strategic exercise involving the GCP, or even, I should note, through the proposed district plan rezoning process. Submitted that these constraints and the other concerns raised in the evidence of Mr. Langman and by the Council's witnesses should lead to a conclusion that these proposals will not sufficiently achieve the fundamental policy objectives of the relevant planning framework. Relevance of economics. So we're at the top of page 15 now. Councillors, you've not filed expert economics, all right? Good. We're doing right? Yeah. Great. The councils have not filed economic evidence that directly contests the applicant's own comments. It should not be inferred that this evidence is accepted as to its accuracy or robustness. In terms of the cost-benefit analysis in particular, councils consider that this economic evidence has limited relevance. There is no dispute that housing is an issue across New Zealand. This is what drove the development of the first NPS TDC and now the updated EPSUD. The government, of course, has realised this through its urban growth agenda. Current EPS places various requirements on councils, including the preparation of HDCAs at regular occurrences and the development of future development strategies which respond to those capacity assessments. These requirements are an important part of the strategic and integrated approach to achieving urban growth that NPSUD anticipates. The economic evidence before the Commission here is that there is demand for housing in Rolleston, but that does not answer the site-specific question as to whether the PC 81 and 82 sites are appropriate locations for such activities. Economics cannot answer that question on its own, as the statutory framework requires that broader assessment. The applicable test is what zoning is the best fit in terms of the relevant policies. And in this case, the objectives of policy, none of the objectives and policies of the RPS or PDP require an economic comparison between providing for residential development or allowing the status quo rural zone to continue, and the activities that are both enabled and restricted by that zone. Neither does the NPSUD prioritise the release of land for residential development based on pure cost-benefit analysis. Mr. Colgrave's approach in paragraph 11.4 of his evidence represents the correct test, then that economic evaluation could be repeated for virtually any rural land in the Southern District. For as long as there is potential unmet housing demand, this could be used to argue for the displacement of rural zoning activity. Put another way, retaining land as rural will always lose on a cost-benefit analysis, but that is not the silver bullet. Focusing on whether there is an economic benefit is a convenient argument here that should not be given any significant weight from our submission. 8 and 12, Mr. Colgrave's evidence addresses short-term numbers. In paragraph 56, he notes that table 4 shows that these private plan changes can add more than 8,850 dwellings before they're accepted. And he goes on to say this is significantly less than the long-term supply shortfall of approximately 19 to 20,000. What he has failed to do is add to his table 1 the potential feasible capacity provided by the mandatory inclusion of the MDRS in all of the relevant residential zones within Rolleston. Or note that for the long term, the long-term temporary period, plan enabled in the NPSUD means it is on land identified by the local authority for future urban use or urban intensification. But it doesn't mean that it's licensed. The FDS in this case is our space, and the FDAs have been excluded from this assessment because they are not yet live zoned in their entirety. Now, we get to the conclusion. So the Commission is obliged to apply the relevant statutory tests. Directly applied in our submission, this should result in a refusal of these proposals. Contingent or interim approval pending resolution of other applications or requests, for example, PC 73, is not available, nor would it be an appropriate option. Adopting that approach would require a decision that is meaningless until another decision is made by either Selwyn District Council or the Environment Court, with no certainty that these proposals could be implemented. Although Ms. White suggests that the door is open to modify the proposals, by noting that her position is in relation to the proposals in their current form, the Commission is here to determine what is the most appropriate zoning for the sites when considered against the relevant statutory framework. While the applicants may continue to argue for policies and rules that can address various constraints and issues, the more that occurs, the more it is inevitable in my submission to draw the conclusion that the sites are not suitable for residential zoning and that they will not be capable of delivering dwellings at a pace in a significant way. So that was slightly longer than I anticipated. I apologise. We'll take you through the salient points of the Council's concerns with these proposals. Mr. Langman is here, of course, with his summary and was able to answer any questions. But before moving on to him, do you have any questions that you would like to raise with the Council's on the legal level?
Yes, I need to restrain myself in terms of what's better to ask you from your submissions than Mr. Langman. But there are some matters that I would like to just touch on. On page 3.3.3b, you say that the FDAs were identified on the basis they were the most suitable areas for future urban development from a strategic standpoint if additional land is required to meet medium-term needs. So they were considered medium-term prospects, not immediate prospects. Is that my understanding?
That's right, and Mr. Lemon's evidence addresses this point. So if you have that particular question or need that clarification, he might well be able to assist. So he's here next to me. If that would help.
Yes, yeah. So the FTAs were identified as part of the process in response to the housing capacity assessment, and they responded to that medium-term growth projection in terms of the identification of those areas.
And my understanding from all the other evidence and the lots of different bits of moving wheels of bits of the jigsaw that are various forms of advancing those proposals, that apart from some small areas of rural residential, not only the FUDs, but everything in the structure plan area is got wheels moving. Is that your understanding?
That is correct.
Yeah, that's
So
what
Rollison.
Yeah.
The other point to note is that those FTAs were developed through Change 1.
Yes.
But we've got a different context now with the medium density residential standards, of course, being varied and included through the Southern District Plan process, which has the resulting effect of changing capacity numbers again from what Change 1 was responding to.
Yes, and I've had quite a lot of evidence on expert evidence on what experts think the effect of that might be in a Rolleston as opposed to Christchurch context, which indicates they don't see an awful lot of viable intensification within existing developed areas in Rolleston, but of course they do in Christchurch partly because of the age of the housing stock.
Yes.
So that's the evidence. Not that there won't be any, but obviously it'll be a sort of lower end of the range rather than the higher end of the range in terms of response.
That's right. And I'd anticipate that would be the case for much of the development of existing urban Rolleston. A lot of the sites will be constrained by location of buildings on the sites. Generally, that even from driving around and observing, you'll be able to see that generally the houses have been designed with short side yards, haven't been cleaned for backyard infill, that type of thing. So, in the age of the housing stock will present a barrier to intensification of those areas. I think one of the key things in terms of the living medium density zone, the impact will be felt most within those future development areas which are yet to be developed. So there's the potential for greater degrees of infill within the existing bank greenfield areas than what has probably been anticipated through the plan change process to date. So that's the so.
Drawing the distinction between the developed land and the undeveloped land, which is the subject of these recent private land change requests. So we're not there dealing with a largely developed situation where infill might be difficult, dealing with a situation where the NDREs can potentially be applied to their full extent. And that's while you've got evidence to the contrary saying that the market's not calling for that in Rolleston. Council's position is that you can't ignore the fact that capacity is enabled by these provisions.
Yes, I do accept you've got a wholly different ballgame where you're starting with a clean sheet.
Yes.
And you can look to facilitate that in various ways or not, as the case may be. And we talk rather bluntly about densities of 12 to 15 per hectare, but the MDRS makes a bit of a mess of all of that, really.
It does.
To be honest. Okay, 3.8 on page 4 is a point I want to understand. The other GCP member councils and partners, so in allowing requests like this will affect not only SDC by placing new demands on infrastructure, but other GCP members who will need to respond to this house seekers growth in some way. Is this, the first point was about infrastructure. And then the next point is really about other GCP members who probably, the city council's main interest from reading their submission as opposed to ECAN, is largely in the transport interrelationship. So I was kind of trying to read into that, perhaps that it was the transport, traffic generation, transport infrastructure that you were pointing to here. Is that the case, or am I putting words in your mouth?
Well, that's correct. The City Council's concerned with these developments and the progressive requests outside of the Christchurch boundaries, and that it's increasing the commuter flow into the cities where these people are working. And Mr. Langman's evidence talks about this point as well, where there isn't the same level of employment opportunities being provided in Rolleston or Lincoln or elsewhere. You do get that transfer of people into the city for work, which places increasing demands on the City Council's infrastructure that it's responsible for managing as a road controlling authority. So that's why we mentioned there that the impact of these rezonings does have some impact on the City Council's own funding and strategic delivery priorities.
Okay. Future development strategy is quite important to your case. A key plank is that you have kind of got a strategic work underway. You have a legal obligation to fund that up to the 2024 to both you and Selwyn District have a legal obligation to fund it up to a LTP process for 2024.
That's right.
Tell us about that process, opportunities for engagement, where it's at.
I can't tell you detailed information about that, but the regional council is expecting to complete the spatial planning exercise by mid-2023. So that's the plan in terms of that. And again, that's to inform the as you said, 2024 long-term plan process. And both sets of work will inform the forward with the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, which is expected to be notified in 2024. So in terms of the timeframes, I guess in terms of delivery of some of the aspects of this particular plan change, there's some limitation on those areas within the 1,500 metre buffer of the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant. Looks to be 2026 the deferral date for those, and so that development within that area, or I think it was either 2026 or at the time at which the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant was consented to the 120,000 capacity. Yeah. So in terms of being able to deliver that development, that's looking unlikely to, I guess, be the spatial planning exercise that Greater Christchurch is looking to go through, where they're looking to basically include and take into account those methods and release them as part of the RPS in 2024.
Okay, this whole kind of concept of what I think we're going to do here is, having read your summary, I think we're going to rather have you read, because this is tabled and I've read it, rather than use time in reading that, I think we'll focus on the kind of exchange with both of you as to who's most appropriate and carry on in that mode, if that's okay from your point of view. Absolutely. Okay, good. So I'm going to stay with kind of the legal submissions, which of course interplay with your evidence. We can answer as appropriate. 5.1 on the legal submissions is and it's a term that's often used, or used a few times in the evidence, about kind of undermining strategies. And I kind of want to understand almost a justification for that statement in terms of what are the adverse effects that, I mean, if you're undermining it, you're creating intentional difficulties within the urban system that were not strategically planned, that have either inefficiencies or adverse effects on the environment or whatever. Because the fact that it's got to be in that sort of realm rather than just, well, you didn't do what we said, therefore you're undermining us type of approach. In other words, what they're saying actually might be better than what you did. It's not that planners are God and necessarily get it right all the time.
No, and I think probably, I mean, largely it's, you know, when you look at things like the development of the Wollaston Structure Plan, it takes a strategic approach to identify the constraints that are placed on potential for development in the area within, you know, surrounding rural areas. So there's various aspects like infrastructure which might have constraints on where land can develop. You might have issues such as soils, not the case in this particular plan change, but you might have important soils which are highly productive. And a range of other factors that inform where the best locations for development are likely to take place. And I think the difference between a single plan change approach, it looks at a particularly isolated piece of land, but it doesn't evaluate between different pieces of land where is the most appropriate to develop. Thinking of some other aspects, there's that point of connectivity and accessibility to existing urban areas. There's also balancing where business development can take place or should take place. And when you look at the location of this development, which is simply providing for a very small amount of business land and a significant amount of, combined together, a relatively significant amount of residential land, there's no location for those people that are, potentially going to move into that area to work in close proximity to where they are located. So that strategic planning exercise weighs the appropriateness of the zoning of the land. And it might say, well, look, in terms of the size of the land or the amount of residents that we're getting here, perhaps we should be zoning a good portion of this business land to actually provide the ability for people to work in close proximity to employment centres. And that's not the case.
So what I get from that is it's not so much undermining existing strategies as potentially foreclosing options for future strategies.
That's correct.
Is that a good way to put it? Because, I mean, there's the undermining of saying, hang on a minute, we've got these FDAs, that's our priority, which I do read in your evidence. It's like, if you develop a pace here, well, then that's more important from a sort of sequencing point of view to sort of not constrain the market, what's happening over there.
Yes. Yeah.
But that's all moving. That's all moving in one form or another. And there are some timing issues with what's over here, using my left and right hand. But I think what you're saying is more from the strategic planning point of view. It's like, well, it's partial, it's piecemeal, it's not got the full analysis of all the options. And from that point of view is the undermining point you're making. Am I right?
That's correct. I think as I addressed in my evidence, it does potentially, if you're looking at a significant supply of residential land, it does potentially reduce the uptake of other land that's already earmarked for development as well. So in that sense, it does do that. It's going to depend largely, I guess, on this amount of demand that's there in terms of overall for Wollaston. If that's fixed, it may provide more opportunities with, I guess, reduced house prices if there's competition between land markets. So
I think just adding to what Marcus says here, of course, the term undermined, if you're looking at it from a pure legal perspective, you've got an avoid framework which is being undermined. But with reference to the urban growth strategy, I think it's important to make the point that the GPAs and the FDAs work in tandem with all of the other policies and objectives in the regional policy statement. And they all direct a specific form of urban growth, which is the wider strategy within that regional policy statement document. It's not just the case that we're talking about what the effects of development on this land will be. It's about pulling out all of the policy direction and understanding what that means for the zone that is applied to the sites. The effects argument is better addressed at the consenting stage if we get to that. This here is about figuring out what activities are best enabled or restricted on this land, which respond to the policy directions, but also the constraints that exist that apply to this particular site.
Which is all underpinned by the issue of, are you delivering on capacity through what you've been doing? The whole foundation of all of this is these unfortunate complexities of housing capacity assessments and then what's actually really happening in real life. And even though your housing capacity assessment is only 12, 18 months old or something, 21.
Yes.
You know, you've had evidence presented now at 15 odd hearings saying it's it's not quite accurate. And I'm not sure whether you've really said, well, look at that next time round, rather than assist the process and saying, no, that's not right. I'm not sure whether, in other words, has the raft of evidence in that area been expert rebutted in any forum? Or that you can put in front of me to assist me with that whole area of capacity and demand?
Not at this stage, but the position keeps evolving now as well when further of these land change requests are approved.
Yes.
And so that's something that's relevant. But there's no expert economic rebuttal that supports the HDCA and its numbers, which were developed in 2019. I mean, the councils have to square up and accept that fact.
Yes, I know it's not exclusive to you. The council has a role to play in this as well.
Correct.
Yes.
I mean, we've made the point in submissions as well. It's accepted that there is demand. And it's accepted that these numbers may not reflect the demand and the anticipated population growth that this district is facing. But that doesn't mean to say that there's not a need for a strategic approach to allowing urban growth. Now, we've got the FDAs and the GPAs, which can of course be developed now, but outside of those, you're tackling some policy conflict, which has to be reconciled in some way. And the NPSUD is being pitched as the way to resolve that tension by saying if it's significant, it's fine. But significant has to be more than just the numbers, and that's the point that the councils are flagging with you. We've got one of these one of these proposals here is for 330 lots, which is 4% of Rolleston's total number of dwellings. Now, if 4% was the measure of what was significant to be allowed to progress in an unanticipated or unplanned way, then it's not impossible to suggest that that same approach could be taken for any other settlement or township within the Greater Christchurch area. And that's the issue here. If 4% was enough, then we're saying that any mediocre, moderate-sized subdivision is enough to get through that test, which throws strategic planning out the window.
Which is where the base of the sort of housing capacity assessment sits, because that becomes, I agree with you that significance needs to be set in a wider context than just numbers. And relevant to that is, how bad is the crisis we're dealing with here in terms of the mismatch of supply and demand? And you've also talked about timeliness and pace. Now, they're actually two different things, aren't they? Pace is how many houses can we build a year? Timeliness is probably getting it off the ground because of maybe precursor conditions, which is what we've generally focused on. Would you agree with that?
Maybe different concepts, but similar issues.
Yes. ask this question about the HCA. Somewhere in 5.2, you say there, but it's just to be clear on, if you like, past history on this. You say in 5.2 that while the council's assent must be frequently reviewed, they cannot be relied on perpetuity, they were not challenged at that time. Now, was there a process that would have enabled a challenge at that time?
Well, the outcome of the housing development capacity assessment was then pulled across into our space, which was a council GCP process under the Local Government Act. Now, if someone was dissatisfied with the outcome of that process, or that their submission wasn't properly heard or considered, then they had recourse to challenge that. So
and there was submissions under the Local Government Act, under the Local Government Act, like a more informal hearing process.
That's right. So a future development strategy like our space has to be developed using the special consultative procedure.
Right.
Which is section 82A of the Local Government Act. Now that sets out a process which involves submissions, hearings, and then in that case a recommendation which was endorsed by the councils separately.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful.
There was that process included, and it was based on the 2018 housing capacity assessment. Our space was that process for our space was considered by elected members from each of the territorial authorities, the regional council.
I think where the contention on this issue though arises between the council that we're representing and the applicants is that the our space and the HCCA that informed that document was developed under the NPS UDC, which didn't include these new words, at least.
Yes.
And so that's what the applicants are suggesting now gives some sort of mandate for providing more than what the HCCA contemplated at that time. But of course, the words at least aren't to be read as at most, or the most amount of housing development capacity. There's still got to be some line drawn around where you start trying to deliver capacity which moves away from delivering a well-functioning urban environment.
Which is all based around your argument that it's a strategic planning exercise that needs to relate to. NPSUD section 6. The 6.1b, you say these criteria overlap that, and there is nothing expressly stated is policy 8 in the elevated significance of other predictions or policy. Now, the sort of submissions from the proponent are the way that the NPSUD should be, or the regional policy statement should be read, is that sort of unless it's inconsistent with the NPSUD, then you've got your avoid policy applying. So I'm not quoting the words accurately. I'm fumbling them a bit, but that's the sort of approach in the appendix to the so if that applied, then it would have to apply to all aspects of the NPSUD, wouldn't it? In other words, then if you would simply apply it to housing capacity, for example, and say, well, your avoid framework is only legally applicable if you haven't provided enough capacity.
I think that argument is running into.
So it's not an argument that's been put forward to me. It's me, if you like, extending on the logic of that argument to say, well, if it applies there, then surely it applies across the NPSUD. So I'm just looking for a reaction to that.
Yeah, okay, well, I think that logic would be sound if there was an understanding that the NPSUD would take precedence or override over an RPS or a district plan at that lower, across the hierarchy. But then our submission here is that the NPS and RPS should be reconciled together in first instance. And that's what's contemplated by the statutory framework, where the requirement in section 75.3 is to give effect to each of these documents when doing district plan review. Yeah. So what you're saying there is that if the NPS, if you can go through that prop document and tick all of those boxes, then that overcomes the conflict with the regional policy statement. But the regional policy statement is intentionally developed and designed to address a much broader set of issues that arise from sections 30 and 31 of the RMA, rather than just focusing on urban growth, which is what UPSUD is about. So the danger there is that you'll be giving effect and placing precedence on the UPSUD, inadvertently throwing the baby out with the bathwater on other important resource management issues that the RPS might be trying to manage and regulate. So that's why we say that you need to look at the documents and reconcile them all together to ensure that you are covering the field on all relevant RMA issues.
I was going to say, as an example, thinking of three things that aren't covered by the EPSUD, you've got natural hazards, which aren't covered, soil use not covered, and neither is reverse sensitivity or landscape, so the biodiversity. So there's a whole raft of issues that the RPS does take into account in terms of determining those appropriate development areas.
Still very well functioning urban environments and things like that.
Which is a defined term, though.
Quite a strong plank is of your submissions anyway is, well, there are constraints, prerequisites on this development that mean that, what do you call it, a deferred zoning. But any development at this point in the process is probably at best 4 or 5 years away from putting a, don't need much diggers here, but putting a spade in the ground, and therefore is inherently kind of into the medium term frame of the NPSUD. Would you kind of agree with that?
Again, I think there are two different issues there. The fact that it's deferred means that there are some constraints that have to be managed first before the zoning and the development can take place. That's different from the timing of development, which is the practicalities of getting the subdivisions approved, doing all the contracting, getting everything ready to break ground. But if there are deferrals required because of constraints that have to go through separate processes, that in our submission brings in uncertainty, which suggests that it isn't perhaps the most appropriate zoning for the site. I mean, we've been involved in a number of plan change and rezoning requests around the country recently, including down in Queenstown, where it's quite easy to say, right, we've got this issue that a submitter has raised or the council has raised, how do we deal with that? Well, let's develop a rule which can go into this chapter, which means that it's still a consentable long-term proposition. But each time you include new provisions or create new staged or deferral type mechanisms, you're moving away from the zone that is already in the district plan. And that, to our minds, suggests that you do need to start questioning whether all of these deferral mechanisms still mean that this rezoning is the best way to either enable or restrict activities on those sites.
I suppose there's possibly a comparative example with land under the airport noise control on the northeastern side of Boston. And that was subject to another plan change process as well.
I think that followed my last one quite closely.
Yeah, so that portion of the land underneath the airport noise controller was defined by the commissioner, and rather than having a deferred zone, which would look at potentially delaying development within that area until such time as the airport changed its noise controls. Which I understand Joe will be able to answer more on that, but I understand that's going to take place through the regional policy statement review. So again, it was that ability to potentially do that development of pace, but also anticipating an outcome that might not necessarily be certain as well. And that's potentially the case with with some constraints in relation to this site.
So I'm going to move to Mr. Langman's evidence now, just pick up on, rather than if you read anything, I'm just going to pick up on really on my questions that I've noted. I want to ask a little bit about this process of identifying the clause 3A criteria, which you talk about in 43 on your evidence, page 16. CRC is initiated on completed work for that includes such criteria. When is that coming to fruition?
So my understanding is that those discussions have been initiated at planning manager level. That's been my most recent conversation with ECAN's planning manager. And I think the regional council has to, I think, consider those criteria as soon as practicable. And that I understand that those discussions and some of that work is underway.
And when will that be actioned?
I haven't been given an answer to that. The MFE guidance does provide, well, even though clause 3.38 requires that development under policy 8 complies with those criteria, the MFE guidance does provide some interim guidance around how that capacity could be considered.
Yes, which you referred to in your evidence.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
I think it's very difficult to determine what an appropriate quantum, whether it's a percentage, whether it's a particular number, what qualifies as significant until that process goes through some form of public consultation through the Schedule 1 process, because there will be varying views on what will constitute significant under that provision.
Yes. In the context of Canterbury, you're going to get quite a big debate about that, probably more than any other part of the country, I suspect. Some of these questions have already been covered, so I'm just trying to make sure I filter. Now, going back to the FDS spatial plan process, you're also talking about reference here to an area plan. Para 71 of your evidence. Now, I'm just keen to know from a regional perspective how detailed from a regional level one might anticipate that to be, as in sitting on the spectrum from here's Selwyn, here's how we would see the distribution of growth meeting demand amongst the settlements in Selwyn, etc., to identifying specific areas, to structure planning areas. I mean, I'm conscious that the proposed district plan takes what I think is a reasonably interesting approach to urban growth, or as notified anyway, with urban growth overlays that then the proponents need to advance more detailed proposals with ODPs, etc., to put those in place.
So that's a requirement of the regional policy statement, which requires that the process to go hand in hand with the rezoning. So I guess at that strategic level, it's identifying land where some urban development is most appropriate based on its board scale regional analysis. But the actual detailed design in terms of the ODPs takes place at that next level.
What might this area plan look like?
Well, I think there's things like the Wallace construction plan, which is,
okay. That's what I was possibly thinking. Good.
I think that's useful in terms of, as I sort of discussed earlier, useful in terms of forming. We've got population growth, how you're actually going to accommodate them in terms of employment sectors. Wallace as a key activity sector in the regional policy statement. So it is a focus of the area for employment as well. So it's about how you try and get that, I guess that synergy between the residential development and business development in those areas. And that's something that takes place as part of larger spatial planning exercise.
Well, this particular proponent has his hand in quite a few of those elements of urban planning for Rolleston. Interesting thing. So yeah. Okay, look, I've just been scanning through my sort of questions, and I think we've really touched on pretty much all of them. So if there's anything else you want to say, having not had you summarise read your summary, Mr. Langman, in terms of the final word, I'm happy to give you the opportunity.
Yes, I think
message.
Yeah, sure. I think possibly the only thing that I'll probably re-emphasise in terms of my evidence is the issue of the contribution to greenhouse gas emissions, which is something that, in my view, hasn't been adequately addressed in the plan changes today. There is evidence on the greenhouse gas emissions, and Ms. White acknowledges that in the report as well. But it goes in no way to demonstrate that it supports a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. So the development is supporting a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And I guess the point that I make there is that Mr. Akehurst in the summary yesterday talked about the point that many of the residents within this area will be commuters. That's quite likely into Christchurch. And associated with that, it is going to be, at least in the short to medium term, if you're looking at the timeframes, potentially the long term in terms of the timeframes for the NPSUB, is going to be driven largely by vehicle emissions. So again, I don't think that there was any particular effort to quantify how the reductions could be made within that area, other than to note that public transport service could be put through the site, and there's no meaningful look at how greenhouse gas emissions could be reduced as part of the development.
You've seen Mr. Borelli's evidence.
So yes, so it has covered Mr. Borelli's evidence as well. Yeah. So he compares some rural land uses with urban land uses, but there's no quantification as to how reductions in greenhouse gas emissions will be achieved. So he does quantify certain amounts of emissions, but not how reductions will be achieved.
All right, thank you very much to be both of you. Very stimulating issues. We will move on now. It is 12:15, is it? It's not much good when you have a watch that's got a black background and black hands. You can't sort of find it. It's a good choice, isn't it? Right, we have some submitters to bring forward. Now we have, first up, we're half an hour behind schedule, which I apologise for. It happens. We have Malcolm and Jan Douglas first. And then Lance Field, is Lance here as well? Yes, Lance is there. But if it's okay, we'll take as an order, Malcolm and Jan Douglas first. Now, that space is there available for you to use as works best for your situation. So you can stay there if you want to. We might have to be picking you up. Oh, you stay there and yep, Malcolm, come forward. That's fine. That's exactly fine. Thank you, Malcolm. Now, just give me a moment because I've got your submission. I just want to turn to it before you start. Instead of fumbling those papers. Well, it's 30-40 at your submission. It's definitely on my heart. Here we are. I've flipped the page and it's there. Thank you. I've solved my problem by a matter of clear luck rather than judgment. Mr. Douglas, well, I understand that's actually not quite accurate your name, but that doesn't matter what you want to be known as today. That's up to you. It's not a problem from my point of view. The only problem when I saw the list of submitters is that there is a well-known Malcolm Douglas in Canterbury who is a well-respected, now I think retired planner. And I just wanted to check it wasn't the same person, and it's not. So you do proceed as you see fit.
Thank you, sir. My wife and I have lived in Rolleston for over 44 years.
Yeah.
When we arrived, we would have had to stand on our roof to see any other houses around.
Mm.
There was 3 shops, a pub and a service station, and that was it. Eventually, people came to live out at Rolleston, and it was a slow growth. However, the SDC is to be congratulated that they quickly realised that residential growth in Rolleston had to be kept in pace with the necessary and appropriate infrastructures. On the 23rd of September 2009, the SDC formally adopted the Rolleston Structure Plan with this in mind. Then came the Christchurch quakes and the exodus from the city all over, but especially to Rolleston. Yes, for sure, a few of those people were absolutely undesirable, ratbags, and some even still are. But the very majority of the people that came out here were just decent Kiwi people who wanted a quiet lifestyle. The RSPC easily coped with such settlement. And then came out some outfits with their plan change applications, like the Carters have presently, with no altruistic intent for the people both present and future in Rolleston, and not much concern for their welfare either. Look at the fuel raised in Lincoln and Prebbleton. Now Sir Dutch has all been raised in the country-style village of Ahuka, where the Carters want to change such into a virtual suburb of Christchurch. Following on from what I've just said, I'm also aware that Mr. Carter has made a $50,000 non-refundable payment to some of the property owners in his plan change areas in a land banking move, and has told said property owners that it will be at least 5 years before any building will start there. Well, that indicates that he too understands that the lack of infrastructures affecting the proposed land change area will be some way off, 5 years. Perhaps instead of just rejecting this plan change applications outright, they should simply be deferred for those 5 years. If not, it's not as though the Carter's finances will suffer greatly through such a delay, surely. So, the RSP in managing to adhere to its legal established purpose that infrastructures are currently stretched and requiring upgrading, which the SDCC is trying to do. Approval for these two plan changes by the Carters will inhibit the Selwyn District Council even further to keep pace with the necessary and appropriate infrastructures. It would be a bit like the straw that broke the camel's back syndrome. The SDC has conformed with the national government decree and accepted that high density levels and levels of up to 3 stories for residential buildings are needed and has adopted such decree. Going around the area for a drive covered by the RSP, Duns Crossing, Selwyn, Whedon's and the main south roads, one can easily see that with the already approved subdivisions and such block, plus the many areas of land there too, which can and will very easily be sufficient for the building of residences on for several years to come. Outside that quad area, then such as neither is needed nor desirable. As in my original submissions, let the supply of infrastructure catch up as desired by the RSP, approving plan changes 81 and 82 and the resulting thousands of people, vehicles, etc., without the additional structure in place is going to dramatically warp those that we have now. So I initiated, started and ran the very first victim support group in Christchurch and eventually was elected chairperson of the National Body of Victim Supports in New Zealand. I actually care for people, well, most people, permitting them to buy homes in the area covered by the PC 81 and 82 without the necessary infrastructure in place will cause them absolutely unnecessary grief and angst and in some a state of enemy. I wish to emphasise, sir, that the Selwyn District Council has a moral and probably legal obligation to the people who would move to this area of the plan changes if such are accepted. I hark back to my opening remark about the decent families who came out to Rolleston seeking a settled, quiet lifestyle and those who will come in the future. Please imagine buying a section here, building a home, and probably not having a whole lot of finances, and having a very young family, and being met with insufficient infrastructures to make life bearable. Imagine your young child needing urgent medical attention, say particularly at night, sir. But you have to take said child many miles for help, and that's what is happening now. Imagine trying to water your new plants and lawn, but insufficient water. Imagine not having access to an effective and efficient toilet system. Imagine no or limited schooling for your kid, and the list goes on. The matters which I have traversed in my initial written submissions are clearly singularly not of sufficient grounds to reject such applications for the plan changes. But when totaled, I believe they definitely are. I'm hoping, sir, that you and the Selwyn District Council will either reject these plan change applications outright, or even, as perhaps anticipated by Mr. Carter, defer any decision for 5 years to permit the SDC to continue to comply with the established and legal provisions of the Rolleston Structure Plan to ensure that residential growth in Rolleston is kept in pace and indeed ahead of the necessary and appropriate infrastructures. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Jan, would you like to add anything to that?
Not really.
Okay.
Right, for once she asked me to do the speaking.
Yes, no, that's fine. I understand that. Now, I've got kind of one question for you.
Yep.
I get your message is really about getting infrastructure ahead of development is your thing. And you look at the Rolleston Structure Plan area, which was designed to capacity for 2070 or something, and is now got, as I expressed it earlier, it's got wheels moving now for the entire area. It's not all developed, there's obviously areas, but there are wheels in train for not the entire area, but there's a few little areas that are not So one can reasonably expect those developments to be implemented and completed in the next, say, 5, 10 years, maybe less. Where, as a local, where in your opinion should Rolleston grow next? Do you have any views on that?
Yeah, I'd say that it should go Edwards Road.
Yeah.
Brookside Road.
Yeah.
Ellesmere Junction Road. It's a triangle block. It's got the reticulated water supply already in place, and it's only a stone throw away from the sewage treatment plant.
Yeah.
The land there is not great. It's not like the farmland that's currently getting houses built on it at Lincoln and Prebbleton and that. It's just not like good land. The farms that are there, including our own, you'd have to irrigate. Otherwise you'd have just bare dead land.
Yeah, you're on Edwards Road, aren't you? Yes.
So what were the streets? Edwards, Brookside, I was trying to find.
Edwards Road, Brookside Road, and Ellesmere Junction Road.
And how big is that area?
Effectively to the west of.
Effectively to the west. That's actually part of Plan Change 82, isn't it?
No.
But it's going further. It's going further probably than that. But in a west-southwest, south of the Pines,
yes, sir.
That direction, which is your lower quality land.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. Yes, so Ellesmere Junction Road is quite a fair bit west, isn't it? Yes. All right, thank you. I've got your message. Thank you very much. Well understood. Thank you very much for delivering that. Appreciate it. Okay, we have Mr. Lance Field. Mr. Field, would you like to come forward into the small spotlight? Just so you know, you're now live on YouTube.
Okay, thanks.
So we have to keep our language seemly most of the time. Now, your submission was kind of a little brief, but which I'm happy to take as tell me whatever you want to tell me. I won't worry about scope.
Yeah, I sort of avoid computers, so I don't think all my thoughts came through. But yeah, my name's Lance Field. I'm a resident and landowner on Edwards Road.
Edwards Road.
So blocks on the corner of Ellesmere Junction and Edwards Road.
Right.
But I'm here also representing my family.
Yes.
We own all of the western side of Edwards Road, except for Mal and Jan, who are our neighbours who actually bought the land of my grandfather. Owned the land since about 1940, so about 154 hectares of the family all up. So I'm not opposing plan change, and I'll probably support it, but with the sort of, well, following conditions or what I'd like to see done, because
yes,
it's all very well these big companies coming and doing private plan changes, but it seems like the councils, regional or district plans or whatever you call them, they don't keep up with the change. So at the moment, the land that I own, myself and my wife, which are also called Landly Limited, and the main lot, we call it 108 hectares on the corner of Edwards and Brookside Road, which is Stonelands Trust. That's all zoned out of plains.
yes,
Which the minimum subdivision is 20 hectares. I'd like to see if this plan change goes ahead that the zoning for it changed to inner plains, because yeah, you know, Christchurch used to have a green belt, and you know, it seems like from Rolleston towards Christchurch, it's, and even West Melton, it's fine. The Stalin District Council have no problem with it being inner plains and 4 hectares, but it sort of seems that out my way and even sort of Sprints and South, it's just stayed at outer plains, 20
So
hectares.
this is the transition from outer to inner plains type regime.
Yeah, well, can you imagine, plan change 82 goes ahead, there's 1,300 houses on one side of Edwards Road,
Yes,
and on the other side of the road, we've got a farm.
yes.
And if I do want to subdivide it, it can only go down to 20 hectare blocks.
So you have concerns about farming operations in that environment?
Yes, I think I read Carter's submission to say that there would be minimal effects on our farming, thought that was a bit short-sighted. I used to lease the Foster's land, which is now Farringdon.
Oh, yes.
Subdivision, so I've seen sort of the effects of the subdivision can have. So yeah, my main thing is to see the rezoning of land keep up with these private plan changes, because yeah, to me it seems ridiculous to have 1,300 houses, which could be 5,000 people on one side of the road, yet our 100 hectare block in the corner there would only be able to split it up to 5. So I'd like to see it be able to go to inner plains at 4 hectares. Another thing I'd like to see before any development would be the tar sealing of Edwards Road.
Yes.
I've farmed there for probably 17 years. We've been in our house for 12 years, and over that time we've seen Rolleston grow, and we've seen the effects of it. You know, it's the closest shingle road to Rolleston. A lot of boy races, coming doing skids. A lot of people park up. The police did get on to the drug dealing and people smoking marijuana and that there, but it's an ongoing thing. Problem is they park up there and dump the rubbish just out of their cars. So yeah, definitely like to see tar sealing of Edwards Road before.
So you think the tar sealing will obviously then be used by more traffic, therefore less risk of
Well, it's also
antisocial
the,
behaviour?
it's also the pollution from the dust.
Yes.
Tar sealing on a quiet country road is fine. It's a quiet country road.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're seeing increased traffic. And the predominant wind is the nor'easter, which blows straight onto our property.
So here's a little interesting anecdote. I came down from Wellington on Sunday and got a hire car from the airport and had a drive around in the midst of fading light. And I wanted to just have a look at Edwards Road and what it was like. And I thought, nah, I've got a hire car. I won't drive the full length of Edwards. I might get a crack at the windscreen or whatever. And I turned around and had a look at other areas. Parked up at the motel for the night. Got up in the morning, got in the car to come here, and it's a crack across the windscreen, right halfway across the windscreen. How the hell it's got there? Because I didn't go up Edwards Road, but not sure. The hire company's going to be very happy. So I get what you mean. Now, can I just before we go on, in terms of your inner plains thing, I don't have jurisdiction to fix that for you.
Yes.
But of course, there is the proposed district plan going on that if you had a submission into that, then they would have jurisdiction to consider that issue in relation to a submission. I don't know whether you do, and if you don't, it's a bit late. But my advice would be to look at anyone else who has a similar submission to it and have a little look at that.
Yeah.
So the enabling process, submissions close on Friday.
The variation one. Yes.
Putting aside scope, is that process over?
Yes. So there's a variation for the district plan that is largely about intensification rather than rural issues. But yes, there might be a scope issue there. But anyway, any other points?
Yeah, well, it's just about this tar sealing of
Yes,
the road
got
because
that.
of increased traffic, dust, and then also concerned about what will happen with the water race along Edwards Road. Personally, I don't want it because we don't use it, but we get charged about $1,800 a year for it anyway from the district council. And yeah, just with the increased amount of people, it's like I say, at the moment there's lots of rubbish just dumped. So whether it's some rubbish bins on Edwards Road for the public to use, And also, when if the development does go ahead, of the land, what's the sort of main entrance for contractors and that going to be? Is it going to be off Edwards Road or Brookside Road, or ideally, I think the best would be on Dunn's Crossing Road opposite the Brookside Park, because you've got the least amount of residents there. But yeah, as the population grows of Rolleston, it's sort of, it has been difficult or made it harder for us to farm. It's not as easy to just drive stock up the road or tractors or go about our usual business.
So what I can say is that the proposal does embrace sealing of Edwards Road, as I understand it. And in terms of how construction would be managed, that's a bit further down the track. But in asking urban design experts this morning what direction from their point of view development would go, it's kind of north to south and east to west. So that would probably be a factor in terms of how that might be managed.
And what was the time frame of tar sealing Edwards Road? Was it before any development took place, or?
It is in the traffic stuff, and I think that is correct. It was one of the prerequisites, Edwards Road, or was it not?
Yeah.
The upgrade of Edwards Road is required with vehicle access, any vehicle access proposed to their frontage. And
Was it just the frontage, that part of the frontage of Edwards Road, or the whole of Edwards Road? Because that wasn't clear.
it's seen from Brookside right into PCA to Gilliply.
You're actually at the north end of Edwards Road there. No, you're not. You're at
Well, my house is at Elsley Junction Road.
that end. Elsley Junction Road.
The table for plan change 82 required the upgrade of Edwards Road to Brookside Road and Selwyn Road, including a gateway threshold on Edwards Road, prior to the establishment of any vehicle crossing access or road connection to Edwards Road and Brookside Road.
So that's the whole of Edwards Road, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much indeed. I appreciate your time.
Cheers.
Right, here we are. It is 12:40. I think it's time for a break. Lunch was supposed to be at 12:30 to 1:30. Is 12:38 to 1:30 sufficient for everybody, given the plentiful supplies of lunch in the area? So we will reconvene at 1:30 and we'll hear from Mr. Phillips. And then we'll go into council witnesses in the order stated. And we're kind of,
We're a little bit behind.
we're a little bit behind.
We're behind to the tune of Mr. Fox's emails.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
thank you very much. We'll adjourn until 1:30 p.m. a summary with attachments from Mr. Phillips, so I'm in your hands. Thank you.
Sure. I'll take paragraph 1 as read, probably just an introduction for people that are gasping at the length of my summary. The majority of it are just updated provisions, and I'll explain what they are, I'll include my summary.
Yes, I was trying to avoid gas by saying in an attachment.
So starting at paragraph 2, the matters raised in submissions in the officer's report have been addressed in my evidence. In summary, I consider that there are 2 key questions to be addressed in determining whether PC 81 or 82 are appropriate and should be approved. Firstly, whether the provisions of the NPSUD as applied to the requests allow for consideration of them where the direct provisions for urban growth within the CRPS district plan will otherwise set forward. And if so, whether PC 81 and 82 warrant approval on the merits. In respect of the first question, I consider the requests are clearly and strongly consistent with the thrust of the NPSUD generally, and clearly within the parameters of Policy 8. Specifically, there is significant demand for housing at Rolleston, and there are significant shortfalls in capacity to meet these demands. Therefore, regardless of PC 81 and 82, there is, in my view, an imperative of the NPSUD to provide capacity at Rolleston in order to support competitive land and development markets, to enable more people to live in an area of high demand relative to other areas, to meet the needs of different households, and to meet expected demand for housing. In the event that sufficient capacity is not provided at Rolleston, growth will occur in locations that make a comparatively poor contribution to urban environments, rather than transference of demand towards areas of urban intensification, and or as a result of market dysfunction, i.e. price escalation. In my view, these outcomes are a consequence of the direct policy constraints on growth and need supply within the CRPS and unresponsive review processes, which are failing to meet needs and demands for housing and support competitive land markets. As such, I also consider that these rigid policy constraints are exactly what the NPSUD Policy 8 especially seeks to overcome. The request will provide significant development capacity. There are no significant economic costs to approving the requests, but accounting for the preceding points, there would be if the request were refused. Whilst a number of the regional policy statements, objectives and policies are unequivocal in the directions to avoid urban growth in areas that are not specifically identified for that purpose in Map A, these provisions ultimately seek to provide sufficient capacity to meet demands and needs for housing. The request will provide this capacity and otherwise consistent with the balance of the relevant provisions in the CRPS, the district plan, and the environmental results anticipated. The proposed land use can will be integrated with infrastructure planning and funding decisions in a manner consistent with Objective 8 and Clause 3.4 of the NPSUD. Specific network infrastructure upgrades relied on by the requests are identified within the long-term plan or the Council's infrastructure strategy, and these documents otherwise recognise the delivery of other new infrastructure in response to development and funding of this through development contributions that are not otherwise provided for development. So more specifically in terms of infrastructure planning provision in the short term, so i.e. in the next 3 years, little demand on infrastructure is likely given that construction of the subdivision and housing within the PC 81 and 82 areas will still be at a very early stage. Accordingly, infrastructure constructed specifically for development at the time of subdivision and existing quality infrastructure will be available in my view. In the medium term, i.e. 3 to 10 years, adequate infrastructure will be in place or will be funded in accordance with the LTP. Noting that this contemplates the funding of specific drinking water, wastewater, and transport infrastructure improvements, including BIS decisions, by development contributions, rates, and other sources. The LTP and 30-year infrastructure strategy otherwise recognises that with rapid and often unpredictable growth, infrastructure upgrades will also be provided through a just-in-time approach and a responsive delivery approach, utilising development contributions and developer agreements. For example, the LTP notes that in respect of the transportation network, the program for capital work will be adjusted to align with the funding approved, which could include readjusting the timing of works to align with further funding availability. For example, additional development contributions. Similarly, service targets for transportation in the LTP seek to cater for any significant projected traffic increases in a sustainable manner in the CES plan and operating projects. In the long term, i.e. beyond 10 years, the infrastructure needs will be in place or in the LTP as above, or otherwise identified in general terms within the infrastructure strategy. For example, the stated priorities in the strategy states that rapid growth in the district, particularly Eastern Selwyn, is the immediate challenge facing the council, and all indications are that this will continue. The impacts are spread across road and fight waters, community facilities and solid waste. Understanding these impacts and developing fit-for-purpose responses to a comprehensive program is council priority. Consistent with the LTP, this indicates that the evolving needs for wider infrastructure upgrades will be assessed and responded to on an ongoing basis. So the point I'm really making those 3 points there is that the subdivision sort of ramped up initially the big initial regulation done by the developer. By the time that wider infrastructure network upgrades are required over time, it'll be enduring within the recognised for the LTP and the time frame, the infrastructure strategy which needs to adapt in a rapidly evolving environment. The other point that I made there in response to the comment that Mr. Lehman made was around the 2026 deferral of some development in proximity to the wastewater treatment plant that you have finds consent in, and whether that just be used to wait for the regional policy statement review process to evolve and shape down. On that point, I'd note that deferral only comes out to 2026 if the consents for the plants going to be upgrade obtained sooner than that. There being the other threshold for enabling development within that 1,500 metre setback. That only relates to the western extent of the zoned land, so as was discussed with us earlier, the logical place to start would be along Douglas Crossing Road, progressing on a westerly basis. This is really only the later stages of development, which would be at the later timeframe. And obviously the timeframes for rezoning and planning and subdividing and commencing construction for development of the scale are obviously significant in the areas of land involved. So the alternative solution is sitting on hands away from the planning process to occur, which is resulting in further delays. So if you wait until, for example, 2026 or thereabouts for the regional policy statement to be reviewed and settled, and district land review processes to follow, and then you can subdivision probably the tail end of this decade, which is hardly responsive. Returning to 4.6, the request will contribute to a well-functioning urban environment at a local, district and regional scale, accounting for my evidence and that of others on the environmental effects of plan changes 81 and 82. The sites in question are otherwise well connected along transport corridors, accounting for the proximity to the State Highway 1 corridor, arterial routes, and other routes connecting into central Wallaston and surrounding areas. It's on the basis of the points above and my resulting conclusion that the request to engage policy 8 of the NPSUD are otherwise strongly supported of and consistent with the NPSUD. I consider that the directive provisions within the CRPS and the district plan do not include the rezoning. I understand that the office of shares view. The second question arising concerns the merits of the requests. And in this respect, I note that the primary areas of disagreement between the officers' evidence and mine, which we agree is the crux of whether or not the rezoning is the most appropriate way to achieve the purpose of the Act, relates to the concerns of Mr. Nicholson regarding connectivity and urban outcomes for PC81 and PC82. PC82 only, the potential impact of increased residential development on the continued and optimal operation of the resource recovery park, to a less degree, potential frustration of the consenting of the upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant. Reliant on the evidence of Mr. Compton-Marn and Ms. Wallenstein, I consider that PC81 and 82, when considered on their own merits, achieve an appropriate and acceptable level of connectivity with Rolleston and a compact urban form, accounting for intervening living 3-zone Skellerup block. Moreover, the merits of the request in terms of connectivity and urban form are significantly enhanced if they're considered holistically with Plan Change 73. More specifically, the PC 73, 81 and 82 proposals collectively provide for comprehensive, integrated and compact urban form along the western edge of the existing Rolleston Township, good accessibility and connectivity with each other and with the existing planned Rolleston urban areas in the east. In respect of the recovery park and wastewater treatment plant, accounting for the evidence of Mr. Van Keeken and Mr. Sally, and the further amendments to PC 82 as set out in my evidence, with the view that these matters have been resolved. By way of a summary, I understand the experts agree that the distance of dwellings within the PC 82 block, the recovery park and wastewater treatment plant are sufficient to avoid reducing severe effects from normal operations. To the extent that Mr. Bender and Mr. Curtis remain concerned about upset conditions and normal operations, I understand that this would require an unlikely combination of events and non-compliance with existing conditions. For that reason, I don't consider such concerns should preclude rezoning. Mr. Boyd's request for a larger setback to avoid future complaints about real or perceived odour is not supported by the evidence of Mr. Van Keeken and Mr. Sally on real effects. To the extent that Mr. Boyd is concerned that more people in the area generally may result in perceived odour effects and or unfounded complaints, and Mr. England considers that this may frustrate consenting processes. This does not warrant refusal of PC 82, noting these complaints will not provide a legitimate basis to constrain the efficient operation, use, development, appropriate upgrade, future needs of strategic infrastructure. I do not consider that the proposal otherwise results in any environmental effects or inconsistency with the balance of relevant provisions of the district plan or CRPS in a way that concludes the rezoning. In this regard, my evidence highlights that the consistency with the RPS is confined to those parts of objective 6.21 and 6.22, which direct where urban growth is to be located, the framework and the context for these objectives, including the environmental results anticipated for that chapter, are given effect to by the requests. Overall, I consider the proposal as the most appropriate way of achieving the objectives of the proposal. The existing plan objectives and the purpose of the Act, I therefore conclude the plan change should be approved. Attached to the summary are updated provisions, which I'll return to shortly and explain discussion today. In terms of the evidence submitted, firstly, Ms. White, I simply recalled there the statement that the changes that have been made as satisfactory to address the issues raised by Waitakere in the submission, which reinforces using Mr. Collins for council and Mr. Fuller that there are no traffic or transport related issues with the requests. Mr. Langman's evidence for council, the regional council, I spent some time on. First, paragraph 16, I state that he adopts evidence or raises issues that he's raised with a number of other recent private plan change requests, the Selwyn District Plan, seeking urban zoning beyond greenfield priority areas or fooders, as identified in the original policy statement. Fundamentally, Mr. Langman might be raises concerns of a thematic nature, which I was addressing to below. So firstly, the first thing is that the proposals requests are not significant, not needed to provide capacity in the short to medium term. However, based on the evidence of Messrs. Sellers, Jones, Colgrave, and APS on capacity, I disagree. I also consider that whilst the 350 households enabled by PC 81 is clearly less than enabled by PC 82, remains significantly due alongside the quantum of other recently approved plan changes in Selwyn District. I think key point here is the context, the capacity that is providing in the demand. This context is key. I would also just segue to note the MFE guidance on responsible planning, which was discussion with Mr. Lehman around the significance criteria. Mr. Lehman mentioned about the intent to filter out small speculative proposals, which proposal clearly falls beyond a 10 lot plan change or something of that nature. May well be small speculative, but at a scale of 350 lots, and particularly where it integrates with the adjacent land and the level of evaluation. So this putting in that category. I think the NFE guide otherwise refers to the significance of the scale of location, which ties into that as well. The fulfilling demand, which affects the issue of capacity, the timeliness, development, being able to deliver development capacity, and the efficiency of infrastructure. So all of those issues are addressed in the evidence, but support my view that this is 350. The second theme in Mr. Lehman's evidence is that the proposal or the requests are likely to compromise intensification elsewhere in Greater Christchurch. It does not provide any evidence to support that concern, whereas Mr. Sellers, Jones, Colgrave and Athurst state that the households enabled by PC 81 and 82 are distinct from the median high density housing typologies enabled by intensification. As described by Mr. Jones in response to questioning yesterday, lower density housing in Selwyn is specifically sought after by the market, and its insufficient supply in Rolleston will only be substituted by other township locations in Selwyn, including those that are more distant and be self-sufficient. As Mr. Aker stated, the demand that the request be paid for will not be substituted to the meaningful extent by medium density housing options enabled by MDRs throughout Greater Christchurch, including Christchurch City, which should include Rolleston areas, or zone Rolleston areas. In my view, and based on the evidence I've referenced, rather than compromising intensification, PC 81 and PC 82 in combination with MDRs will enable a variety of homes that meet the distinct needs in terms of type, price and location of different households, as is expressly sought by Policy 1 and Third theme is that the requests are unplanned, resulting in potential impacts on infrastructure funding and delivery, or the undermining of outcomes that might otherwise eventuate through strategic planning processes. I disagree. Whilst PC 81 and 82 and PC 73 are not contemplated by the regional policy statement or the district plan, given their scale, extent and integration and the analysis and evidence base supporting these requests, they could not, in my view, be described as unplanned, ad hoc or piecemeal. Further, the requests align with the planning framework and the outcomes sought, except to the extent that these are directed as to the location of growth and define GPA further. Whilst a suitable odour buffer will require determination, the evidence for the applicant in the Section 48 42A report does not identify any fundamental infrastructure or other barriers to the rezoning in isolation or when considered alongside other planned or potential growth in Rolleston. And accounting for the preference for urban growth in Rolleston and the constraints to where such growth can occur, I consider a strategic planning process would likely identify that the subject land is the most appropriate location for the expansion of the township. In my view, it's a question of when and how, rather than if the land should be rezoned. I just touch on there too, Mr. Langland's comments or concerns about the strategic planning process might identify the need for additional commercial activity or zoning. The big point I note here is the regional policy statement in terms of the food or GPA identification. Usually would dictate and distinguish areas for commercial activity within those greenfield priority areas, not small scale, but that will identify greenfield business areas at a much larger scale. I think there's no evidence to suggest that there is a pressing need for large-scale commercial activities that I'm aware of. And ultimately, there's no barrier to that being represented provided at a later stage should it be required. The fourth thing from Mr. Lemon is that it will not, the request will not contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. I disagree, and that's my evidence on which I rely to demonstrate otherwise. Next theme is the requests are in conflict with and do not have effect to the original policy statement. Such conflicts are not resolved by the NPHUD. Again, for the reasons set out before in my evidence, I disagree. The requests are consistent, in my view, with the GP 6.2.1, so far that this sets the recovery, rebuild, and development are enabled through a framework. They're also consistent with the GP 6.2.2, and so far that it sets an urban form and settlement pattern which is managed to provide sufficient land for rebuilding and recovery needs and set a foundation for future growth. I've emphasised future growth here because the rebuilding and recovery phases that occur we're at the tail end of it, so it's a forward-looking stage. So accounting for these and other relevant provisions in chapters 5 and 6 of the round, my evidence concluded that the proposals would give effect to the CRPS as the extent that conflict exists. The avoidance directives within GP 621 and 622 and associated policies, corresponding provisions in the district plan. I consider this is expressly catered for by Objective 6C and Policy 8 of the PHUD. In this regard, note the Ministry of the Environment Guide responsible planning policies which I take think the key point I'm making here is Whitefield's submissions were about reading the CRPs and EPs together and reconciling, and in my view, the analysis has done that and saying we're achieving what the CRPs is seeking, other than to the extent of saying development should only occur there and not there, so in terms of the reasons why it's provided that avoidance directive in terms of the outcomes it's seeking, those provisions have been assessed and shown to the request to achieve consistency. In terms of other issues, Mr. Lehman raised a number of other matters of concern which have been addressed in the officer's report and evidence are required on. However, to the extent that Mr. Lehman considers the requests do not adequately account for the implications of the NDRS within the PC81 and 82 sites and Rolleston generally, I know the evidence of Mrs. Sellers, Jones, Colbrave and Akehurst that intensification in this location is unlikely, uncertain, or speculative, and ultimately it will not materially alter the conclusions as to the household demand or supply in Rolleston context. For this reason, I do not share Mr. Lehman's concerns that the NDRS will change the quantum of households developed in Rolleston to any significant extent, or in a way that might materially alter the conclusion reached in evidence, particularly with regards to infrastructure or road network capacity. If over an extended timeframe, the NDRS progressively delivers additional housing to Rolleston through intensification, I would expect that any additional infrastructure requirements or upgrades can be really planned for, funded and implemented, as I've described above in paragraph 4.5. I also note that neither Mr. England nor Mr. Collins have identified any concerns in this regard in terms of council infrastructure. He has not identified any concerns in respect of stakeholder one. As mentioned, the attachments to my summary updated provisions. By way of a quick overview, and I can take you through those if you like, by way of an overview, the requirement for a rural urban gateway has been described. It will clearly explain what's the requirement. Subdivision rules had a trigger for works to be completed prior to the issue of section 224C certification, which potentially created some administrative difficulties in terms of doing the rule when it relates to process that occurs at the end of the subdivision. So that's not quite to require certain actions to occur with no subdivision land to occur, unless those actions to occur. They can still provide the subdivision process the opportunity to impose conditions which are tested as part of the 224C certification process. The subdivision rule has previously had a list of road network upgrades that were envisaged and stipulated in the ODP, but to avoid duplication of the ODP, the ODP is a requirement of the rule. Those have been deleted. The rule requiring a water supply to be provided has been changed to align with the employment rules imposed on SB 71. And the assessment matters have been added to consider mechanisms to address road network upgrades. So that's providing us the opportunity to think about the need for developer agreements or time requirements to enforce that, albeit that's recognised in the ODP. There was just any questions.
Thank you very much. You know, a lot of the position of Environment Canterbury and the City Council is about what you might call strategic risk. That because a much broader exercise has not been completed. I mean, I think they're almost accepting in the evidence today that there may well be a need for more land, which arguably is a slight change of position. But in terms of, if you like, the way of getting there, it is, if you like, well, we've still only really got a partial analysis compared to what one would do if one was undertaking an FDS or any form of strategic planning project around how do we accommodate more need around Selwyn settlements and Rolleston in particular. So you've addressed that to a fair degree in here, but I sort of have to ask the question, do you as a planner identify any other, what might be strategic planning, land use related risks associated with kind of a commitment and approval, a commitment to the residential form of development in this area that the plan changes promote?
I think the short answer is no. I think elaborating on that, I think NPGD provides a framework for choosing balances in that regard, and it's a given that you need to achieve a well-functioning urban environment and there needs to be confidence around infrastructure. So I think it's and the key considerations that come through the original policy statement would be examined in a strategic planning process. So to the extent that this is still a plan change with that narrower focus, it still has to be an analysis of whether those requirements will be met based on the evidence of what there's no significant risk or uncertainty around the achievement of a well-functioning urban environment or provision of infrastructure. I think the other question is whether there are a number of other obvious alternatives or potential alternative options where a strategic planning process might take you. I think that's where figure 3, I think, was Mr. Compromise included in line. When you look at the obvious constraints to growth in Rolleston in its context, all roads to lead back to the western side of Rolleston, and that's where my summary states. I think it's a matter of how and when rather than if, and that could, conceivably be if there wasn't demand, that could be over a longer period. But I think when you overlay the economic evidence saying there is clear demand and there is a need to provide supply, that's the answer for to me in terms of accelerating this rather than taking a more conservative option and allowing those strategic planning processes to happen in the first instance. And again, it's a question of the risk of acting is that there's more supply than might be immediately needed. Well, is that a problem? I would say one the NPGD does not. The risk of not acting is that their supply is not made available, and 5, 6, 7 years go while we wait for the strategic planning process to occur, which might lead to the same risk result. I think the circumstances here to me give me confidence as a planner that there are a lot of alternative options and there's not a lot of risk with taking this down as opposed to waiting for the strategic process. Yes.
And the other angle, without wishing to express any opinion on anything from this side of the table, is of course the interrelationship with the proposed district plan, which which they did concede, if you like, was a broader forum rather than waiting for another 18 months or whatever for their FDS. That is in train, and as you say, there's scheduled hearings on urban growth.
And the rezoning requests are the same ones that are being heard as separate plan changes. It's not like we've got submissions asking for a whole lot of other land. It's just a mirror.
No, as you said, that's the ball game.
That's the ball game, and we will summarise those for you, where all the rezoning requests are, but it's the same picture, albeit in one hearing, as we're hearing by separate plan changes.
Yeah. Albeit that does enable that forum to take a slightly broader analysis than is available. Which maybe is probably the point that they would make. Well, they did make. It's not me putting it in their mouth. That's the point they made. PC 80 is coming to a private plan change hearing as well, isn't it?
Yes.
And is that also in the proposed district plan by way of proposal or submission?
Yes.
By submission.
They all are. Yes.
By submission rather than in the notice.
Yes, and the evidence is in for it. So then, in that particular case, the evidence is in on the rezoning. The evidence timetable is in ahead of us having to supply the evidence for the ACA hearing. So the rezoning,
And are the decisions on the proposed district plan all coming out in one big whack?
I'll log to Joss, my understanding is that yes, the hearings are starting on the 23rd of January, and I think it's about 23 days allowed. They'll be finished by March, and so far no decisions have been released. Sorry, that's just the rezoning bit of it, will be between January and March. My understanding is everything else has been done, and we have not had any decisions released. My understanding is everything will be coming out together.
Everything else has been done?
No,
Oh,
Well, okay.
no.
We don't need to know the finer points, but
All the residential and subdivision chapter hearings are at the end of November.
Yeah.
The rezoning hearings will start in January, but they're slated to go now to late April. And the hearings panel has determined right at the start of the hearings that all decisions would be issued as one. The variation has only changed that insofar as we are now delaying the decisions that we may have had if we'd been continuing in a path without the deviation that the variation has caused. So we will now have the variation and the PDP decisions all issued by the legislative 20th of August 2023.
thank you, that's actually just good, helpful background, thank you. I had a few questions from your main evidence. Again, useful background. You've helped clarify some of the status of the background stuff, including plan change 70. Now, I do have a little experience of trying to get something through a COVID fast track. It says trying to get through. I was obviously unsuccessful, wasn't I? And I was the COVID fast track consent. And I know there is, has the report to the minister or been made available at all? Or do you know what the outcome of that process is?
I think my evidence referred, I was reviewing this morning that I noted that report was submitted to the minister on April 22nd, and I believe that the minister since referred it.
Yep, I found it on
Yeah.
the legislation, so it's been attached as a schedule and been referred to the fast track panel.
Oh, okay, so we've got an order in council because that's
Correct,
what's
yeah.
triggered,
Yeah.
and then that goes to a panel. So that's got a tick.
The other thing is this particular developer has already successfully been through fast track on another piece of land. So
It's
this
just my
developer
experience
is
that they're sometimes reluctant where there is, if you like, if a plan change would otherwise be the path, they're somewhat reluctant to leap to the consenting.
This one is almost the opposite. There's a comment where the reason, as I understand it, that the council didn't include plan change and the variation was council was accepting of that was going to go through fast track. So it's almost in reverse, this particular one. So I suspect the developer will be putting in a submission on Friday just to protect his position. But my understanding is that both council and the developer are proceeding effectively with the fast track process.
PC 70 is just about identical to PC 64,
Which
went through fast track, by the same developer, same food status, same everything.
So it's a complete subdivision and development proposal as consent. Because I mean, I know that the first step, if you like, the referral step of that doesn't require the same level of detail as but then as a normal consenting process would. But then once you've got over that hurdle and you're referred to a panel to issue decisions, you need to fill in the gaps.
And you need to put in all your consent applications. So it's not just bits and pieces, you've got to put the whole shooting match in.
Yeah. So, in mind, is it fair to say that I don't think any COVID fast tracks have been rejected at that more advanced panel stage, or Right.
I'm not aware of any that have been declined once.
They've been declined at the first
They've
stage.
been declined getting on the first track,
Yes.
but once on the fast track, I'm not aware of any that haven't been granted resource consent. And the tests are exactly the same as any other application for resource consent. Just the process is slightly different.
So the figure 1 in your evidence,
There's the ODP from the plan change rather than the subdivision plan from the fast track application. But the reason I've inserted that is it's got the sort of key elements of needs. You can see the general layout, the connectivity,
and the orange is medium density.
Sorry, not in front of me, but sort of around that commercial overall.
Is that commercial or open space?
Yeah.
Yes, it'll be open space. The pink you can see on the right hand side of the triangle, to the right hand side of the veranda, that's commercial.
Oh, right, oh gosh, that's my colour eyesight. So there is a bit more pinky in the long side there. Those two just either side on the east side on, what's the name of the road? Dawes. So that's commercial, and then the orange, was it, if it's orange, the nude colour.
I'd imagine that, again, I'd want to check it, but my impression would be that that's medium density and low density yellow on the outskirts.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Nicole, do you recall this one?
No, but I'm familiar with what we're talking about, so yes, I had to study it. Immensely.
You know, most of the other questions I had, I really don't need to ask or have been covered. I think, well, I suppose your view on the, if you like, the circularity conundrum as a planner, and trying to sort of bring things together in the context that this doesn't bind the PDP, but you've got all that in front of them anyway. But, and I have to stick to my statutory scope, but it might also help resolve other matters in terms of the recommendation report that goes forward. I mean, there's a number of ways, of course, that recommendation could go forward. It could say, now this isn't the process to authorise this. This should be some other process because of this and this reason. But by the way, the merits I do endorse because of this, 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 and this. Or it could simply be, of course, fully in favour. So there's a number of things that could emerge out of this. But
yeah, I accept that again. I think from a risk perspective and context, and I think you've got a responsive planning framework and EPS is providing an imperative to get on with it. So again, I think that's needs to be kept in mind as the merits of making a decision there, as opposed to saying, oh, it's later for another process still on the day. And then again, also in terms of the alternatives, I think there were a range of different alternatives. And the question was, should both go, if the economic evidence is accepted, there needs to be more households, and the question of, well, should those households go here, or here, or here? There's different consequences. Then again, allowing for a process that considers those things around and lands on the best, most appropriate outcome. And again, I've been more sympathetic to that. But here, I think there is demand, there's a frame, national policy statement, a period around responsiveness. There's no other obvious alternatives either, in terms of other private plan changes or the proposed plan process. So, de-risks the situation, should get confidence in making decisions sooner rather than later.
And in a sort of section 32 evaluation process, I'm somewhat conscious that these, I look back at the original section 32 to remind myself, because it's a long time ago that I originally read the actual requests, are fairly, if you like, site-specific focus. When in fact, I think it is accepted that this is embracing, the context of this is embracing a very important strategic decision. I need to give that a bit more thought, because I may want to direct a bit more work in that area in order to meet the sort of section 32 or section 32AA context of a recommendation that does put it in the context that is now being put forward, which wasn't the context when it was first requested.
No.
It was a key point. I was going to say, I think at the time those evaluations were done, it was a long time ago. There's been a lot of revision in terms of moving parts, but also again in terms of the certainty, the range of options that are up for consideration. There's greater clarity as to what that what the context is.
Yep, very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. I'm sure there's lots of other questions I should have thought of, as there always is at this point, but
You can always come back.
I can always come back, that's correct. So we are at 2:11, which is a little behind schedule, but not too far. And we are going to start with council and with Mr. Collins.
Yes. Mr. Collins, I can, right?
I can't remember what the council said now, so you don't have. No, I have withdrawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we've created a bit of a, because we've got no one zooming in this afternoon, we've got a bit more flexibility of space. Thank you, Mr. Collins. We have a summary statement on 2 sides of paper. Perhaps you could read me through that. Thank you.
Sure thing, sir. And also just note, I prepared this late last night or yesterday afternoon, so I do have some additional updates which I'll talk through at the end.
I thought you were going to say it's full of typos.
I'll start at section 3, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, and by all means, stop and expand or interpolate or whatever as you see fit.
Sure thing. So summary of transport matters. I've reviewed the following statements of evidence and summaries of evidence from the applicant. So just Fuller for transport, Mr. Blackmore for traffic modelling, Mr. Phillips for planning, Mr. Leon for urban design and landscape, and Mr. Florenstein for urban design. I've reviewed the following evidence from submitters, Ms. White for Waka Kotahi and Mr. Langman for CRC and CCC. Unless otherwise discussed below, I consider that matters identified in my transportation hearing report have been resolved through evidence from the applicants and experts. In the following sections, I comment on the following matters: additional traffic modelling information, which was included in the evidence of Mr. Blackmore, representation of the indicative realignment of Selwyn Road and the Selwyn Road Gulf Road intersection, which is shown on the ODP for plan change 81. Submitted evidence and transport related queries from the first day of the hearing. Now, section 4, I've dug into the traffic modelling provided by Mr. Blackmore. I can read through it if you want. It's a little bit technical. Essentially, the summary was I'm comfortable with the assessment that he's provided. I think there's been some discussion around what's the horizon year that traffic modelling is assessed, and is it 2033? Is it 2048? I think Mr. Blackmore talked about it yesterday a little bit and how he's used Stats New Zealand growth assumptions, whereas the economics expert, the applicant, sorry, I've forgotten his name, had talked about, looked at historic growth rates for Selwyn, and they've been, there's some difference between them. But I think essentially, from my point of view, the traffic modelling has assessed a possible future. It's been quite a conservative assessment in that it's assumed all of the growth uptake within these plan change areas. So it gives us an indication of what might be in the future. When that happens in the future might be sometime between 2033 to 2048. It just depends on how quickly Rolleston grows. But I'm comfortable with the outcome of that.
But it's still quite a long horizon.
It's a big horizon.
And it's grabbed everything.
Yeah.
It's on the table.
Yeah, and we're looking at, I think it was in the applicant's economic evidence when they were talking about the regional or the district growth model, the land use growth model, and how it doesn't predict an outcome, but it just gives an idea of what might happen. The traffic model is essentially the same. So, and I think the evidence from, or the similar evidence from Waka Kotahi saying that they're comfortable with what's been tabled supports my view that the traffic assessment is okay. I don't think I don't feel the need that I need to dig into that anymore, but I'm not to answer it.
I'm quite happy not to dig into it.
Yeah. So I'll jump forward to section 5 of my summary. So this is to do with the step back to allow for the indicative realignment of Selwyn Road and the Duns Crossing Road, Selwyn Road, Gulls Road intersection. So in section 7.4 of my technical review, which is attached to section 42A report, I have recommended that the ODP for plan change 81 indicate the realignment of Duns Crossing Road, Selwyn Road, Gulls Road intersection. So the concept design for this realignment, along with the land within the plan change 81 that will need to be vested as legal road, is shown in figure 1 below. So the figure is what I pulled out from my hearing report. This was a concept design developed by Nova Group. And the area of land that I'm talking about is within that red triangle. But actually, you haven't got a colour version, have you?
I actually don't, but I can see you've labelled it area within PCA development by full development.
That's right. Yeah, so
it is clear to me.
Yeah, so the upgrade of this intersection is proposed in the ODP for any development within it, either plan change 81 or 82. But I just
so it looks like it's been helpfully designed so that it stays within road reserve except for land that's PCA 81.
Yeah, which is a good outcome in my point of view because it's land that's under the applicant's control. They're not requiring third-party land.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm comfortable with the design. I'm comfortable with the provisions of the narrative in the ODP. But if we flick over the page, so figure 2 shows a snippet of the revised EPC 81 ODP, which was provided within Mr. Phillips' evidence. The ODP indicates a green triangle at the Duns Crossing Road, Selwyn Road, Gulls Road intersection, and the legend identifies this as intersection upgrade area indicative. So the triangle sits somewhat to the southeast of the existing intersection. So to avoid confusion or misrepresentation, I recommend that it is clearly shown on the ODP that the realignment / upgrade of the intersection is anticipated to sit partially within plan change 81. And I've just marked up an amendment, which I've shown in red, but you won't see, but I've added a call out box, which just repositions that triangle somewhat to within the site.
Yep, that's really just a fine tuning.
It is just a fine tuning. So section 6, similar evidence. This slide's evidence confirms that Waka Kotahi is generally comfortable that amendments to the ODP and proposed amendments to the district plan have addressed its concerns. In paragraph 8.2 of your evidence, this slide notes that there is no corresponding rule to the requirement to upgrade requirement to delay development until completion. Stato London's Crossing Road upgrade. However, I understand that a rule is proposed. Now, I refer to attachment 2B to Mr. Phillips' evidence, so Rule 12.1.3.50C2. But I understand from the revised provisions that have just been tabled today that rule's been removed, and Ms. White is recommending that we just rely on the ODP narrative. So my discussion on that probably is that has been superseded now. But I'm comfortable with that.
You're comfortable with that?
Yeah. So moving to paragraphs 6.3 of the summary. At paragraphs 132 to 134 of his evidence, Mr. Langman expresses his concerns about the cumulative effects on the wider transport network from the multiple private plan changes within Rolleston, and that transport modelling has not taken into account the high densities enabled by the living MD zone. I confirm that the traffic modelling used for plan change 81 and 82 does not include the maximum density enabled by the living MD zone. However, it's typical for traffic modelling to assume a realistic or probable yield rather than a in quotations, worst case scenario. As discussed in section 4 of my evidence, which was where I discussed the traffic modelling, which I've skipped over, based on forecast growth for Selwyn District, modelling presented and included in Mr. Blackmore's evidence likely represents a 2048 scenario. Should Selwyn District grow at a faster rate than predicted, for example, through additional density enabled by the living empty zone, this shortens the horizon year for the traffic modelling results. But in instance, I'm comfortable with what's being modelled. Section 7, on the first day of the hearing, you posed several questions to Mr. Blackmore and Mr. Fuller. I felt I might be able to shed some light on the matter of development agreements as a mechanism to deliver transport infrastructure upgrades, with the upgrades identified, indicated in Table 1 and Table 2 of Mr. Fuller's evidence, where he's laid out where he thinks responsibility for delivery lies. And in my experience, council staff are very proactive at entering into development agreements with larger scale developments. I'm currently assisting council's transport manager with calculations of the effect that 2 development areas within Rolleston have on the need to upgrade a nearby intersection. This information will be used as the basis for negotiating a developer agreement, and is similar to the information that I presented in Table 3 of my transportation technical report. I'll give you a moment just to have a look at it. I think it's in much of section 4. That's a very good table with lots of numbers on it.
Oh, yeah. It's over there.
Yeah, it's right, it works. But essentially all that is doing is using the parameters traffic model, which Mr. Blackmore was discussing. And we've dug into that in a bit of detail and had a look at what intersections need to be upgraded to support the range of plane changes, and then how much each plane change is contributing to the need.
I actually thought it was a very interesting analysis in terms of what each area growth is contributing to.
That's right. So no, look, it's one of those things that's a little bit bigger than the effects of the plane change itself. But it's helpful for council to look at where those cumulative effects fall, and to help council set development contributions, and to look at which intersections might need development agreements, and if they do need development agreements, who should be contributing as a beneficiary of that.
Which is what I was talking about at that time.
Yeah.
And you share it out.
That's right. Yeah. So Yes, so I understand from Council's Transportation Manager that Council has negotiated multiple successful developer agreements, and that he's comfortable that there are an appropriate funding mechanism to deliver transport infrastructure upgrades and where there are wider beneficiaries beyond just the clean change side.
Thank you very much. Now, one of the matters I raised with Mr. Fuller, I think, was the table and the reasonable clarity and certainty of what upgrade was proposed, bearing in mind they haven't been designed and therefore and perhaps how that should be expressed so that it's, I mean, it is in the ODP rather than rule, so inherently there's a little bit more wiggle room, as it were, than there's a performance standard for you classified.
Yeah, and I had turned my mind to that question yesterday and agreed with your concern that they probably are a little bit vague on what the upgrade should be. I think with the removal of the rules and just relying on the ODP narrative, that gives more scope to be a little bit more descriptive about what they should be without necessarily locking down an outcome or a design that is still conceptual. So I tend to be a little bit cautious about including too much detail in the rule, because it has to, obviously that rule has to be valid for the lifespan of the district plan, which we know, the design standards or expectations on outcomes can change within that. So, but I'm quite comfortable with more detail being included in the ODP, and I think that would be helpful. Just giving some sort of outcomes focused description of what these upgrades might be. I'm comfortable with Mr. Fuller would have a good view on that and put something forward to him.
Would a service level?
No, I wouldn't want to lock down to a service level. I think just some very basic descriptions about what the intersection form would be. Is it a single lane roundabout, a double lane roundabout? Does it include cycle facilities? Does it include pedestrian and cycle crossing points? That sort of thing, without sort of starting to define level of service or geometric sort of sizes or things like that.
I'd be very happy to see that in terms of providing a little more certainty for all parties, and then when it's applied, it's easier for the planner picking it up to say, well, hang on, this does or doesn't do the job.
I think that would be helpful.
Okay. I'll leave that to the parties to resolve. We talked about the park and ride this morning and the rail project, but I don't know that I really need to ask you about that. But I'm interested to know, if you like, so perhaps on the rail project, there's part of the argument about, if you like, the strategic importance of bringing that into the future development strategy, strategic thinking, and the business case for the rail, and so on and so on. Clearly, in some ways, more people out of Rolleston wanting to travel to Christchurch improves the case for a railway. On the other hand, if they're not using the railway, then it's producing emissions, etc. So there's a chicken and egg little game with all these bits of major infrastructure like that.
That's right, particularly those sort of sub-regional or regional type infrastructure projects that if Rolleston doesn't grow, it won't get a better public transport. Pure and simple. That you need that generation of demand to justify that investment in better transport options. In terms of, there are different types of development or urban development. Some are more conducive to better public transport than others. More intensified development around a station obviously generates more public transport demand, versus development like this, where we have more fringe development, where you have lower accessibility, generates lower demand. But that's not to say that the plan change area currently wouldn't benefit from sort of rapid transit between Rolleston and Christchurch. In fact, quite the opposite. This area wouldn't benefit from it because the usual way of servicing it is you'll have your rapid transit station, and then you'll have feeder bus services that run between your outlying sort of suburban areas to that rapid transit station. So
when you think about it, thanks to the very generous efforts of the noise contours, you don't have too many intervening stops between here and getting to suburban Christchurch anyway, do you? In terms of the efficiency of that service.
Yeah.
Thinking out of that.
Yeah, and looking at it, looking at it in the context of growth within Selwyn, from my point of view, if I'm assuming that growth is going to happen in Selwyn, I think Rolleston is a better location for that growth versus some of the other settlements, which you're never going to get very good transport options to them because just purely by their size, they're not going to be able to, you don't just justify those public transport services. So it might be Rolleston is, if you're growing within Selwyn, Rolleston is the place.
Which was, of course, very much the change one for the FDA thinking. It's like, no, I mean, I confronted that with Prebbleton and the previous plan change to deal with it. It's like you ignore Prebbleton, but the logic of that was let's put it all in Rolleston, give us some leg up on the infrastructure. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah. So I just had another couple of points to cover off. So Mr. Nicholson and I have just been looking over the Mr. Phillips' evidence, a summary of evidence, and just not a summary of evidence, but his statement of evidence. So just within the ODPs that were attached to his evidence, we picked up just two things for the Plan Change 82. So I think it might be that a few details might have got lost between the notified ODP when that was the ODP plan, not the text plan, when that was transferred over into the new format. So
can we take that off, perhaps offline and sort that out and maybe come back to the commissioner if we've got a disagreement rather than doing that by committee? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Are you happy with that?
It's not fundamental issues arising.
I don't think so.
Context, it's merely a.
Sounds like it's a typo, yeah. We'll have a look at that and we'll let you know if it's substantive, but I suspect it's not.
Look, I'd be happy for that to happen, as you say, offline and be fed it back through reply, unless there is any disagreement, in which case I'd like to know what it is and we'll deal with it. Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay. Where do we go next? Mr. Curtis, witnessing. Thank you. How are we doing for time? We are supposed to break for afternoon tea at 2:30 and have Mr. Curtis and Mr. Boyd done, so we're not wandering too far off track. Thank you, Mr. Curtis, for your patience, and appreciate you are dealing with Mr. Denver's evidence, but you've got a nice summary here in response to some of the issues, so if you could take us through that, everyone.
Do you want me to, I can start with my qualifications since you don't know who I am, or I'm happy to leave that and start at 2.
I've just read it, so you can start at 2.
Okay. So, Pedal Delmore Partners was engaged by Selwyn District Council to prepare the odour-related section 42A report for private changes 81 and 82. This work was undertaken by my colleague, Mr. Mr. Bender was not available to attend this hearing as he's in Australia and he is away on leave in Australia, sorry, in America. So my company has proposed to STC that I become involved in this hearing as well as the ongoing mediation and private court proceedings associated with Plan Change 73, which Mr. Bender also involved in. So while I had not previously presented information with respect to Plan Change 82, I have been involved internally in Pedal Delmore Partners with providing advice to Mr. Bender and as the peer reviewer of the documents that he has prepared. For the purposes of this hearing, I adopt the Section 42A ODA memo prepared by Mr. Bender and confirm that I agree with its content and conclusions. I have read all of the relevant ODA-related material that's been presented to the hearing commissioner and in particular the evidence of Mr. Van Keeken and Mr. Sally. I visited the area on 7th of September, including undertaking site visits to the Pine Resource Recovery Park and the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant. Also drove along Dunn's Crossing Road and visited the location of the land that's subject to land changes. That was confirmed in 26 that I agree. So section 3 just says what I'm going to say. And then section 4, I just sort of throw an extra bit in. I think it's important because in terms of the work that I'm involved, the primary issue of the contention is whether there is potential for reverse sensitivity effects occur on STC assets, SC82 and the underground. Therefore, it's important to understand what is meant by reverse sensitivity. And while there's not a definition of that in the operative Selwyn District Plan, the proposed plan contains the following definition, and it's actually quite a good one, and I just read it included here. It's the potential for an approved, whether by consent or designation, existing or permitted activity to be compromised, constrained, or curtailed by the more recent establishment or alteration of another activity that may be sensitive to the actual potential or perceived adverse environmental effects generated by an approved, existing, or permitted activity. I think it's very helpful and conceptuates well the issues that are at the heart of the differences of views that I have Mr. Bender and myself, and Mr. Van Keeken and Mr. Sally. In particular, it identifies the potential for reverse sensitivity to arise because of the potential of perceived adverse effects, which is something I'll talk about a bit later in this statement. This next section just really summarises the ODA memo. And I think the only real difference is that I just want to highlight because it was out of the memo. So come perhaps paragraph 5.4. Well, I consider that, you know, that 600 metres is probably a reasonable area for separation from the active composting area. I know that there is the potential for upset conditions to occur in the large-scale composting facility, which may lead to adverse odour effects being experienced. I also consider that the residual odour from composting operations, which may be considered acceptable in a rural residential area, may be considered offensive or offensive in a more developed environment, such as a medium-density zone. That any agreed separation distance should be determined from the composting area as a whole, including the compost maturation and processing area. I just want to emphasise that because a couple of times, including just recently, Mr. Phillips' evidence and by Mr. Van Keeken and Mr. Sally, was mentioned that, you know, we were saying that 600 was okay and we were only concerned about upset conditions, but that's not the case, and that's quite clearly stated in the conclusions of the ODA memo. We had, from the time of that, the document was written concerned about, you know, the perceived acceptability of odours from a facility of this type beyond that 600 metre distance. So we've never said, hey, okay, it's the ordinary operations will be all right. It's always had this reservation and contained it.
Yes.
So in my opinion, the odour setback control area proposed for the PC 82 is insufficient to avoid the potential for reverse sensitive effects from the PRR in face of the definition that the proposed district plan contains. Then I've gone through in quite a bit of detail in the evidence of Mr. Van Keeken, but because that was all new material that we had not seen prior to preparation of the memo. In paragraph 45, Mr. Van Keeken discusses separation distances between residences and wastewater treatment plants in some locations in New Zealand. I am familiar with most of these sites and can say that the Hamilton Fitzroy site that's mentioned in his evidence is actually a is a water treatment plant, not a wastewater treatment plant, and therefore is not a relevant comparison. I think it's 100 metres distance to the nearest house, but it's a water treatment site, not a wastewater treatment plant. I also note that construction of virtually all of the plants predates the Victorian EPA and other guidance on the separation distances, and therefore it is not appropriate to state that there will be no odour experience by nearby residents from facilities because of the distances that exist in that case. It would have been more helpful to have had data presented by the applicant to demonstrate that the distances that were set that they are actually acceptable and are not resulting in such orders, rather than saying these distances exist. So, for example, I have often detected odour from the Mangere wastewater treatment plant while driving along Stateway 20 approximately 1.6 kilometres from the plant, as opposed to the 500 metres, which is the separation distance to the nearest residence. And I note too that Mangere is quite unusual at that. It actually has an odour designation around its site, which gives the wastewater treatment plant control over developments out to, I think, from memory, about a kilometre. And I have actually been involved with water here in reviewing a couple of development applications for things like churches and business parks. And ultimately, work here saying I don't think that's not appropriate for that, but with that in that distance because of its potential impact on New Zealand's wastewater treatment. So, and when I say I take odour out to 1.6 kilometres, it's just being able to say, oh, there's the wastewater treatment plant. It's not necessarily saying it's offensive odour, but I know I'm driving past it. And 6.4, that having been said, I consider that the 1,000 metre setback that will exist between the Pines wastewater treatment plant and the closest or the approximate 1,000 metre distance between that and the closest point of PC 82 should be sufficient to minimise most odour impacts. In paragraphs 53 and 57, Mr. Van Keeken discusses separation distances and quotes extensively from the South Australian guidance document. I do not disagree with those quotes and think that they are helpful in providing some guidance on the purpose of separation distances. In a more recent publication, the Victorian Environmental Protection Authority sets out some further guidance which I consider as relevant, consider as follows. And just quite a long quote there, but again, I think it's helpful. It needs to be recognised that where there are industrial air emissions from premises, even with good pollution control technology and practice, there will still be unintended emissions which must be anticipated and provided. While it is the objective of the set, and that's the legislation that they operate in terms of air quality, that such emissions should be eliminated, it is recognised that even state-of-the-art facilities are not always guaranteed to achieve this goal 100% of the time. Equipment failure, accidents, and abnormal weather conditions are among the causes that can lead to emissions affecting sensitive land uses beyond the boundary of the source premises. Unlike routine emissions, unintended emissions, industrial residual air emissions are often intermittent or episodic and may originate at or near ground level. Separation distances seek to avoid the consequences of IRAEs. An adequate separation distance should allow IRAEs to dissipate without adverse impacts on sensitive practices. In addition, Under the industrial land users have rights to enable the industry to operate, provided they comply with relevant regulations. Accordingly, planning authorities and other responsible authorities need to carefully consider the appropriate separation of industrial land users from seaside land users. In the context of this document, wastewater treatment plants considered industrial land users. Taking the above into account, Vic EPA is set out in table 2 of the ODMO. It's identified the separation distance of greater than 2,000 metres are required for the type of composting being undertaken by STC at the Pines Resource Recovery Plant. The Vic EPA does allow for consideration of reduced separation distances and has identified what it considered might need to be considered if a reduction were to be considered. So it's also considered the apologies to that. In particular, it notes that separation distances seek to mitigate the consequences of IRAEs. Any proposal to vary from a recommended separation distance should detail why consequences of IRAEs are such that variation from the recommended separation distances is justified. While Mr. Van Keekum has correctly identified that there are a range of published separation distances, I consider that when taking into account Vic EPA guidance and my experience with odour issues, real emphasis from composting operations, that the acceptance of 1,000 metre separation distance due to measures in place at the PRRP provides a more appropriate level of protection than 600 metres to deal with the potential consequences of the IRAEs. Mr. Van Keekum describes the potential odour from various activities undertaken by STC and considers the ones that are with the highest potential for reverse sensitivity effects on PC82 is the from the PRRP. I note that in paragraph 58, Mr. Van Keekum talks about reverse sensitivity effects on PC82/81. I consider that this statement is incorrect because STC assets already exist. It is therefore them that will experience the reverse sensitivity effects, not any sensitive activities that may be established in PC82. I agree with Mr. Van Keekum that composting leachate has the potential to be odorous if not well managed. But I do not agree with him that not having some form of leachate storage is a major factor as to why a reduced separation distance might be appropriate. Based on my experience, well-operated composting sites are able to manage the potential for odour from leachate. Therefore, while not having a leachate pond may remove one factor that can lead to odours, the remaining factors exist as they do on most composting sites of this type. In paragraph 66, Mr. Van Keekum identifies various odour sources associated with composting, and I agree that this is a reasonable list. I am unsure in his paragraph 67 why he lists activities, when he lists the activities with the highest odour discharge, highest potential for odour discharge, whether this is a general comment or whether he is talking about odours that may be detected off-site and can be considered offensive. Either way, I consider that the turning of active compost rows has the greatest potential to generate odours, with that activity that generally occurs for the longest period of time, with the odours associated with sterile and mixing occurring quite quickly. Paragraph 71, Mr. Van Keekum talks about upset conditions, and that based on site management procedures and consent requirements, these should be available. I agree that that should be the case. However, as the Vic EPA state, these types of effects can occur on occasions, but therefore having separation distance is appropriate. However, my experience is that even when compost sites are operating well, there is potential for them to generate odours that can be distinct and detectable off-site. These are not odours that I would classify as being offensive or objectionable, but they are odours that some individuals might consider unpleasant, particularly if they are highly sensitive to odour. For example, I have detected wheat compost odours 1,600 metres from the Ureti compost facility, which has given rise to odour complaints. This potential risk increases as the number of receptors or residences in proximity to sites increases, particularly if the amenity expectation of that population becomes higher. Odour surveys. Mr. Van Keekum has helpfully undertaken 2 types of odour surveys. surveys. A community odour survey of people living or working near to the PRRP, and some odour scouting undertaken by an independent person. I think that the community odour survey demonstrates that odour associated with the PRRP can be detected more than 600 metres from the site. While this odour did not generally appear to be strong, it was apparent as postal. This is an indication of the highly variable effect that odour has on people, which in part is based on the sensitivity of the sense of smell. I note that as far as I am aware, there is no indication that the PRRP was not fully compliant with its resource consent when the survey was being undertaken, and consequently the odours experienced by the community are likely to simply those residual odours that will be experienced near any composting site. The odour scouting also observed residual odours out to at least 350 metres on occasions. However, as the composting is currently only operating at about 16% of its intended capacity, I do not consider that the odour scouting provides any useful information on the future odour potential of the site. I just note there too that as well as the site only processing about sort of 9,000 to 10,000 tonnes per annum at the moment compared to the 53, the mix of the more odoriferous feedstocks that are coming from people's houses and their kitchen waste and food waste is a relatively small portion of the order of 10%, I understand. As the site grows, that percentage will potentially increase. So you get a change in the nature of those feed materials. So consequently, while the odour scout gives some useful information on how the site's operating now, I don't think that can be taken as being representative of how the site will smell or how the extent of the plume may change in the future. In paragraphs 173 to 175 of this, Mr. Van Keeken describes the sensitivity of the area to odour and how it might change with PC82 as granted or if not PC is granted. I agree with this analysis. Basically saying that the moment it's a rural environment and rural character generally accepted, and it'll be an urban environment and with the higher expectations that is. However, as I've already stated, I fundamentally disagree with Mr. Van Keeken's conclusions in paragraphs 177 to 188 in relation to the potential for reverse sensitive effects on STC's assets if residents are allowed to develop 1,000 hectares. Specifically, based on my experience, the amenity expectations of residential communities is such that they are unlikely to tolerate occasional low intensity odours from composting that are likely to occur when the site is operating well and in compliance with its resource consent. The community is also extremely unlikely to tolerate what the EPA referred to as IRAEs. Consequently, the greater the separation distance between residents and STC's assets, the lower the potential that reverse sensitivity effects may be experienced by those assets. I do not think that the presence of the pine plantation can be relied on to provide dispersion and mixing in the future, as at some stage these trees will be harvested and any benefit they may provide in terms of dispersion will be removed. Consequently, I do not consider that it is appropriate to discount the potential for the PC82 area to be exposed to odours from compost to activities on site. I know there was some discussion, I think Mr. Sally made some comments about a designation on the site. I haven't been able to fully understand what the basis of those concerns or what comments are, but I would suggest that regardless of whether that site is going to remain as some form of research site or whatever it be, and perhaps one of the STC staff can provide you more information on that. Those trees will be harvested. They may be replanted, but they're going to be going from being 20 metres high or whatever it is at the moment down to seedlings and then regrow in some format And therefore, I don't think that you can say simply because there's some trees now that they'll always provide protection or the level of protection they provide from odour will vary. Okay, 6.27. Finally, I note that based on the Burnham windrows presented in Figure 2 of Mr. Van Keeken's evidence, there is in the order of 18% of the time when there will be light winds, that is less than 3.8 metres per second, that will blow from the proposed, from the Hines Resource Recovery Centre towards PC 82. This is not, in my opinion, a particularly low percentage of time, as Mr. Van Keeken states. Consequently, I consider that overall Mr. Van Keeken has downplayed the potential for odour effects, for odours to affect the PC 82 site. I do agree that the potential for odour effects to be experienced at PC 81 is very much less than for PC 82 because of the distance from the site. Firstly, I do not agree that any distances should be measured from the active composting area. I agree that the character of the odours are different from the maturation area. However, the area still has the potential to generate odours, particularly when activities such as screening are load out of the area. These low-level odours have just as much potential to result in reverse sensitive effects as do those from more active phases of the process. In paragraph 195, indicates that he does not consider that increases in throughput will change the potential for odour, as he does not consider that he considers the odour of the activity will change. Well, I do not necessarily agree with this statement, as I consider that there is potential for increased quantities of food waste to increase odour intensity. So my apologies on these, but not to the extent that the site becomes non-compliant with its consent. I do not consider that Mr. Van Keeken has appropriately accounted for the increase in duration or frequency of odours from on-site processing. This means that any odours that might be generated could be experienced off-site for longer and potentially more frequent. This is exactly the type of situation that can give rise to chronic odour effects in some cases when people are especially sensitive to odours. In my opinion, the only way to avoid this is to ensure that sensitive receptors are kept as far away as possible. Finally, I note that Mr. Van Keeken discusses a no complaints covenant in paragraph 201. I personally do not consider that no complaint covenants provide any protection to STC from complaints, and in fact do nothing more than provide a note on the property title that may alert some purchasers to the fact that they're purchasing a property near to an activity that may produce odours on occasions. In other words, I think it's extremely unlikely that if someone whose property had no complaints covenant on it were to make a complaint, or a relative or a friend or someone who was on visited that property made a complaint, that STC would take civil action against that person for the breaching the no complaints covenant. So I guess they're a complainant facility. I guess they sound like they're very helpful, but I suspect if a council was to take civil action against one of the people in the area, it would be unlikely to happen.
Yes.
So it sounds like it's providing some protection, but in reality, I don't think it does.
Yes. I mean, ultimately, it's compliance with the resource consent conditions that counts rather than no complaint covenant.
That's right. The site, and I'm not suggesting that the site doesn't comply with the resource consent.
No, but it would be cause to investigate and determine that from a compliance point of view. If you've got consents rather than ignore it because there's no covenant. And or feed it into the normal monitoring regime of compliance of the operation.
And we're moving on to section 7, where I've had a few comments on Mr. Sally's evidence. Try to keep this very brief, and I apologise, I was having some issues with my computer. There's a line that seems to have vanished. Basically, I said I agree with Mr. Sally's evidence. And I just have a few concerns about some comments, and then 7.1, I'll just summarise the 3 points which he's dealt with, which we're discussed already in relation to and we can give us. 7.2, in paragraph 24, Mr. Iselli states that he considers that upset conditions are not likely to occur. While I agree with him that the PRRP site is well written, it is my experience that even on a well-run site, there is potential for things to happen, such as the refuse compactor breaking down or adverse weather conditions that prevent compost piles being turned for extended periods of time, which will lead to upset conditions. On a site such as this, these upset conditions will have significant potential to generate odour. This is exactly the reason that Vic EPA has specified such a large separation distance for this type of activity. In paragraph 28, Mr. Iselli comments on where the separation distance should be measured from. It's my opinion that it should be from the boundary of the property because of the potential that activities such as compost screening will generate odours that will cause annoyance or offence to some people, albeit that the odour would not normally be considered to be offensive or objectionable. I note this is slightly different to what was stated in the odour memo. However, having been on site, I am more comfortable with this, that this is appropriate. Particularly when I was doing my site visit, the screening was happening quite close to that northern boundary of the site, or eastern boundary of the site. In addition, I note that Mr. Iselli's comments in paragraph 30 is exactly the type of reverse sensitivity effect that the separation distances are intended to avoid. Whether or not Environment Canterbury consider that odour is offensive, it will still have to investigate the incident as will STC. And if the complaints occur on a regular basis, there is the potential that Environment Canterbury could identify that there is a chronic odour issue and take action against STC. Having larger separation distances reduces the potential for this to occur. And his comment was essentially saying if someone complains, that's not necessarily a reverse sensitivity effect. However, recent case I was involved in, the court decided that it was in fact the case that if someone had repeated complaints, whether or not they were justified, that was an effect that they were having to investigate, they were having to put time and effort into, and potentially even though they weren't necessarily creating a nuisance effect, their activities might be curtailed to some extent.
You got the name of the court case?
I will have to.
The environment court.
Yes, it was the environment court. Sinead, I've just got some comments on some of the questions, in response to some questions that you asked of Mr. Beck and Mr. Sally yesterday, and these are the things that they said in response to those. So just in paragraph 8.2. Firstly, Mr. Van Keekham stated a number of times in response to questions to you that the PRRP is not able to turn compost in certain wind conditions. Yes. And that there is sufficient time for the site to operate within its consent under other weather conditions. However, I understand from Mr. Boyd that the effects of the restrictions set out in Table 3 of the Odour Management Plan would eliminate approximately 51% of daylight hours. And those restrictions are wind conditions that were mentioned, but also some operations in terms of not doing things, low light wind conditions and before 9 o'clock in the morning, after 3:30 in the afternoon. So actually, there is quite a degree of curtailment of ability to operate the sites. In addition, as I understand the requirements of the Odour Management Plan, they do not prohibit turning in westerly wind conditions. Rather, the OMP states that the site should avoid turning. While I understand that avoid in a regulatory planning context has a specific meaning, i.e. don't do it, in the context of an odour management plan that's going to be used by site staff, it does not mean the same thing. It just means don't do it unless you have to do it. And this is a practical document and needs to be dealt with in that.
So it's in the management plan rather than a consent.
That's right. It's in table 3 of the open management plan. And the management plan is they have to comply with the management plan, but the management, the consent requirements require them to comply with the management plan. The open management plan sets out how you run the site, and that's good at that.
Yes, inherently it provides a management regime, and being a management regime has not got quite the same black and white. It's got, measures and contingencies, and this is what we'll do if this happens, this is what we'll do if this happens. It's a management tool rather than a rule or.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. 8.4, therefore, if the site needs to turn windrows to maintain the compost in a healthy condition and to avoid it becoming anaerobic, that needs to occur in a westerly wind, then it will turn it, then it will happen. Mr. Van Keeken and Mr. Asali also talked on a number of occasions about odours only being experienced off-site that might reach the offence for a fictional test and consent. As I've already stated in my experience, is that even when composting is going well, there will be odours from tuning and processing that some people find objectionable, and even at the odour surveys, they detect that odour out to sort of 350 metres. So there will be odours, and some people will find those offensive. The potential for this to occur around the PFFP will increase, will increase as the sensitive population nearby increases. And in my experience, the potential for complaints will be greater if the separation distance is 600 metres compared to 1,000 metres. I would also note that as the site processes more compost, and that compost contains a high percentage of reducible waste, the need to turn the windrows to maintain the aerobic conditions will increase, and consequently, the need to turn the westerly conditions will also potentially increase. The Commissioner also asked a question about the need to change processes in the future. Mr. Van Keeken indicated that as a new consent to be granted, this was probably not required. Mr. Asali also stated that he considered that the current processes were low-tech and the site might need to change technologies. While it is true that STC has consent that has recently been granted and is valid until 2024, I think, I apologise if I've got that wrong. If it wanted to vary the consent or seek new consent for some reason in the future to consent to new technologies on the site, and PCA 2 as requested have been granted, and based on my experience, there is the potential for significant opposition from the local community. And this is based on my experience with a whole lot of activities, not just waste treatment plants or refuse processing plants, transfer stations. Once communities have become established, they tend to accept those infrastructures to some extent. But if regulatory authorities or councils seek to increase them, change the size of them, or things, then communities tend to be less tolerant to that. And then just in general, I think there have been over the last 15 or 20 years a reduction in the tolerance by local communities to amenity effects such as odour and dust. So that seems to be getting worse in my experience with consent. So just because consent is being granted now, or if there's a recent consent, there may well be constraints on the ability of the site to get a new consent in the future if PC 82 is consented as granted. Sorry, was granted. The Commissioner also asked a question about the potential for dust effects on the site. I agree with the responses from Mr. Van Keeken and Mr. Scully that it is unlikely that any effects will be experienced more than about 200 metres from the site boundary. Potential exception would be a strong northwesterly wind of view when it was freshly screened relatively dry, which means was not site, in which case the effects could extend beyond this distance. Mr. Van Keegan also talked about the odour benefits associated with the removal of the Timor chicken breeder farm. I've had extensive experience with chicken farms and have prepared a number of documents relating to effects from cooling. It's my experience that chicken breeder farms do not give rise to odour effects because of the low site intensities. So I'm not sure there's an awful lot of odour benefit if it's gone. But I don't think it's not like a broiler farm or a layer farm. It's effects.
I'm not an expert on chicken farms, so a chicken breeder farm is a particular type of chicken production operation, is it?
Okay, yeah, sorry, apologies. So I guess so the two main types of chicken farms are broiler farms, so that's where we get our meat from, and layer farms, where we get our eggs from.
Yes.
So breeder farms essentially provide fertilised eggs.
Yes.
So they're not particularly highly densely stocked. They provide the fertilised eggs, which are then hatched, which goes to those other facilities.
Oh, I see.
So they're not.
I didn't know that. You learned something interesting.
Yeah.
So fertilised eggs, they then go elsewhere.
They go elsewhere to a hatchery, so
To a hatchery and raised for as broiler.
And yeah, so hatchery hatches the little chickens, and then they're sent out to Beaver, a broiler farm, so a big farm somewhere, or if they're a different type of chicken, they're sent off somewhere as frozen into layers. So quite a different type of in 813. Finally, the question asked a question of Mr. Rosselli about where the separation distance should be measured from. I've already commented on this. I consider that it should be from the maturation area. This is for two main reasons. Firstly, as I've already stated, I consider that there are some odours from the processing of mature compost which could give rise to odours that cause the noise that some people have found close to the site. Secondly, there is the potential, as the volumes of material that are processed on site increase, for processes to change, with the material in the maturation area having a stronger odour, particularly if the site changes to using a forced aeration composting system. These stronger odours, while still meeting the site defensive or objectionable odour limit, will have greater potential to be detectable off-site, especially when the maturation piles are turned. That's
Thank you very much. So your position is that 1,000 metres would cut it?
My position is that at 1,000 metres, the risk of there being significant odour effects are significant. And at 1,000 metres is a very practical number, simply because it's the distance between Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant and PC 82. We can't actually go out any further than that.
1,000 metres is from Pines to 82, is what you just said. So we've got shown the 1,500 metres, which was the consenting related sort of regime matter, which encroaches on Eastgate 2. And looking at it, if you had 1,000 metres from the edge of the corner of the site, you form the composting plant or resource recovery plant, you'd be I'm actually looking at Mr. Boyd's diagram that was part of his supplementary, or part of his evidence sheet. Forgive me. Which we were referring to earlier in the day, which Mr. Einstein's got, yes.
Number 5 at the bottom?
got an A3 version in front of her. I believe it's four.
I assume that's the one. Is it number 5 at the
Yes,
right
yes,
hand corner?
yes. You should have it. It's actually not quite printed on mine. So we see on the aerial underneath there, the trees to the south of the composting of the resource recovery site. And we have the property boundary along there. So we have other privately owned land to the east. We have the PC 73 to the north, which is an issue for this issue. And we have 2 measures on there. We have the 1,500 metres from the Pines, and we have the 600 metres from the turning area, I think, that's measured from, within the recovery plant, within the resource recovery. And I think what you're suggesting is that the separation distance for the composting should be 1,000 metres from not the part of the site that's growing trees, but the part of the site that's been operationally used.
Yes.
Now, so just we've said the trees are of beneficial effect, but I'm not sure we've quite quantified how material that is from an odour mitigation point of view. Yes, pine trees give off a nice little odour and create aspirin spring and so on. But how effective is it? Should you be planting more trees to deal with this issue? He says flippantly.
Yeah. I guess there's two ways of looking at it. Probably the largest benefit that trees provide is if you think of them as a windbreak. So if you have strong winds, then trees do some useful things to wind. They do move it around. They'll create some turbulence. So I guess I'm not as, and I didn't comment on it so much, but I'm not as certain as Keegan of the actual benefit. So in stronger winds, there's possibly quite a bit of turbulence that's created. But those are not the conditions where you get odour. In the strong winds conditions, anything sort of over 3 to 5 metres per second, and generally not when you get odour effects. In the lighter wind conditions, particularly those under about 2 metres per second, the trees are essentially transparent to the wind. So you need to have, essentially, if you think about windbreak crop or something like that, you essentially have to have enough air movement and porosity, if you like, spaces, to make the air do something rather than just go straight. So the trees will provide some effect, but odours, particularly those low wind speeds, already meander. You've probably term for it, that meandering like a stream does. And so light winds, trees probably don't make a big benefit. If a big concrete block people there, maybe a big difference, but the trees will provide some benefit, but I'm not convinced that the benefit is that great. And even if it was, the air tends to keep on carrying on, moving in the direction it wants to go. So some distance downwind of block of trees, if you think about westerly wind, the air will continue to be going for westerly direction. Generally, except that the distances from windbreak, you talk about sort of 6 times as high down the east to whatever it was like to say. Maybe an immediate of forestry block, you are getting benefits, but if you have the roads,
just on the comparison of wastewater treatment plants, different wastewater treatment plants use different technologies, different systems. I'm not an expert in that at all, but it would seem to me that one shouldn't be comparing apples with oranges in terms of different technologies that have different potential for odour characteristics. So I was a bit cautious about that. Would that be fair?
Yes, I'm sorry, I just misplaced Mr. Deacon's. I think that if I look back at that paragraph, the moral points, so if I go through them, well, I won't talk to you too much about.
No, I need to go through.
Christchurch, but it's quite a primitive, Christchurch is quite a primitive wastewater treatment plant by modern standards. Everyone else has got rid of those horrible dripping filters that use so much issues. So that is quite an old technology. Mower Point's actually not a waste, well, it's a wastewater treatment plant. It's a very unusual one. In fact, treatment occurs elsewhere, and Mower Point essentially is a big holding station pumping site. So it's not a wastewater treatment plant in the context that people think of it. So the screening's all happening elsewhere, the removal of solids is happening elsewhere. What goes to Mower Point currently is the screened water that's then pumped out into the coal stream. So it's yeah, there's a little bit of treatment, but not really much. I don't know anything about Seaview, Mangere, Waste and Rosedale have both been upgraded over the last few years to be very modern, high quality treatment plants, and Hamilton's Pakiti is somewhat similar. So I think, you know, things like Pakiti, Rosedale, and certainly Mangere are comparable to the type of activities that are appearing at so it'll be effects. They're all quite a lot larger.
Yes. Okay, just last thing to focus on is this adverse weather conditions type of day-to-day management issue of, well, we've got a management plan that says don't turn in these conditions. Man, if this thing's going to turn anaerobic, then we need to do something to avoid an even bigger stink, as it were.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't say down, it doesn't say don't. It says avoid tuning. It says avoid tuning. That's quite different from don't tune.
Your 51% of daylight hours, which is daylight rather than anything else, is illustrating, if you like. Has that been measured over time?
Well, you have to list the void, just provide the void. So if you ask.
Because that's gives you quite an idea, if you like, of what are the implications of that condition and what are the risks associated with it, which is part of the core concern, really, isn't it?
I think that, I mean, without going into those down, I mean, you know, this is an issue that a lot of compost plants end up having. You know, they establish, people come closer, they stay, you know, we'll try and avoid tuning in these conditions. And actually, while it seems like a simple solution to deal with the concerns that communities have, it does lead to a lot of issues operationally, because you know, if you have a situation where you know, it rains, your compost becomes woodlog, you really want to start turning it to reiterate it, then you know, you decide, well, am I going to let it go anaerobic and then turn it in conditions where I'm allowed to turn it, and have quite a significant odor associated with it? Would I turn it in these slightly better conditions, you know, maybe it's a few days earlier, and you know, potentially, you know, not comply with my management plan, or accept the fact that management plan is not particularly perfect?
Now, I did ask also about, you know, what are the assets involved, how easy is it to relocate a composting plant? And again, probably as Mr. Boyd.
Mr. Boyd should answer that.
But I ultimately, one might get faced with the economic argument to the community, those ratepayers, that it's actually, from a pure dollar analysis point of view, better to relocate it and develop the land that's freed up for urban development than protect it. I haven't got that analysis in front of me. I'm not sure that that's where we're sitting in this debate at the moment, but ultimately that's where you could end up.
You could end up in that way, and I think, and Mr. Wood will obviously speak to this better. And this isn't into the site we have here. It is an integrated site, so I think the same bits of machinery that Twin Compost are also doing other things on the site. So, in the risk exists, 20 years time, that the site might get challenged to be reconceivable anyway. What do they do at that point? So, you still have the wastewater treatment plant there. So, if you say, well, redevelop that land, well, what are you going to put next to a wastewater treatment plant? You can't really, you can't really bring your community any closer than that really be the case.
No, but we're achieving a 1,000 metre buffer from that without adverse effect on this particular proposal. Okay, thank you very much. We will have a short break, comfort stop, drink, and then we will carry on with Mr. Boyd. We are a little bit behind time. We're almost an hour behind time, so that's, if we can just break for 10 minutes. I think there's a few people just about to come in actually, Josh,
Yeah.
if they can do that. Okay, we'll reconvene, and we have Mr. Boyd, and I have a summary statement. They've all been handed out. In fact, I have the summary statements of Mr. Boyd, Mr. Nicholson, and Mr. England, and Ms. White. So, if you could just take us through your summary statement, Mr. Boyd, that would be very helpful.
Sure. Just on my credit field.
Yes.
Just doing. We've added a few microphones, or a microphone to improve sound on recording the information.
Great, thank you. Yep. So my name is Andrew Boyd. I'm the Solid Waste Manager at Selwyn District Council. I have over 21 years experience in the waste and material recovery sector. I've prepared a statement of evidence as the Selwyn District Council Solid Waste Manager with respect to Plan Change 8182, the qualifications and experiences set out in that statement of detail.
Yeah.
Do you want me just to skip straight down to key points?
Yes, please.
Okay. The intensification of dwellings proposed under Plan Change 82 will significantly increase the number of potentially sensitive receptors near the recovery part and therefore the likelihood of complaints. I'm principally concerned that future complaints do not lead to constraints on the operation of this significant infrastructure for council. These facilities, the recovery park and wastewater plant, are key components for a healthy and well-functioning community, processing the district's most unpleasant and odorous wastes, our refuse, our producible food and garden organic waste, and our human and trade wastewater. The recovery park is the district's only site consented to take general waste and hazardous waste, and the only composting operation consented to take household food scraps in the district. Council strategically located the recovery park where it is, alongside the wastewater plant, specifically because the future housing development of Rolleston was planned to be south of the township. Council has invested very significant amounts of funding into infrastructure at the recovery park, estimated asset value of around 15 million after current developments, with a further 5 million planned. The Pines wastewater plant, current asset value exceeding $100 million. Extensive further development and investment plans for is already underway at both sites. Selwyn is the fastest growing district in the country. The pressure on these critical assets in terms of volumes is growing rapidly. We've seen a 24% increase in organic waste tons in the last year compared to the year prior. Organic tons are projected to increase from 10,000 tons per annum now up to 30,000 tons by 2044. Waste and organic matter in waste particularly is a significant contributor to climate change. In order to meet our obligations under the Zero Carbon Amendment Bill, as well as the Waste Implementation Act 2008, we will need to divert additional organic food and garden waste from the refuse. This facility's ability to receive and process these wastes is absolutely key to meet our obligations. There are many examples of conflicts between existing facilities and encroachment by new developments, particularly odour, dust, and noise. I noted some examples of these in the office documents that we August 2022. While it can be argued that some of these may have been breached in legal sense, the crux of the matter is in cases like the Gelina factory is that the district may not allow retail and hospitality complex to be developed in very close proximity to a heavy industrial zone site, thereby introducing more sensitive sectors to the industrial area. The flow and effects of reversing the issues would be significant increased costs associated with mitigating effects, the potential for council to have to look at relocating the site or no longer being able to access the district's curbside, commercial and public organic materials and compost. In terms of mitigation methods, the types of technologies to mitigate would be very similar to Linear's current site, but that facility is being forced to relocate. So we may be unable to mitigate the effects and be forced to relocate also should Plan Change proceed as proposed. Living Earth and Bromley, which uses advanced indoor forced aeration composting method with biofilters for odour, has been forced to relocate at incredible extent to the ratepayers. Many of the complaints forcing Living Earth to relocate have been beyond 6 metres. Odour is so subjective and individuals become sensitised to it. With enough noise, eventually the issue will become political and pressure counts on compliance officers to find breaches. The latest example was Tea Mutton Mushrooms in Havelock, near Havelock North. Last week, they announced it was closing the plant, which had operated since 1967 they cited their reasons as being due to it no longer being fit for purpose and due to pressures by urban encroachment. There is an opportunity to err on the side of caution and not to do the same here, so that when people look back on this in 5 to 10 years, they don't shake their heads wondering how residential development is allowed to proceed to the extent that is currently proposed, so close to the recovery place. The district has a population of about 70,000 people now. It expects a population of 112,000 people by 2044. We need this critical infrastructure protected so that we can provide to these residents. We already have restrictions around turning in certain wind directions and conditions. Using windrows data, this effectively means that we should avoid turning windrows 51% of the time between 7 AM and 4 PM. So that was Andrew Curtis's comment before. I was going to try and interject about the daylight hours, but yes, 7 AM to 4 PM was sort of typical operating hours. Right. Although typically the ODMP does say not before 9 AM, so it's possibly even worse. If you add in inclement weather and breakdown / staff issues, that doesn't leave a lot of time to compost effectively. 1 week of rain in unfavourable wind directions, not uncommon, and we risk anaerobic conditions by being unable to turn windrows. The closer the houses get, the more restricted our operations have to be. This limits our ability to be flexible for future changes in the waste sector. The applicant's air quality consultant, Ms. Neuenhausen, for Plan Change 73, noting that this was relied on in the application for Plan Change 82, was initially comfortable to use and cite the Victorian and South Australian EPA guidelines to guide the odour setback distance when the compost volumes were at assumed 4,200 tonne per annum, and it was assumed that we were at capacity. When it was pointed out that the site was consented to receive 53,000 tonnes, Ms. Neuenhausen maintained that the 600 metre setback was still appropriate. I have concerns that the guidelines were relied upon as being appropriate to apply when the volumes assumed were incorrect, but would not then apply when the correct consented volumes were taken into account. All the Australian EPA setback guidance provided and relied upon recommend setback distances of greater than 1,000 metres, with the Victoria EPA recommending a separation distance of greater than 2,000 metres. The applicant's air quality consultant's opinions are that there is low potential for adverse effects and that a 600 metre setback is considered reasonable. The air quality consultants engaged by the applicant contend that the odour and dust management plan controls put in place under the air discharge consented recovery park that the EPA setback distance recommendations can be reduced on the basis of those ODMP controls. However, the controls within the ODMP are quite standard for composting facilities with nothing unusually prescriptive in the recovery parks document. On that basis, I disagree with the setback separation and, on that basis, I disagree that the separation setback should be reduced from the EPA recommendations on the basis of the odour and dust management controls. A larger setback than the 600 metres proposed is required to safeguard the future operation and expansion of these critical community infrastructure assets. One would question why risk it. Once the dwellings are built, it will be too late. We've seen numerous examples of this across the country. I just had some responses to the consultant's comments that came in after I submitted my summary, my statement of evidence. So I've got a few points to make. In paragraph 62, we're discussing the potential for an increase in adverse nuisance odour effects. Mr. Van Keekum states that the compost feedstocks are lower risk. This is not the case. Referring to the guidelines, composting processes receiving food waste are classed as medium to high risk. Mr. Van Keekum in paragraph 61 refers to guideline separation distances, but uses the range of 300 metres to 2,000 metres. It's important. A separation distance of 300 metres is for a site only receiving between 20 and 200 tonnes, not 53,000 tonnes. The 2,000 metre distance is for annual volumes of over 50,000 tonnes of green waste, not of higher risk food waste and green waste. So, argument being that the setback distance should be even greater. In the table, Mr. Van Keekum presents on page 12, table 2, all composting facilities with volumes remotely close to our consented volumes specify nothing less than a 1,000 metre setback, and the Victoria EPA with 2,000 metres. Paragraph 128 reads, based on the information I reviewed at the time of consenting, there have been less than 10 odour complaints relating to IntelliGrow's composting operation, and none of these have been verified by CIC. Several field odour survey programs undertaken by 2 separate air quality consultancies have determined that odour from the composting operation does not extend beyond 200 metres from the IntelliGrow operation. And I contend that that may be, but there's still been 19 complaints lodged with ECAN about that site over the last 2 years. The experts put forward their opinions from limited snapshots in time. The reality is that the site gets complaints and it's a matter of time before they result in some form of action by the regional council. Other examples provided in paragraphs 129 to 139 are either from covered aerated static pile composting systems, quite different to that of the recovery part, or at sites processing very different feedstocks. I note that there has not been any information accompanying the examples given in terms of the number of odour complaints that those sites have attracted. I agree with Mr. Van Keekum's statement in paragraph 175. Therefore, I consider that the proposed rezoning of PC 82 and PC 81 will change the sensitivity of the land from low to high, as defined in Ministry for Environment's GPG odour document. Mr. Van Keekum discusses a community survey, paragraph 179. Whilst the community survey identified some residents could smell odour beyond 600 metres on occasion, albeit frequently and generally at low intensities, I'm not aware of the activities which were occurring on site during these instances. So yes, some residents already notice a smell, even though there are almost no neighbours, and the ones that are there are on rural blocks. Under PC 82, having potentially several thousand new homes, if it achieved MBRS, will exacerbate the number of residents noting the odour exponentially. Paragraph 182, the results of the odour scout survey indicate that the furthest extent of the odour plume is approximately 350 metres from the existing RRP composting operations. In my view, the value and relevance of the odour scout survey is very limited to this argument. The reasons for this are it is a very small snapshot in time. Current volumes are less than 20% of consented volumes, and we're in the low season where volumes are 40% of peak season tonnes. Consequently, there's little activity occurring on site. I also note the following. Mr. Van Keekum acknowledges in paragraph 62 that static windrow composting is a higher risk composting methodology. This and the nature of operations at Pines Resource Recovery Park with food scraps being medium to high risk under the guidelines are not consistent with Mr. Van Keekum's conclusion that there are reduced potential for odour emissions from the PRRP composting operation as compared with other composting operations. It's contradictory. The pine trees located between the composting operation and the nearest areas of PC 82 cannot be relied upon to disperse odours because in the future they will have to be harvested. I do not consider 18% of the time to be a low proportion in relation to winds which blow towards Plan Change 82. That's utilising the closest wind monitoring station at Burnham Camp. One of the sources of odour complaints at Living Earth is from the maturation area. This supports my view that the setback distance should have applied from the boundary of this area. Both Mr. Azali in paragraph 24 and Mr. Van Keekum in paragraph 200 make mention of the lack of complaints about the recovery park composting facility. This reflects the low number of neighbouring dwellings, and those that are there are rural in nature, therefore less sensitive. In my view, the site-specific assessment and community survey of residents at some of the surrounding rural properties provides little or no support for a lower setback. The properties are all rural, less sensitive, and all except for two are at greater distances than 600 metres. The community survey confirmed that odours were detected despite being in winter at a low season in terms of tonnage and at only a fraction of the consented volumes. Paragraph 208, the air quality experts agree that the use of published separation distances is an appropriate method for determining potential for reverse sensitivity effects on an existing industrial air pollution emitter. It would be logical, in my view, to start from the greatest setback, 2,000 metres as per Victorian EPA, and use the site-specific evidence, odour scout surveys, etc., to work back towards the recovery part to arrive at an appropriate setback. While the applicant's air quality consultants consider that the current proposed setback should be sufficient, the risk is that if they are not sufficient, the district ratepayers will be left to carry the cost of the encroachment of urban development on this critical infrastructure. There are other examples I noted earlier where conflicting developments have occurred during the consenting process. Air quality consultants would have been engaged, and where reverse sensitivity effects of the type that I'm concerned about have arisen, regardless of this advice. Envirofood in Tuakau is a site with similar material types and similar maximum tonnage consented. Mr. Van Keekum /NZ Air assessment supporting the Envirofood application for air discharge consent also considered that 1,000 metre separation distance was appropriate for the operation. Despite this and considerable expense associated with capital and process improvements on that site, the site has still attracted 12 odour complaints in the past 2 years, some of which are beyond 1 kilometre from the compost operation. I contend that in the case of these critical council assets, with the value exceeding 115 million and growing, processing the most odorous waste from residents and being a facility with high projected volume growth in coming years, we need more assurance than reasonable or low potential. We need to be cautious. While I accept that an odour setback of 2,000 metres may be least realistic in this case, a minimum of 1,000 metres would be more appropriate and acceptable if taken from the boundary of the mature compost area. I note the Commissioner's decision on Plan Change 73 was declined in significant part as a result of concerns about reverse sensitivity. In conclusion, the odour setback of 600 metres currently proposed is insufficient for any new urban development, conflicts with accepted setback guidelines for new development, risks with constraining recovery park operations, limiting future flexibility, and would likely add considerable expense in billions by way of mitigation measures at this important council facility. Ultimately, these mitigation measures may not be sufficient, as in the case of Living Earth. A minimum 1,000 metre odour setback with no building permitted would be more appropriate and acceptable measured from the boundary of the mature compost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm still not sure where on the plans 1,000 metre setback takes us to in terms of this encroachment on PC 82, so it would be useful to know that, but it's
drawn it in roughly, but we can verify that.
Yeah, and I just have to signal that this suggestion that it's been taken from the edge of the mature compost, which was seen for the first time from Mr. Curtis, that adds about another 150 metres. So I'm going to need to get some sort of response, 100 to 150 metres. So that's come out of the blue and wasn't apparent from the Section 42A report. So I'm going to need to get some sort of response from Mr. Van Keekum, probably urban design as well, on that suggestion.
It would also be helpful to actually understand the layout of the site. I don't think that someone could point me to something that I quite understand the layout.
So Nicole, have you done it?
I've just sketched it on.
From where?
The drawing itself that I've in front of me here, which is probably in the set, has taken it from the resource recovery park area, which is the active area, and I've shifted that at the moment just freehand to the edge of the boundary of the maturation area. So I can make that available, but it's a hand sketch, so it's just for me to visualize it. So if you want to utilize that, feel free.
I can probably dig it out here. While the next presenters.
We can give you, if you want to have a rough look at what the Nicole's drawn, that might be something at the moment, if on an email basis.
Any explanation, or does it make sense?
Sure. Yeah, thanks.
Now, 13 complaints to talk about somewhere here. I had it, I lost it. 19 complaints. Still being 19, paragraph 23. Have any of those been, do you know if any of those have been from, if you like, residential location?
I merely requested through the OIA process the number over the previous 2 years.
Because a 2 kilometre, 2,000 metre setback, I'm pretty sure if you double Nicole's radius would take you quite significantly into existing
Yes,
suburban fabric,
correct, yeah.
which is why I'm asking, so. And that is to sort of test, if you like, the reasonableness of the 2,000 metre vertical, which would be your ideal option, but not what you're accepting. I accept what you're saying, the end, a minimum of 1,000 metre over setback, with no building permits.
Can I just ask a question? Is that related to this site or Tallygrows on the other side of Selwyn?
Yeah, it's related to Telegraph.
So it's not the site we're talking about.
The 19 complaints commented in paragraph 23. There's 19 complaints about the IntelliGrow site.
Yes, it's mentioned in, so IntelliGrow is mentioned in Mr. Ben Keating's
Correct,
evidence.
yeah, paragraph 120.
And so that's another operation, and Mr. Boyd was responding to that, but it's not the site.
It has a 200 metre setback on the other side of State Highway.
And where is it located?
Between Rolleston and Templeton.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. That's my misunderstanding. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Now, you talk about the capital value early on in this of 15, estimated asset value of 15 million. I sort of tried to get an idea of what was there in terms of asset value from others, appreciating you probably work on that. What is that kind of 15 million made up of?
That's made up of the structures associated with the refuse area, including all the associated civil works and stormwater systems. It also includes a lot of the new development area that we've done. So, did you go on site?
I haven't been on site. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I mean, I know where it is, but I haven't got a very good idea. So I may need to do that. So,
so there's a large development underway, which is incorporates a reuse shop, some maker spaces, an education centre. And the idea is that with the education centre, we've got the on-site educator employed now, and she will take groups through the composting facility, as well as the refuse areas, and teach people about about our waste and how we can do things differently. Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. So that's all part of just the strategic growth of the.
Yes, that's right. I'm planning to make it a real destination for people to come.
Yeah, because you do say further 5 million planned.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all part of that. And so presumably you take glass and cardboard and recyclable materials there as well.
Yes, we do. We take about 20 different recycling streams, plus a range of different hazardous wastes, chemicals, pesticides, herbicides, oils.
Yeah, hazardous waste. I was asking the other day on the wastewater treatment plant, the extension of that. Well, you're more in the waste and not dirty, will you?
I'm solid waste, not the.
You're not the wastewater side. Well, the other aspect that I was testing out was kind of, if you like, the flexibility of the use of the site going forward, and not so much growth of the site, but how the site's used internally in terms of probably reflects a little bit on your view as to the maturation area versus the turning area. And in your view, a 1,000 metre sort of setback would give you a bit more flexibility as to how the site is used over time, and obviously with its growth of input output.
Yes, I mean, look, I'd like to say no, none at all, thanks, in terms of dwellings, but I'm quite pragmatic, and I realise that, the district needs additional houses, just there's good places to put them and not so good places to put them, and putting them near us is not so great. But I think we can manage with 1,000 metres, and I think we can be good life.
And just finally, coming back to the Windrow turning operational side of things, I think I recall from yesterday that from the Mr. Van Keeken or whoever, that generally these windrows are turned about every 3 days.
Yes, it can vary according to quite a few different
temperature.
Yeah, absolutely. Your temperature, with the meteorological conditions have been, whether it's been a lot of rain, or if they're drying out, we might need to add additional moisture. But yeah, sort of between 3 and 7 days. They get turned more frequently at the beginning of the process as well.
Right.
But also, to some degree, depends on the demand at the other end of the process. So if demand is at exceeding supply, we can turn them more frequently to speed up the process.
Okay. So presumably, as you grow in terms of volume, you've got more windrows and you've just got additional plant available to carry out that operation.
That's right. Yeah. So we'd end up with multiple loaders instead of just one.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. That's very good. Right. 402. We're on to Mr. Nicholson. Ready? Mr. Nicholson or Mr. Ingram? Welcome, you've been here today. I think you were probably keeping an eye on things yesterday.
I was there for a little bit yesterday. Yes, thank you.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thanks, right. Over to you.
A copy of my
I
summary
do.
evidence. Right.
me.
I just started paragraph 1.2.
Yes, please.
PC 81 and 82 sit outside future growth areas identified in the Rolleston structure plan and subsequent planning documents, including the CRPS, Solwyn District Plan, and R-Space. In my opinion, PC 81 and 82 do not provide strategic or comprehensive responses to urban growth in Rolleston. With regard to PC 81, in the best case scenario, whereby PC 70 is also approved, I consider that the plan change area would have a low level of connectivity with Rolleston that would not contribute to a compact urban form, creating an urban peninsula surrounded on 2 sides by land zoned for rural land uses and 1 side by land zoned for rural lifestyle use, with a single urban frontage addressing Duns Crossing Road. These outcomes would not contribute to objective B344 of the Solwyn District Plan or various directions relating to promoting a compact urban form and a high level of connectivity. There's a risk in approving PC 81 that PC 70 will not be approved, resulting in an even lower level of connectivity between the Skellerup South Block and the wider Rolleston Township. In my opinion, PC 81 would have a low level of accessibility to public services and facilities as a result of poor walkability, difficult cycling conditions, and a lack of public transport options. If a comprehensive commercial centre was developed as part of PC 70, together with a more connected cycling infrastructure in adjacent areas, I consider the accessibility of PC 81 could be improved to a low moderate level. In my view, PC 82 would also have a low level of connectivity with Rolleston, would not contribute to a compact urban form, creating an urban peninsula surrounded on 2 sides by land zoned for rural land uses and 1 side by land zoned for rural lifestyle use, with a single urban frontage addressing Duns Crossing Road. Similarly, would contribute to the various outcomes and objectives about a compact urban form and a high level of connectivity. In my opinion, PC 82 has a moderate level of accessibility to public services and facilities, including the town centre, commercial areas, schools and recreation facilities. I note that some of the housing areas within PC 82 are more than 2 kilometres from the primary road exit, and that reduces the rating of accessibility to moderate. In my view, there is potential for PC 81 and 82 to have a better urban form and connectivity if adjacent land was rezoned for residential uses, as was partly proposed through PC 73. While this option may have some merit, I do not consider that it's the only option for the growth of Rolleston, or that PC 82 or 81 can rely on rezoning the surrounding areas of land in order to provide compact urban form or good connectivity. I've got a couple of paragraphs about the ODPs, and I think with discussion with Mr. Phillips, I think we largely able to resolve those matters and measure maybe emissions.
Yes. They've already been dealt with and incorporated.
There were some further changes that Mr. Collins is seeking, so I'll be able to bring some of their minor issues that run away. So
we'll probably just need to look at the final because we've got covered everything. So going on to paragraph 1.11.
Yes.
Informing this opinion, I acknowledge the Stellar Up block between PC 81 and PC 82 is currently zoned for residential lifestyle use. Up to 51 houses with generous setbacks to be managed as countryside areas is permitted on the land. In my opinion, the effects on the landscape character and the visual impacts of PCs 81 and 82 would be moderate high and moderate respectively. However, I note that policy 6 of the NPSUD specifically directs that changes to amenity values such as landscape character and visual amenity need to be balanced against the positive effects of increased housing supply and choice, and are not by themselves an adverse effect. In terms of submissions, I know there are a number of submissions to PCs 81 and 82 who have raised concerns about the loss of rural views and changes to the rural character that will arise from the plan changes. I consider that the plan changes, if approved, will detract from the rural character and the visual amenities enjoyed by some local residents. However, policy 6, as I mentioned before, really directs us to that's not an adverse effect. In response to the applicant's urban design evidence, Ms. Lauenstein considers that PCs 81 and 82 are inevitable and part of a natural growth sequence to the west of Dunn's Crossing Road. In my opinion, it's misleading to consider urban growth as a form of inevitable natural process. Urban growth is a consequence of various processes, including the current planning process, market demand, availability of land for development. It's a matter of choice, the decisions we make. I consider there are alternative options for urban growth in Rolleston, including intensification and expansion to the south and southeast, and a more comprehensive and strategic approach would allow the costs and benefits of alternative growth options to be assessed and discussed with the wider community. First come, first served approach through private plan changes does not allow alternative options for growth to be assessed and compared in a comprehensive manner. Ms. Lauenstein suggests that my conclusion that PCs 81 and 82 would not achieve a sufficiently compact urban form and would lack connectivity and accessibility based on considering the plan changes in isolation. She argues that PC 81 and 82 should be considered in context, including PC 73 and the rural L2 pocket of land in the north of PC 82. My analysis has been based on the evidence in front of me. With regard to PC 73, I understand the application has been declined and is currently under appeal. I'm not aware of any changes to the status of the rural L2 pocket of land. I have not assumed that either of these areas will be rezoned for residential use, and I'm uncertain how these matters could be considered as part of this process. In a hypothetical scenario, if PCs 73, 81, 82 and the rural L2 pocket of land could be considered together, I do not consider PC 81 and PC 82 in their current forms adequately address the urban form issues arising out of urban growth at this scale and this location. And in particular, I consider there are issues of staging of development, which would need to be resolved. And I think there is an issue about the western boundary of particularly BC 82, so how far to the west we should zone at the moment. And I think that would need to be addressed and discussed. Mr. Lowenstein considers that the owner setback is a technical matter which does not materially affect the urban form. The urban design seeks to ensure that the design of buildings, places, spaces and networks that make up our towns work for all of us, both now and in the future. The provision of an appropriate owner setback is significant, both from the perspective of protecting and future-proofing the operation of an essential district-wide infrastructure, and from the perspective of providing a healthy and high-quality residential environment for future residents. Because conflict can arise between urban activities and the activities of these types of infrastructure, a precautionary approach to siting new urban development adjacent to wastewater treatment and composting facilities is recommended from the urban design perspective. Yeah, answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Now, we've heard that PC 70. I'm wondering if that was in Mr. Phillips's evidence in chief, the image that we were looking at earlier and doodling on. Have you seen that, Mr. Phillips? PC 70 sort
On the other side.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, did you? Yeah, I mean, PC 70 is not a plan change or consented as in finished, but has a plan change that is in abeyance or on hold and has got to the over the first hurdle of the COVID fast track natural consenting. So from a
it's a future development area.
And it's a future development area. So I think all those things bear, if you like, on the likelihood of that. But really the point I wanted to question is whether you had any sort of comment on the integration of the fit from an urban design perspective between the two, should that sort of form arise?
I mean, I've worked with both Mr. Lowenstein and Mr. Cocklemore to ensure that as far as possible, the ODPs are connected to the adjacent pieces of the bit, and I'm doubtful that they've done that.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Now, houses in PC2 being more than 2 kilometres from the primary road exit. Can you just explain to me where you mean in that regard?
So if you look at the sort of the western end of PC 82, there's a sort of dogleg that runs behind the PC 73 bits of land.
Yes. Yes, yes.
And the houses there are, if you like, they're relatively inaccessible, whereas the houses at the northeast corner of PC 82, are already within 600 metres of the school, and Brookside Park is immediately across the road. And by the time you get down to the far end of it, it's a large area of land, more than a kilometre across, between Duns Crossing Road and Edwards Road.
So you're sort of discounting the function of the sealed Edwards Road, are you?
Well, that's about a kilometre away from Duns Crossing Road. The houses there, I mean,
so it's more about proximity to services and facilities that you're talking about.
They're getting beyond walking distance, for the average person, particularly once you put in place a street pattern to work correctly.
Got it. So alternative options, you've said south, southeast. So south of Selwyn Road, you're talking about?
Yes, so we're to the south of Selwyn Road, yes, and southeast. But it does seem to me that if, given the land ownership and the kind of, the possibility of a coordinated plan to the West Duns Crossing Road, it would be possible to put up a strong, case for a coordinated growth to Rolleston. It's a strong contender. It's not the only option, but also just at the moment I'm not faced with that. I'm faced with 2 or 3 desperate plan changes. One of which has been declining. That's the reality of the process.
We're facing the jigsaw of different things, which is what we're trying to address. Yeah. There's one end of that. We didn't formalise it in any great deal, but I did ask about staging, I think, with Ms. Lowenstein and Mr. Compton this morning, and the sort of direction of related stuff was sort of north to south, east to west, which is common sense, really, rather than science.
Yeah.
The only factor that I would add to that, or 2 factors, is one that I would consider that PC81 probably should not, I would recommend that it not occur until after PC70 was well underway, and PC73, the Skellerup block, in a sense. So if I was just considering PCs 81 and 82, it involved, I think the staging involves bits of land outside of those land change areas. Would be my recommendation.
So you would say 82 first?
82 first.
Putting over buffers aside for a moment?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'll just see if I've got anything else that I haven't already asked other people or should. I did ask this morning about e-bikes and the accessibility and factors, but I think it's all common sense that e-bikes are helping accessibility.
I would note that I ride an e-bike. I thoroughly recommend them. They're great, but they are, I think, an incremental improvement. I don't think they're a revolution. I think we can suddenly see 50% of people riding bicycles, and the proportions of people who walk and cycle are still relatively low, using the latest figures we've got, which is the New Zealand Household Travel Survey. It's 2018.
Finally, just on the ODPs, the ODPs are talking about a range of densities and lot sizes, but we're not actually sort of identifying areas within the ODP for higher densities, medium density or anything. It's like being left a little bit more flexible than that in terms of subdivision, but achieving an overall minimum density. Are you okay with that?
In my opinion, professional opinion, I would be more comfortable in seeing the location of densities indicated. So I think density is a location-specific attribute. So the closer to activity, to public transport and activity centres, and the higher the density should be. So yes, I would prefer to see the locations of the higher density areas specified, and probably more, some more detail ODPs. I understand the council, tends to favour a more a simpler approach, and to resolve these matters at subsequent stages.
Yes, I'm sure there are loads and loads of ODPs that I have never even seen in this area. So
Can I add just a clarification to that? We
Yes.
have the ODP graphic and we have the ODP narrative, which is text-based. So often medium density is not identified physically on the ODP graphic plan, but is actually described in terms of locating it in the narrative to avoid putting hard boundaries around this is medium density and this is not. I think we've been advised in several plan changes to not physically identify it on the actual ODP graphic, but identify it in the narrative.
And there is text in the narrative, I think, that certainly talks about it in that sort of terms, except I haven't got it right in front of me at the moment.
It refers to it being provided, maybe co-located with either open space reserves, local centres, along key road connections with small pockets around high amenity, low traffic residential streets.
And there is a directive from council on several ODPs to please not put it graphically there because it creates direct delineation, which then later on if it changes, if someone starts measuring the changes, it wouldn't be in compliance with. That has caused some real
compliance trigger a restricted discretionary consent with compliance with the structure plan. That's the framework. Okay. I think that's all for me. Thank you very much, Mr. Nicholson. That's great. Right, Mr. England. My wastewater. Doing 422. No questions? No, sorry. Speak the bad word out of the room. Sorry.
Yes, so best to last.
Yes,
second last. Probably best to last. Just paragraph 3.
Thank you. Yeah, paragraph 3.
The Rolleston water supply provides UV treated deep groundwater to the Rolleston community. Rolleston is expected to see significant growth over the next 30 years. Capacity upgrades are proposed to meet this growth, including additional water sources, bores, storage, and pipeline infrastructure. They consider that capacity within the reticular network to service this plan change is available and/or further capacity upgrades are proposed and planned for, and therefore future water conveyance capacity can be provided to accommodate this request. Priority of consented water allocation needs to be given to those developments within the Rolleston structure plan. This plan change area is outside the Rolleston structure plan area, and therefore, should the plan change be approved in whole or in part, consented water needs to be made available for this plan change area to be developed. A rule requiring total water supply availability at the time of subdivision is required. Wastewater, the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant. Wastewater is treated and disposed of at the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant in Rolleston. The Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant is designed to be progressively upgraded to accommodate up to 60,000 person equivalents of incoming flow, with plans to increase the treatment capacity up to 120,000 PE being prepared. The current connected catchment has a population equivalent of approximately 42,000 to 45,000. Reverse sensitivity. The Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant is significant infrastructure and its ongoing expansion is critical to allow for the future growth of Rolleston and the other townships to plant trees. In my view, it is critical that this plan change, specifically plan change 82, proposal does not cause any reverse sensitivity issues which would obstruct the future of Pines 120 consenting and upgrading program or to lead to an increase in odour or other complaints relating to the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant. If reverse sensitivity issues result in obstructing the Pines 120 program, then there will be insufficient wastewater treatment capacity to provide for additional growth, including growth sought to be enabled by this proposed plan change. Should the plan change be approved, I consider there should be measures put in place to avoid reverse sensitive issues arising from sensitive activities, including residential activities, established in the plan change 82 block. I consider that one way this could be achieved is through the imposition of a setback area within plan change 82, preventing sensitive activities from establishing. The ODP for plan change 82 states that no residential allotments may be created within 1,500 metres of the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant holdings, as depicted by the green line shown in figure 1 below. Prior to certification by the council's asset manager that the resource management approvals required to enable the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant to provide treatment capacity for 120,000 person equivalents of incoming flow has been attained for 31st December 2025, which ever sooner. This control reflects that which was offered by the plan change 73 applicants. To provide further certainty, the date reference should be extended 1 additional year to the 31st December 2026. I note this has been proposed in the evidence of Mr. Phillips. This control addresses my concern in terms of future consenting of the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant for 120,000 PE capacity. I remain concerned that this control may not address the potential for complaints after regulatory approvals are obtained. Reverse sensitive issues from the establishment of sensitive activities could be directed at operations of the Pines 120 upgrade, including in relation to any unforeseen events that might have odour impacts on the operations, such as high potency concentration of trade waste discharge, failure of plant components, extreme climatic conditions, including wind direction, speed, sunshine hours, etc. I know that in the evidence of Mr. Phillips proposes a no complaints covenant on any residential allotment within 1,500 metres of Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant. I support this proposal. In terms of wastewater conveyance, connection of the balanced wastewater network to the council's reticular network is feasible and will be the subject of an engineering approval process in the future. I comment on potential solutions in my full evidence. Stormwater. It is anticipated by the applicant that stormwater will be discharged to ground. The proposed management of stormwater is appropriate for this area. There is a viable means to dispose of stormwater for this plan change area, and I would recommend that a stormwater consent is obtained from Environment Country prior to resource consent subdivision being applied to for the Southern District Council. Lastly, water races. There is a water race flowing across the western boundary of Plan Change 82 and the lower half of Plan Change 81. There are a number of ways to manage the water race, and the ultimate treatment of the water race can be determined at subdivision stage.
Thank you very much. The applicant has pointed to the fact that there is quite a margin of gap between, if you like, on the water side, water supply, in terms of capacity, availability, and current demand. And some of that could be used in the interim before you need it elsewhere. And then they could put bores down, replacing the irrigation bores and plug it into the network and replace that capacity. Is that sort of approach sensible to you?
Yes and no. So yes, in terms of the infrastructure. So council's got a program of installing infrastructure, and so there will be some capacity which the plan change will to borrow, if you like, for physical infrastructure to put in place. Where I differ is that we need the resource consent to extract the groundwater to be transferred to council prior to that developing. So I'm satisfied.
Transfer, yes, okay. Well, transfers straightforward.
Pretty straightforward. So that is my experience. So that is that resource consent allocation is transferred to council.
Yeah.
And I'm satisfied that we can.
And I mean, that water would be plugged into your network unless there was a decision from a resilience point of view to keep it separate.
That's right.
And therefore, it's all part of one system, so it would be important that was the case. I get that. Okay, so that's not a major.
No. But what I would ask if there is some sort of mechanism in the ODP that requires that to happen for development.
In the ODP?
In the text.
Right. Well, we've got a rule about supply proposed and sort of agreed, but that's not sure that that's quite compatible with that approach. But that's not the, I mean, it's a matter of demonstrating you've got.
Barry, I take it you don't need necessarily on here, you mean in the rules somewhere? You want that
Yes,
provided?
because some of the other plan changes.
Correct, yes.
Yes.
There's a plan change under the air contour that we had that same
Yeah, it's basically one, so we're proposing one, yeah.
Okay. Hines wastewater, now, just want to be clear about the sort of timing of the post 60,000 upgrade. So you're currently upgrading up to the 60,000. I appreciate that everything is a progressive upgrade over time, which is a discussion we had earlier. But from a sort of, the site will be designated, but there will be regional consents to achieve. When is that, if you like, consenting? I mean, we've got a deadline that it runs into that requirement not to build houses until that time, but how are we progressing with that process?
So the original designer of the Pines treatment plant is Stentec, prior to that, so they have been engaged and they're underway developing the preliminary design for Pines 120. We have some concept work previous to that, and it's shown the evidence.
Yes.
And they've also been engaged to carry the resource consent process for that. So we're underway now.
Okay. And is this rethinking that sort of layout that was in your evidence?
There's been a lot of private plan changes since I first started drafting evidence. So whether it's Pines 120 or Pines 150, we'll wait and see. But
yes,
but the general layout has not changed.
Now, most of the issue, like it was put it up in your evidence, but most of the additional plant was sort of to the north of the existing plant. So there's, in terms of odour generating risk factors associated with growth at new facilities, is that the sort of area physically you're talking about?
Correct. So it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed.
One thing I've got, biosolids. You've got a biosolid plant there that's drying, and then you are disposing of that amongst your existing water, wastewater, treated wastewater irrigation, or is it?
Yeah, so one of the previous experts talked about it. So it is large glass houses. And so the sludge gets deposited in the glass house. We have these things called sludge managers, which are like rotary hose, which move the sludge backs and forwards and it dries. So we can show you on slide if you wish. And after that, the material comes out dry, and then we have resource to dispose of it to ground to incorporate it in the topsoil at Pines. We haven't done that as of yet, and we're looking at applying for another consent to take it more from a liquid source and inject into ground. But there's some track early on here. Answer your question, where does it go at the moment? There's two places. We're using it for rehabilitation of open mines on the west coast. This has been used as soil conditioner across there. And we also have taken some to Cape Town. So that's the two sources. We're going to take the sludge at the moment, the dry sludge.
Is there any scenario where it would be incorporated into the composting operation?
Possibly, yeah, blending it could be an option.
But once it's dried through that process, it's pretty limited, isn't it? Correct. Yep. I once did a consent. Once did a consent before they built the Living Earth enclosed plant at Happy Valley in Wellington. I did a consent for the sludge drying, and but the council on a tender decision decided to incorporate it with the composting. I wonder if we get it since, but there you go.
That's a good idea. I mean, with Pines 120, the idea is to have a resource recovery type element to it,
Yes.
so you know, we sell it for fertilizer or to industry
Yes.
and things like that.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. All right, thank you very much. That's very good. Other questions? And have we only got one more witness? Time is 4:05. And you're going to go pages.
Right, just don't play out 45 minutes.
Right. Over to you, Ms. White.
So I'll take paragraph 1 as read, but essentially Mr. Phillips has helpfully noted that there's really 3 areas of disagreement between us, which is what I've focused on. Form of urban growth and reduced activity. And then I will also briefly comment just on some of the points raised by Mr. Lehman.
Yes.
So in terms of the form of urban growth, I continue to have concerns that the urban form facilitated by the plan, that should say plan changes, when considered in isolation, is not consistent with the plan's framework as it relates to compactness and connectivity. And in this regard, Mr. Phillips notes that I'm reliant on Mr. Nicholson, while he's reliant on the evidence of Mr. Cotton and Ms. Lonsdale. That PC 81 and 82, when considered on their own merits, would achieve that appropriate acceptable level of connectivity.
Still going.
So that's essentially supposed to be different. In considering the different viewpoints of the urban design experts, there's just a couple of other points that I've noted here. The first is in relation to the site's integration with the intervening Skellerup block, which currently is zoned Living 3. And I just wanted to refer you to the fact that that zoning is intended to act as a transitional edge between the rural and urban area, with more rural than urban character, and that's reflected in the policy set out here. Through the ODP and rural change, which includes requirements for countryside areas being strips of land retained into rural use. A density of between 0.4 and 4 hectares, and those 4 hectare lots being along the boundaries with the rural land. So in this case, they would be along the boundaries with the land change area. And so how the anticipated rural residential development integrate with the much higher density and fully urban outcomes that PC 81 and 82 is not touched upon by Mr. Conchimon and Ms. Lonsdale. While both also consider the possibility that Skellerup block is rezoned, in my view, these plan changes must be assessed on their own merits and in terms of the current context. So in this regard, I note Ms. Allenstein states that from an urban form, connectivity and accessibility perspective, they should never be considered in total isolation from each other and in relation to only existing conditions. So the difficulty I have with this view is that the process being used here is a private plan change process, and it only allows the current plan changes to be considered on their own merits and in relation to the current relevant context. In this regard, I also do not consider weight can be placed on consideration of which direction the township should grow, because this is effectively a strategic exercise which would consider a range of factors and extends beyond just considering the appropriateness of the rezoning of just these sites. And that was something I think that came up, I can't remember who you were questioning earlier, but in terms of that section 32 assessment.
Yes.
So in terms of the section 32 assessment, it's really been focused on what's the most appropriate zoning for the change sites.
Yes, it was Mr. Phillips, and I signalled that we might need a little bit of work in that area.
And I think that's my concern too, is that I don't think that this is the appropriate process to look at what is the most appropriate direction in which Rolleston Township should grow, because I think that there needs to be a much bigger consideration that isn't what is appropriate right now.
Yes.
Having said that, in para 7, notwithstanding the above, I do accept that in considering the plan changes on their merits, there is a requirement to have particular regard to the capacity provided. In my view, this means weighing up the appropriateness of enabling capacity now against weighing into the spatial planning exercises undertaken and then subsequently given effect to previous CRPs. And that's probably where I probably sit somewhere between Mr. Phillips and Mr. Lehman, in the sense that Mr. Lehman has sort of said, you know, it's more appropriate to basically wait and go through that spatial planning exercise. And Mr. Phillips has sort of said, I think you can rezone this now because of the sufficiency of capacity. I guess I've thought about both of those, and I'm still erring on the side of we're only looking at 81 and 82. And in terms of, like, that urban form that results in on its own, based on the evidence of Mr. Nicholson, I have some concerns with that. But I don't go as far as sort of saying, therefore you, I suppose I had understood Mr. Langman's evidence being as he just prefers that strategic planning process rather than the ability to consider a plan change under policy 8, and I think that there is that avenue available, but therefore it doesn't at least need to be weighed up in that. In terms of review sensitivity, so based on the advice of Mr. Curtis, I continue to have concerns that the proposed setback from the RRP may not be sufficient to avoid potential for review sensitivity effects. And again, I accept that the difference between myself and Mr. Phillips is basically who we rely on for that. But my view is also informed by consideration of section 32C of the RMA in terms of the risks associated with the implementation of what might subsequently turn out to be an insufficient buffer distance.
Yes.
And that's why I prefer a more cautious approach, as once the houses are established near the RRP, they cannot realistically be removed if a problem arises, and instead the RRP will be required to address the issue. So that's really, I think, coming down to that section 32 test in terms of the risk. What are the implications or risks of acting or not acting? Key aspect to this is that review sensitivity is about an existing activity, in this case the RRP, being compromised or constrained by the establishment of activities, in this case medium density residential development, which may be sensitive to actual potential exceed adverse effects generated by the RRP. To my mind, this is not simply a case of the odour not being offensive or objectionable, and Mr. Curtis did talk a little bit about this earlier. I don't therefore agree with Mr. Van Keeken that the appropriate consideration is simply whether or not odour observed beyond 600 metres is offensive within the PC82 site, and similarly, I do not agree with Mr. Saley that if complaints were not deemed to be offensive and objectionable, that this would not necessarily result in review sensitivity effects on the RRP. And I've just noticed there comments by Mr. Curtis about giving me feedback on my opinion. But essentially, it's that's the distinction is not the offensive and objectionable odours, but the illicit odours. And in my view, the planning framework is clear that such effects are to be avoided. So I've just referenced the RPS objectives and the district plan objectives and policies. For the avoidance of doubt, I do not consider the issue of review sensitivity with preclude the rezoning of the site as a whole. Based on the advice of Mr. Curtis, I instead consider that should the rezoning be approved, land within 1,000 metres of the RRP should retain its rural zoning. In my view, that's more appropriate than rezoning the land within this area living UD, but then applying rules, for example, including building of dwellings, because dwellings are the primary focus of the living zone. So it would be quite a large area to have a living zoning and then not allow those types of activities. So in my view, the retention of rural zoning would better align with land uses that would be appropriate within that. Just in para 11, I'll just touch on a couple of things in relation to planning evidence. So while I agree that a spatial planning exercise would be preferable for considering locations for future urban growth, I consider policy 8 does provide a pathway for consideration. So I consider that these plan changes do need to be considered on the merits. While the introduction of the NDRS may have been intended to reduce pressure for urban expansion of small into greenfield areas, which is a point Mr. Langman made, no changes were made to the NPSUD when the NDRS came into force, and therefore the application of NDRS does not negate the pathway provided in policy 8. So it might have been the intention with that segment, but there were no changes to the NPSUD, so that point is still. And then just in paragraph 12, I've just noted that a number of the things he's raised have come up in relation to other plan change hearings. And so I haven't avoided, to avoid repetition, I've just noted my views on those matters haven't changed. And essentially they're the same as set out in the section 42A report, just in terms of how those interrelate. The only thing I guess that has changed is at the time of other hearings, the Enabling Housing Supply Amendment Act hadn't been enacted. I accept that changes made under the Amendment Act do enable a greater level of intensification to occur within residentially zoned areas. However, the extent to which this is likely to be taken up in an area such as Rolleston remains to be seen. And again, I just re-emphasise that, which has been talked about a lot, the MPS requires only that at least sufficient development capacity is provided, not that more is precluded. And I'm not aware of analysis that's been undertaken so far as to whether additional capacity is enabled under the Amendment Act is feasible. In my view, it's therefore speculative to place too much weight on the potential uptake of medium density development. The only thing I wanted to add, just I guess in relation to that, is that I know there was evidence from the real estate or economic experts that there was a demand for that in Boston right now, and I accept that, but that doesn't actually mean that won't change over time. And I think also in the evidence they talked about the fact that lower lot sizes have become more attractive over time.
Yes.
So I don't think we can conclude that that might not change in the future, but I think the key thing here is more that firstly, that there are triggers in the plan change to deal with that in terms of if the density is greater than we currently anticipate. There are hooks in the plan change to make sure that that's appropriately dealt with. So the triggers for the ITA assessment being one example, and I think the evidence from Mr. England being that the Pines has enough room to upscale, and the same with the water supply and the applicant bringing the water supply with them. So I'm not, I guess, concerned in that sense about the effectiveness plan change. And the other point I'd make that if that does occur, it will probably change over time. And the point that I think real estate and economic businesses were making was more actually there's a demand for some more capacity now in terms of what this type of development would facilitate as well. So I guess that's the way of saying there's quite a lot of unknowns. The uptake of MDRS is unknown. I think in the context of this plan change though, there's kind of enough belts and braces that that uncertainty is okay. I don't think it becomes too problematic. Just at paragraph 13, Mr. Phillips has noted a range of amendments to the proposal to address matters raised in the 42A report. And I've just noticed some additional changes that I think are required, so not fundamental, just tweaks. And most of these have actually been picked up by Mr. Phillips. So just in terms of A, and Mr. Phillips' summary, he's already addressed that. It's just text around to support that rural urban gateway notation. In terms of B, that's just in terms of what Mr. Collins has sought. Sorry to be picky, but number C is just a typo in terms of the odour being this odour. And then in terms of D, it's that drafting of that rule, and again, I just note that Mr. Phillips has already proposed that in his summary statement, so I'm comfortable that addresses that point. And at 14, I've just noted the reason for that is just the way that that rule works. It determines activity status. But because at the time that you're applying for a subdivision consent, you're not looking at the section 2 proof certificate, it potentially makes it more difficult to apply from an implementation perspective. But having it in the ODP text ensures that there's that hook to allow for it to be added as a consent condition. So in terms of, I guess, Mr. Collins' comfort, that he indicated earlier, that it still addresses it because it ensures that it can happen. It's just I don't think the rule was quite the right place to have that implemented.
Yes.
And I just noted again that that's consistent with plan change 69. And just in terms of the water supply, so again, it's been addressed in the redrafting that Mr. Phillips has proposed, but I consider the test in relation to water supply should apply at the time subdivision consent is applied for. And therefore, if a water supply is available and demonstrated through the application, the activity status would be restricted discretionary. And if it's not proposed, it would be non-compliant. So the way that Mr. Phillips has redrafted that rule, I think overcomes my concerns about it being linked to the 224.
Right.
Just for completeness in 16, I also considered whether or not there was an additional rule required for earthworks. So this relates to that State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road. There's a rule proposed in the subdivision chapter that is linked to the ODP as well, which says you can't do earthworks or construction related activity. I got a bit nervous that someone could go ahead and do the earthworks without actually having proposed a subdivision at that point. But I'm comfortable that there is a rule in the plan that limits the earthworks or the volume of earthworks such that you wouldn't be able to undertake that scale of earthworks without triggering that.
Okay.
In any case. So in conclusion, over to paragraph 17, I continue to consider that the rezoning is not the most appropriate way to achieve the purpose of the RMA for the reasons set out in my report. In regards to the two key areas of disagreement, I consider the potential impact of increased residential development on the RRP and Western Treatment Plant could be addressed through part of the site retaining, the 82 site retaining its rural zoning, and therefore it doesn't include the rezoning of the whole site. But my main concern is I continue to consider that the rezoning of the site must be considered on its own merits and therefore shouldn't rely on the anticipation of development of surrounding areas which don't form part of it. And I do accept that needs to be balanced against the significance of the development capacity provided. But in my view, the benefits of bringing the capacity down do not outweigh the potential risks of predetermining the direction of growth and doing so on an ad hoc basis. And I do accept that my conclusion is ultimately based on my placing greater weight on the latter rather than the former, so it is a matter of where I place that weight. There were a few other things I think that were great. Do you want me to address them now or address them? Okay. So in no particular order, the discussion this morning around the roading upgrade and when it's completed. I just wanted to note that the rule in the plan, the rule that's proposed to be included in the plan relates to the commencement of the intersection upgrade. It's not linked to the completion. So I don't think it matters, is the short answer. Because it's whenever it starts, and Mr. Collins, I think, explained that in terms of at that point there'll be traffic management things in place, so therefore he's comfortable with the construction related traffic.
So the traffic witnesses are comfortable that it's based on commencement?
Yes. Yeah. So the timing of completion becomes
irrelevant.
Yes. Yeah. And I guess related to that, Mr. Lehman and Mr. Wakefield, I guess, talked about the various conditions associated with the rules associated with rezoning would amount to a deferral or a deferred zoning. I just want to be clear that in my opinion, I don't agree with that. Yep. For example, that roading one being a good example.
Yes.
What that rule restricts is the ability to start undertaking site works. What it doesn't stop is in the 2-year period before that commencement, it doesn't stop the applicant preparing a subdivision application, undertaking a whole lot of other things, for example, getting the water transfer consent sorted, actually lodging the subdivision application on the basis that the works couldn't start and there'd be a consent condition around that. But there's quite a lot that could be done in that 2-year period. That, I don't know a whole lot about development, but I imagine that these things take a reasonable amount of time anyway, so I don't think it really puts them too far behind, as my understanding. Similar with the water rule, I think we talked about that being deferred. It's not deferred at all, it's just saying you have to bring some water with you.
It's really just demonstrate as any plan would that you have services available before you start, rather than getting too far down the track and being subject to engineering standards and finding it on the spot.
Yeah. And the other thing I just note, I guess, with that is that my understanding of the Greater Christchurch spatial planning process is that by the time, so that I think is to be notified in early January, early next year. And so the Greater Christchurch spatial planning process, which is currently being undertaken, the time frame for that is that would be a draft plan would be notified in January.
Yes, I think mid 23 was talked about, but I can't remember whether it was talked about in terms of completion or what.
I think that's in terms of completion, so notified for consultation, go through the consultation process decision in middle of 2023. Then obviously that has to then be implemented. So the Selma District Council, I understand, has some plans in place in terms of picking that up and then doing their own planning process around that. But I think the point that I was wanting to make was that I think by the time that process is undertaken, any land that it identifies is not going to be developed any quicker than this land were it to be rezoned now, in spite of the limitations, I guess, around that, particularly around that intersection upgrade in 2024.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. saying is, well, that's all going to be behind this area. Yep. So early 2023 is also when there are hearings on the proposed district plan on urban growth.
Rezoning, yeah.
Rezoning, not urban growth, rezoning submissions. Yep.
There are another couple of words which is just, and I might have misunderstood the comment, but there was a comment about whether setback for odour is measured from the
Yes.
about the maturation. I just wanted to raise that that was covered in the odour memo. It wasn't something that was introduced by Mr. Curtis in his summary statement, and actually in Mr. Curtis's summary statement, he's responding to comments from Mr. Van Keepen, who was commenting on the odour memo. So it's something that was in the section 42 report and then responded to by Mr. Van Keepen.
Thank you.
And the only I think the only other thing was just in it, and I sort of covered it in my summary to an extent, but about my preference being for a rural zoning here being retained in that area. And in part, I think that's to do with the activities. So we've talked quite a lot about dwellings being sensitive to receivers, but I understand from discussions with Mr. Curtis that there'd be other activities that would be equally sensitive within that area. And so that's the concern is that, again, if you, I think it's talked about Mr. Lunstein's evidence that you could have other types of urban activities, I think there's still a concern in general with urban activities that they will be sensitive. So that, I just wanted to raise that that's important to think about what activities would still be sensitive within that area, which is why my preference is for that rural zoning. I think that's all from me.
Somewhere in this, we talked a little bit about capacity. I can't remember where. Or am I wrong?
In the summary or in the main?
In the summary. Perhaps I'm wrong.
Okay, paragraph.
I mean, I'm wondering what the councils, I expect, I recognise that you're not, and are not an expert on calculating and modelling capacity. But what is the council's current position or understanding of the extent of the capacity problem?
So my understanding, and bearing in mind that this is not, it's not something I've been involved in, so this is based on conversations I've had with council staff, is that in essence they've undertaken the housing capacity business assessment. I think that will form, sorry, that has been previously undertaken, which is obviously what's been commented on.
21, yes.
My understanding is that when the spatial plan is notified, the Greater Christchurch spatial plan, just let me double check this. That will include a capacity, an update to that capacity assessment, but my understanding is that that is more to do with changes to capacity resulting from NDRS. But that will obviously be part of that process. And then I understand that the council is currently updating their capacity as well. What I'm unsure on is if that's just to do with medium density or if that's a broader reconsideration of capacity. I think my only other comment on that, I guess, is that the NPS directs that the council has to do certain things in terms of undertaking those capacity assessments and then how they respond to them. And that's, for one of a nice way to put it, that's not being undertaken through this plan change. So obviously the council has done that. They have done that to comply with the NPS. They believe that they have complied with the NPS. Obviously, there are some challenges to that through the process. In my view, the relevance of that to this process is more in terms of the weight that you place on the significance of the development.
Yes, well, there are views on the application of significance, part of it being how bad is it's more significant if the problem's that bad type of thinking. You know what I mean? That type of and there was also some emphasis put on, if you like, timeliness and pace, which I'm not necessarily convinced about, because inherently it takes time to get things going. So, but I think the extent of the problem that we're seeking to contribute to solving is a material point, and we don't really have a council view on that, I don't think.
I guess you don't have evidence from the council in front of you specifically on that for this. Like the council's position is essentially in the housing capacity assessment.
Yes.
I think what I probably can say is that I think the council is aware of some of the issues with that have been raised by the applicant. So probably a quite obvious example of that is that the discussion around the growth projections that are, I can't remember the numbers, but say it's based on 900 households per year, and then you look at the rate of actual growth. And I think that's been accepted as being problematic. But council's formal position, I guess, is contained within that. The only other thing I could probably point you to is that for the other plan change hearings, and I'm not sure if this was the case with plan change 72, there was a memo prepared by Mr. Ben Beard for the council that essentially, I mean, I suppose it was evidence, but it was almost more a summary of the process the council had undertaken. That wasn't included for this hearing. That was potentially an oversight, but in essence, it was meant to be a factual piece, and that's obviously available in terms of being a public document. And also, I'm kind of aware that time has moved on a little bit from that, because there's been NDRS, there's been some changes that have been.
There's quite a lot of change.
Yeah, and there's been variation, and
there's a couple of commissioners' decisions that
and
that you're defending.
Yes.
Which support the position here.
Oh, yeah, sorry, actually, that's a fair point. And I think the other thing is that the challenge, I think, made by the applicants has been accepted in some of the other plan change hearings.
Yeah, so on appeal, though, as I understand it, the council is defending the commissioner's decisions on that point in that evidence. So that includes the findings in PC 73, PC 69, but I don't know, presumably PC 72. So there are commissioners' decisions that the council is defending.
Yes. Sitting on top of all of that is variation 1, which I've raised, but and have only a very superficial understanding of. Do I need to know any more about that, in your opinion?
It probably depends what we want to know. So my understanding.
I want to know what I need to know.
I'll tell you what I know, and then you can decide. So variation 1 proposes to introduce medium density residential to the current relevant residential zones. I'm looking at Jocelyn, general residential and just general residential.
Comparing it to the proposed district plan
yes,
as notified,
yes.
Anything that's been identified as a general residential zone in Lincoln, Rolleston or Prebbleton, variation 1 proposes rezoning that to the medium density residential zone, and that zone would give effect to the medium density residential standards.
And then in addition to that, it also includes some of the Buda land, but not all of it, and I think that was consistent with what you've heard from other witnesses.
And
So it includes land already consented through another process. So PC 64 being demonstrated, the first development.
Approved plan changes to the operative district plan have been rolled into variation 1. So that's quite significant.
So Lincoln would be an example. So the only one that hasn't been included is PC 73 because it was defined.
Yes.
But for example, PC 69 at Lincoln, which the council is defending, that has been included in the variation of standards.
So the only, so I'm only considering Rolleston at the moment, so it includes all land that's been consented.
Yes.
Land subject to a plan change that has an approved recommendation, so 75, 76 and 78.
It would also include, as Ms. Avellano has pointed out, plan change 69 at Lincoln and plan changes 68 and 72 at Prebbleton will also be impacted by variation 1.
There's also a balance of land that hasn't been subject to a plan change process, so approximately 46 hectares. And my understanding is that there's 6 land parcels that are from 1 hectare to 16 hectares that are scattered in between Duns Crossing Road and Sprintston Rosden Road that I think have just been included to ensure that it covers largely that whole area. But it doesn't include the PC 70 land, and Jocelyn can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that it's because the land owner was wanting, because they're pursuing that through a different avenue.
They didn't want to complicate things even more.
My understanding is they will be lodging a submission and then off we are.
So currently doesn't include the PC 70 land.
That land will be tidied up.
Yeah. And it currently doesn't include the FDA land that's located on the eastern side of Lincoln Ralston Road. So there's what I refer to as a chunk there that's within the FDA but hasn't been included in variation 1 and isn't subject to a current plan change.
Is not subject to a current plan change.
So there's a little bit of land between Duns Crossing Road and Sprintston Ralston Road that isn't subject to a plan change or a consent that has been included in the variation.
Yes.
But the land to the east of Lincoln Ralston Road, which is a large area, it's not being included.
And is that in an FDA?
Yes.
Did you say east of Lincoln?
So south of PC 71.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Between and towards Whedon's Road.
Yeah.
So is that the only chunk within the Rolleston Structure Plan stroke FDA areas that is left untouched?
Pretty much. Yeah. There is a 24 hectare parcel on the corner of Lincoln Rolleston Road and Selwyn Road that we haven't included. There's currently a chicken farm, intensive farming operation on the other side of Selwyn Road, and reverse sensitivity effects, we chose not to include it because essentially that would 300 metres would take in all of that site. So that's another 24 hectares that has been excluded from the variation at this time.
Okay, so I think you've named about three little lumps there that we're talking about. Just
I'm happy to walk you through the variation if you like after the conclusion.
No, we'd like that done, we're not having anything done after conclusion.
Oh, I mean, it's all the public, what's on the public system, the variation.
So what we'll do at this, I think that's all my questions, is I will go away and think a little bit about the way forward. If there is, I'm not seeing conferencing as crucial because I think the positions of the experts, they've seen each other's views and they're quite well recorded for me. And it's not a mediation, it's conferencing. So it might just turn what they've already said into a different piece of paper. So I'm not seeing it, but if they want to do it, I'm also not saying that that's not necessary, that might still be constructive. So I'm sort of somewhat ambivalent on it. And I can't direct it anyway.
Some guidance from you.
So I'm not feeling it, but what I want to do is kind of go away and just kind of sit on it and sort of plot the way forward as I see it.
And I would appreciate that because I'd like some guidance as to any specific matters you'd like covered in reply. I mean, I've got my list of what I think I need to cover in reply. But if you've got specific matters, that would be helpful.
Well, I think it's also distinguishing if there are almost evidential matters
Yes.
that I want to see versus
Yes.
reply legal submissions.
And I'd also want to perhaps keep open the opportunity for us to do that in person, particularly if they are,
Yes.
we follow in advance, but
Yes.
I think the dialogue's
I
quite
sort of
helpful.
anticipated, given we were coming down to 2 days, that I might well be coming back for a day.
I would prefer that.
Whatever time. And we can talk timetable as to what works for everyone.
So I think probably the suggestion that you need to think about what things you need further information on, or you require something further from us, as opposed to me just guessing.
Yes.
I think that would be helpful.
Well, you can add to it by all means as you see
Absolutely.
fit, but then there will be a bit of a shopping list for me.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I lie down now? Thank you very much, everyone who's still here. I appreciate the way this has been conducted. It's been sort of professional and constructive, so that's very good. Thank you. So we're adjourned with that course of action in mind. I think, as I say, my minute won't be saying I want to see conferencing. It would be saying, you tell me if you're going to conference. Perhaps we can sort that out perhaps in the next few days.
Well, if you indicate the topics that
Oh, I
you
think
require help with, or you require, we can probably make an assessment about whether conferencing would help that or not, or whether we just reply.
Well, I think one of the areas is the implications of a larger setback and how that would deal with ODP. If the recommendation here was not accepted, that was to remain rural, how would it be used? I think that's one area where the conferencing of design people actually might be more productive.
Yes, because
than
I
other
don't
areas.
want an answer like the one we had in PC73, which was, I could see the bigger over setback, but I don't know what the ramifications of that are for urban design. It would have been helpful if the commissioner had asked rather than just.
Exactly. I didn't know that occurred, but it's exactly the line of thinking. So I would request that area to be explored.
In terms of what kind of urban functions would be suitable under that?
Yes,
That would be
your
the question.
ODP graphic and narrative that would apply to how that setback was used and managed.
Yep, good, okay, that's a clear question.
And I think if there is conferencing on that, that's helpful. It doesn't matter what, don't have to agree. What you have to do is help clarify that. What that does is it shortens up the sort of slight process, the game of tennis process, because you're engaging and you're then putting one thing to me that says this is what you've read, rather than getting evidence and having to then review that evidence and give further evidence and so on.
Yeah, we can put our heads together.
It does on specific matters provide quite an efficient process, so I would appreciate that. On the odour matter,
I don't know that, I'd like, well, obviously Mr. Van Key come in, Mr. Sloan to commute, so there's likely to be some response on any new matters that Mr. Curtis has raised.
yes.
And that's the one I think that maybe it might be better if we did that in writing and then we had the opportunity to have some dialogue. That's,
okay.
but obviously I haven't spoken to him, so that's.
All right, well, with that in mind, I mean, I will address that all in a minute anyway, and anything else, and that I can think of, because my brain is now a bit of mush. But we are now adjourned, and I can go home. And thank you very much, but I anticipate that it is quite possible that we will be getting together for a half day or something further on a face-to-face.
I would appreciate it.
Before I close the hearing. And now the question might be as to whether I've received reply ahead of that
Yeah.
And then I can ask you any questions in relation to
I was
the reply.
anticipating we'd do it a bit like the hearing, like if there's any reply evidence that would be written, and some reply legal submissions, and get all that a few days
Get all that sorted.
a few days ahead of whenever we're going to reconvene is
Yeah.
what I'm anticipating.
That works. That's sort of what I have in mind. Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you for the venue and everything else that goes with it. And it's 5:16, so I'm probably going to disappear out the door quite quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck with the windscreen.
Right. Yeah. 3 brand new cars.
Yeah.